Chapter 537. One of Breast's four supreme geniuses, a young man with short blonde hair and a gentle smile on his face, blurred into motion and appeared in the center of the arena. A glint flashed across the young man's eyes. The gentleness on his body disappeared completely, replaced by confidence and dominance. Almas of the Eye of the Dragon from the Breast dynasty of the Western world is here to fight you. The beautiful and sexy Katrina, one of Breast's four supreme geniuses, raised her slim eyebrows and asked the handsome young man Cresno, who exuded a sacred and powerful aura, "Almas, do you think you can win against Yangfeng?" Cresno was the strongest genius in the Starry Sky Warlock realm in the Hall of Eternity, as well as the publicly recognized #1 genius of Breast Dynasty. His strength was unfathomable and extremely powerful. Cresno replied indifferently. He has no chance of winning. Yangfeng was too strong. He defeated Angelico head-on. So Almas has no chance of winning against him. However, as long as he can force Yangfeng to use a few more trump cards, then I'll have a better chance of winning against Yangfeng. In a fight between warlocks, information was the most important thing. After hundreds of thousands of years of research, many spells that were almost unsolvable in the past were now nothing. If it was before the Third Warlock Dynasty, human warlocks of the same realm would not be a match for extraordinary life forms proficient in manipulating spatial force. However, ever since spatial disorder spells were developed, extraordinary life forms proficient in spatial force were no longer the opponents of human warlocks. There was once a time when elemental warlocks relied on the destructive power of elemental spells to run amok and were virtually invincible. But once the magic suppression array was developed, elemental warlocks were firmly restrained by the magic suppression array and eventually became ordinary warlocks. Interesting, let's go. Yangfeng showed a smile and operated the Battle Demon's secret method, and a white Battle Demon armor instantly covered his whole body. At the same time, he pinched the ruler magic cube and equipped himself with the ruler armor. A solemn look flashed in Almas's eyes as he took out a level 6 artifact Thunder Dragon Pearl, inscribed with countless dragon curse seals, and swallowed it. Resplendent bolts of lightning flashed, and Almas' body twisted and contorted. Countless azure scales grew on his body, and 2 dragon horns grew on his head. His body swelled up, and his face contorted into that of a dinosaur. A azure dragon tail grew from his back, and a pair of azure dragon wings sprouted from his back. After the transformation, advanced Moonlight Warlock rank life force fields spread from the Thunder Dragonborn Almas, and his eyes flickered with the light of wisdom of human warlocks. Lightning Dragon Men, they're the fiercest, evilest, and strongest dragon men who have grasped the law of lightning. Although his power is slightly weaker than the giant dragons of the same level, he is born with the ability to control lightning. He has the bloodline of the primordial dragon, the primordial thunder dragon. Even among the dragon species, he is the most terrifying existence. It's a thunder dragon man. It was a monster that possessed the initial bloodline of the thunder dragon, as expected of the strongest genius of the dragon's eye. After seeing Almas transform into a Thunder Dragon Man, the warlock geniuses present inhaled a breath of cold air. Whether it was the supreme geniuses from the Eastern world or the Western world, a dignified look streaked past their eyes as they stared at Almas. Primordial dragons were terrifying existences that could contend against warlock emperors. They were also powerful warlock emperor rank existences. Extraordinary life forms with primordial dragon bloodline were despairingly powerful. Thunder Dragon Men were monsters with primordial dragon bloodline, and they were terrifyingly powerful. No one had expected Almas to transform into such a terrifying being. If the ancient gold dragon that Achilles had transformed into were to fight against the Thunder Dragon Man that Almas had transformed into, he would be instantly killed by Almas' Thunder Dragon Man. Yangfeng glanced at Almas and felt a trace of world force, and then said, "Virtual world, Almas, you formed a virtual world as well." "That's right. Monsters like thunder dragon men consume a tremendous amount of life force for every breath of time they exist. If I hadn't formed a virtual world, I wouldn't have been able to transform into this strongest, fiercest, and most evil thunder dragon man. Yangfeng, I'm going to attack. Be careful, don't die. Almas's eyes shone with lightning, and countless bolts of lightning coiled around him and issued crackling sounds, making him look like a god of thunder controlling endless lightning. Along with flashes of lightning, Almas instantly appeared in front of Yangfeng like a bolt of lightning and sent a fist covered in endless lightning and thunder barreling towards Yangfeng, as if the god of thunder had descended to the mortal world. Lightning flashed, and the air around Yangfeng distorted. Even if it was an advanced moonlight warlock, they would be electrocuted by lightning containing the law of lightning, and their fleshly body would collapse and their soul would tremble. Faced with the frightening strike of the god of thunder, Yangfeng's figure fluttered slightly, and his fist containing the law of power crushed everything and smashed the lightning into pieces, and then slammed into Almas. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering noise, Almas was sent flying like a broken rag doll and slammed into the protective wall of the arena. He spat out an arrow of blood mixed with internal organs, his bones shattered and collapsed to the ground. Complete silence. Stunned, the warlocks from the Eastern world and the Western world almost couldn't believe their eyes. I admit defeat. Cough, cough. With a flash of green light, Almas changed back into his human form and spat out the dragon bead. Face pale, he coughed in pain. Every time he coughed up a large amount of internal organs containing a large amount of blood. He was defeated just like that? Impossible? Almas, how could he be defeated just like that? Insta-killed? That's Almas, the number 1 Starry Sky warlock genius of the Eye of Dragon. How could the hope of the Eye of Dragon, a powerhouse who formed a virtual world, be defeated by a punch from Yangfeng? As if coming to life, the warlocks from the Western world around the grand arena discussed spiritedly, their words filled with incredulity. Almas was the number 1 Starry Sky warlock genius of the Eye of Dragon, a warlock group of the Brest dynasty that was several notches stronger than the Battle Demon sect. In the Western world, he was extremely famous, and countless supreme geniuses were defeated by him. The only person who defeated him was the number 1 genius of the Brest dynasty's younger generation, Kresno. For such a peerless genius to be defeated by a punch from Yangfeng, it was natural that the warlocks from the Western world were unwilling to believe this fact. Staring at Yangfeng, Yuanyang clenched his fists, and despair welled up inside him. So strong. He's much stronger than before. I've been making progress all these years, but his progress is much greater than mine. Since his defeat at Yangfeng's hands, Yuanyang has devoted all his attention to cultivation. With his identity as the Tai sect's holy son, he can get countless resources from the Tai sect. Coupled with his freakish genius status, his cultivation speed has been astonishing in the past few years. Originally, Yuanyang planned to defeat Yangfeng in one fell swoop in the Time Sky City competition assembly and regain all his glory. However, he was defeated by Angelico first, and then Almas, whose strength was on par with his, was insta-killed by Yangfeng. This huge gap almost made him despair. Almas took a deep look at Yangfeng dressed in the ruler armor, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and squeezed out a smile. What a powerful secret treasure. I've learned a lot. After he finished speaking, Almas took out a vial of elixir and gulped it down. A trace of color welled up on his deathly pale face, and he walked out of the arena step by step, returning to the Brest dynasty's warlock geniuses. Who else dares to fight me? In the arena, Yangfeng swept the warlock geniuses of the Western world with his gaze and revealed a scorching fighting spirit. The 11 supreme geniuses from the Western world frowned slightly and fell into silence. The warlock geniuses from the Western world focused their attention on the 11 supreme geniuses, looking forward to them showing their might and defeating Yangfeng. Vaguely, the original contest of willpower has turned into a contest of strength between the warlocks from the Western world and the Eastern world. The warlocks from the Western world were originally fighting each other in secret, with no one willing to submit to the other. But under the strong pressure from Yang Feng, they vaguely came to a tacit understanding. Katrina's figure fluttered, and she appeared in the arena and said heroically, "The Western world's breast dynasty's Hall of Eternity's holy daughter Katrina will fight you. Katrina, you can do it. Katrina, I love you." When the warlocks from the Western world saw Katrina, they burst into cheers at once. The peerlessly beautiful and heroic Katrina is a goddess in the minds of many warlock geniuses in the Western world. Even many female warlocks from the Western world who are full of jealousy of Katrina voiced heartfelt cheers. As soon as Katrina entered the arena, she waved her lily-white hand, and a magic mirror engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared in her hand. Wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles diffused around her, and a trace of world force poured into the magic mirror in her hand. Chapter 538. Katrina pointed the magic mirror at Yang Feng, and a resplendent light gushed out of the magic mirror and enveloped the arena in an instant. A powerhouse who formed a virtual world. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and defensive magic shields instantly appeared around him. The defensive strength of the battle demon armor and the ruler armor formed from the battle demon's secret method was astonishing. No matter what kind of offensive spells it was, they could resist and weaken them. However, in the face of unknown spells, Yang Feng still followed the fighting style of warlocks, and first enchanted himself with various defensive spells. Katrina was a peerless powerhouse who formed a virtual world. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng didn't dare to be careless. Warlocks had a wide variety of methods of fighting, and there were many cases of the weak defeating the strong. When the resplendent light enveloped the arena, Yang Feng's vision blurred, and he appeared in a twisted and blurry world where he couldn't distinguish between north, south, east, and west. In that strange world where one couldn't tell north from south, there were strange statues everywhere. These statues were engraved with angels, dragons, demons, vampires, demons, and other strange existences. Traces of distorted and strange auras permeated from these statues. Is this an illusion or a banishment to another plane? If it was a banishment to another plane, then there should have been spatial fluctuations just now. In that case, it should be an illusion, and a very fearsome high-level illusion at that. Yang Feng's eyes flashed brightly, and he looked at the strange world. Everywhere he looked, he could see strange, nauseating, and headache-inducing scenes. Every time a warlock advanced to a higher realm, their physique would continue to strengthen. After Yang Feng cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body, the strength of his fleshly body was comparable to that of a glorious dawn warlock. As if blessed with the spell eyes of truth, his eyes could see through all kinds of illusions. But in his eyes, the world seemed real. If it were an ordinary warlock, they would have fallen into chaos. The queer statues squirmed, and angels, dragons, fiends, kindred, hellions, and all kinds of extraordinary life forms exuding starry sky, warlock rank auras crawled out of the statues. Ferocious and ruthless auras diffused from them, and fierce gazes locked on Yang Feng. When the queer, extraordinary life forms crawled out of the statues, they immediately rushed towards Yang Feng with tyrannical auras. 7 absolute heavenly flames. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a blue 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared and turned into a violent storm of fire that engulfed the strange, extraordinary life forms. In that powerful illusion, if one was killed in the illusion, then the victim would think that they were already dead and would die in the illusion. Therefore, Yang Feng couldn't let those weird, extraordinary life forms tear him apart. After the weird, extraordinary life forms were burned to ashes by Yang Feng's 7 absolute heavenly flames, mysterious runes suddenly lit up in the remains of the extraordinary life forms. The weird, extraordinary life forms were suddenly reborn in the 7 absolute heavenly flames. At the same time, They frantically absorbed the power of the 7 absolute heavenly flames and reconstructed their bodies. Yang Feng looked at the freaks reborn in the 7 absolute heavenly flames with a dignified look in his eyes. What an amazing illusion! If you haven't cultivated a spell that specifically restrains illusions, then once you are enveloped by this illusion, even quasi-glorious Dawn Warlocks will be exhausted to death. Even quasi-glorious Dawn Warlocks will be exhausted to death. This kind of highly targeted illusion may even have a great effect on Glorious Sun Warlock rank freaks who have no resistance to illusions. If I hadn't learned a secret method to resist illusions, then I'm afraid that I would have been defeated by her. Transcendent pupils. Yang Feng's eyes constricted, and runes appeared in his pupils and formed 2 transcendent pupils made from gold runes and exuding an inhuman aura. As soon as the transcendent pupils took shape, a tremendous amount of life force inside Yang Feng poured into the transcendent pupils. A vast and boundless terrifying aura that seemed to be able to suppress the 4 corners of the world spread out from the eyes of the demon god. The extraordinary life forms rushing towards Yang Feng twisted and then strangely shattered and decomposed into particles of light that collapsed inch by inch. Illuminated by the light of the transcendent pupils, the weird world collapsed inch by inch. I won't lose. In the arena, Katrina's beautiful eyes shimmered with an unyielding gleam. She silently recited an incantation, opened her mouth, and sprayed a stream of blood essence on the magic mirror in her hand. After the magic mirror in Katrina's hand absorbed her blood essence, it set off ripples and released even more powerful light that enveloped Yang Feng. The weird world that trapped Yang Feng collapsed, and Yang Feng appeared in the arena and faced Katrina. Katrina smiled sweetly, like 100 flowers blooming, beautiful beyond compare. I lost. Yang Feng, you're really amazing. Let's be friends. Yang Feng slowly retracted the transcendent pupils and uttered with a smile. Okay. The showdown between the warlocks of the Eastern world and the Western world came to an end. Shortly after, the Time Sky City competition assembly officially began. Yang Feng, who was extremely dazzling in the Time Sky City competition assembly, joined forces with Katrina, experienced countless storms, and finally obtained several keys of time. After Yang Feng and Katrina entered the Time Sky City, they adventured together, experienced countless storms, and came to the Time Sky Pillar to comprehend secret methods. After the Time Sky City competition assembly ended, Yang Feng and Katrina traveled the world together, and the relationship between them grew stronger every day. With each passing day, Yang Feng's admiration for Katrina increased by a notch. Gradually, his rock-solid mind, which seems to be completely unshakable by external things, began to soften, and he immersed himself in Katrina's gentleness. Humph! No matter how strong you are, no matter how amazing your battle prowess is, in my goddess of love fantasy, you'll slowly sink. Everyone has the desire to pursue love and happiness in their hearts. You'll eventually become a slave of my love in the goddess of love fantasy. With such a top-notch slave of love, even Cresno won't be my opponent in the future. In the future, the entire Hall of Eternity will be in my pocket. In the arena, the corners of Katrina's mouth rose slightly, and her beautiful eyes revealed a look of excitement. The goddess of love fantasy is a strange, secret method Katrina obtained after exploring an ancient warlock relic site. Once the target is captured by the goddess of love fantasy, without casting a secret method to resist the illusion, they'll gradually sink into the beautiful fantasy and eventually become a slave of the caster's love. Once the target becomes a slave of the caster's love, the target's body and mind will be lost, and they'll be unable to extricate themselves. Even if the target comes out of the fantasy, they'll love the caster wholeheartedly, dig out their heart for the caster, and never betray the caster. Even if the target's strength was much higher than the caster's by a few levels, the target would not be at a disadvantage to the caster. Because it's a love born from the depths of the target's heart that is distorted by the illusion. After the fantasy ends, the spell disappears. Without any traces of the spell, it naturally can't be broken. From the ancient Warlock relic site, Katrina learned that the master of the Warlock relic site once used the goddess of love fantasy to deal with a Warlock genius. That Warlock genius eventually became a Warlock monarch rank powerhouse, yet he still submitted to her. The master of the Warlock relic site, on the other hand, only had a glorious Dawn Warlock rank cultivation base. This was the terror of the goddess of love fantasy. Kresno has a special bloodline and a formidable mind. Besides, he cultivates a powerful secret method that can contend against the goddess of love fantasy. Katrina doesn't dare to cast this secret method on him, for fear of suffering a backlash. Yang Feng, on the other hand, is just an ordinary person and is restrained by this spell. Coupled with Yang Feng's formidable strength and extraordinary talent, she chose to cast the goddess of love fantasy on Yang Feng. In the goddess of love fantasy, Yang Feng has already married Katrina. He has been completely captivated by Katrina's charm. He's only one step away from becoming a slave of her love. In the fantasy, Katrina's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, a fragrance wafting from her, and she asked tenderly, "Yang Feng, do you love me?" Yang Feng's tiger-like eyes blossomed with tenderness, and he replied resolutely, "I do." Katrina asked coquettishly as if she was his lover, "Can you die for me?" Yang Feng's heart trembled slightly, and he wanted to answer, but he vaguely felt a little uncomfortable, as if something bad will happen if he answers. Katrina's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she said coquettishly, "Answer me." Yang Feng hesitated for a while. Strange fluctuations came from afar. "Wake up, I am Yang Feng. Wake up, I am Yang Feng. I am Yang Feng." Voices that seemed to come from afar reverberated in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. On the Feisual plain, within Yang Feng's divine country, Yang Feng's god clone is sitting upright in his divine country. His eyes shone with light, his godhead operated, and he frantically burned divine force crystals, and he roared through the laws of the nether. The goddess of love fantasy secret method was extremely strange. Yang Feng had never seen such a strange secret method. He almost fell into the trap of this secret method. However, Katrina missed one point, and that is, Yang Feng has a very powerful clone, which is a god with far more battle prowess than Moonlight Warlocks. Chapter 539. Gods possessed divinity that transcended mortals and were immune to many spells. Although the goddess of love fantasy has an effect on Yang Feng's true body, but it has no effect on his god clone. Listening to the continuously reverberating voices, Yang Feng, who is almost blinded by love, finally surged with a trace of clarity. His mind moved slightly, and he saw the countless messages sent by the optical computer that he had previously ignored. What a beautiful dream! However, it's over now. I am Yang Feng. This is a fantasy. Countless runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and the transcendent pupils radiated resplendent light that enveloped the fantasy world. 30 seconds later, the seemingly flawless, illusory world began to slowly collapse. It collapsed. My goddess of love fantasy actually collapsed. How is this possible? How could this be? Katrina watched as the goddess of love fantasy collapsed inch by inch, and her beautiful eyes surged with horror. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence that entered the goddess of love magic mirror in her hand. The goddess of love fantasy is an extremely powerful and queer secret method. Once the target is completely immersed in it, in theory, even if they practice cultivation until the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, they will be completely devoted to the caster, unable to extricate themselves from love forever. However, once the goddess of love fantasy is broken, the caster will suffer a backlash and become a love slave of the target, unable to be dispelled forever. The goddess of love magic mirror burst out with queer light that enveloped the world that has begun to collapse. Yang Feng, I love you. Why? Why do you do this to me? In the Goddess of Love fantasy, Katrina collapsed on the ground, looking pitifully at Yang Feng with grief. Blood dripped from her cherry lips, a heart-wrenching sight. When Yang Feng saw Katrina's pitiful and miserable figure, his heart ached, and he couldn't bear to see her like this. A strange light silently gushed out of the world, hit Yang Feng, and blinded his eyes, and the pair of transcendent pupils slowly disappeared. The eyes of the demon god was a secret technique that could destroy countless illusions. However, if one wanted to cultivate this secret technique to the grand completion realm, they would need to consume countless resources, suppress countless gods and devils, and extract their power. Only then would they be able to cultivate this secret technique to the point where they could destroy countless illusions with a single glance. If it was the great completion transcendent pupils, Yang Feng would have been able to break all illusions the moment he opened the transcendent pupils, and he wouldn't have fallen into the Goddess of Love fantasy. However, the demonic god's eye that had not reached the large success stage would still be confused by all kinds of top-notch illusions. The Goddess of Love fantasy was one of the top illusions, and its power was extraordinary. Even if a Holy Spirit Warlock rank existence was confused by the Goddess of Love fantasy, they would be captured by the illusion, unable to break free from it. Although the transcendent pupils could restrain this top-notch illusion, but Yang Feng spent too little time on the transcendent pupils and didn't cultivate this secret method to the great completion realm. As such, it was naturally difficult for him to resist the Goddess of Love fantasy that Katrina exerted all her strength and cast with the help of the secret treasure goddess of Love magic mirror. Wake up! At this moment, Yang Feng's god clone in the Feisuo plane burned divine force crystals and barked. The voice of Yang Feng's clone reverberated in the sea of knowledge of Yang Feng's true body and forcibly pulled Yang Feng, who was about to be pulled into the Goddess of Love fantasy. Transcendent pupils. As soon as Yang Feng regained consciousness, he frantically extracted a tremendous amount of world force from the small world inside him and poured it into the transcendent pupils. The transcendent pupils burst out with dazzling light and enveloped the Goddess of Love fantasy. No, don't. I beg you stop. In the Goddess of Love fantasy, Katrina let out a series of heart-wrenching wails. Every part of her charming body burst open, and a copious amount of blood sprayed out, looking extremely miserable. Faced with Katrina's pleas, Yang Feng remained unmoved. With an indifferent look in his eyes, he urged the gold light to fall on the world, causing it to collapse. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the world of the Goddess of Love fantasy finally collapsed completely, revealing the arena. On the other side of the arena, Katrina's face was pale. Holding the Goddess of Love magic mirror, her delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with endless fear. In the next moment, a transparent and colorless rune flew out of the Goddess of Love magic mirror and landed on Katrina's forehead, causing her delicate body to sway slightly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a misty shade. After Yang Feng broke free from the Goddess of Love fantasy, he still operated the transcendent pupils, and queer light swept in all directions. The Goddess of Love fantasy was so queer that it made Yang Feng apprehensive. This queer power once again let Yang Feng experience how dangerous and frightening the various powerful spells of the world of warlocks were. I can see Katrina's eyes were lifeless and empty, as if her soul was sucked away. Her delicate body fluttered, and she walked out of the arena practically step by step. Kresno frowned slightly and made a gesture. The figure of a beautiful warlock from the Hall of Eternity flickered, and she arrived beside Katrina. She took Katrina out of the arena and left the lobby. After Katrina left, Yang Feng released a dozen-plus detection spells on himself, operated the transcendent pupils to carefully scan his state, and looked at the information sent by the smart chip. Only then did he confirm that he was in the real world. He took a deep breath, took out a few precious elixirs, and downed them. In terms of strength alone, Katrina was far inferior to Almas. However, the Goddess of Love fantasy was queer and extraordinary. In order to break this queer fantasy, Yang Feng consumed dozens of times more life force than he consumed to defeat Almas. After Yang Feng drank the elixirs and recovered a little, his eyes shimmered brightly, and he looked at the warlocks from the Western world and asked calmly, "Who else dares to fight me?" The gazes of the warlocks from the Western world focused on the supreme geniuses who didn't fight Yang Feng. Kresno frowned slightly, and then, like a statue, remained silent. No matter how the gazes fell on him, he didn't have any intention of fighting. Hey, a bunch of cowards. They don't even have the courage to fight. What a bunch of trash. Among the four supreme geniuses of the Cater dynasty, the black man with an unruly expression smiled coldly, then blurred into motion, turned into a black ray, and entered the arena. The black man showed an unruly smile to Yang Feng and said, "All of the Cater dynasty's Dark Judgment is here to fight you." The Dark Judgment was one of the most powerful forces in the Cater dynasty. In the Cater dynasty, the Dark Judgment Warlock group has shown signs of slowly surpassing the Hall of Immortality in recent years. The Hall of Immortality once gave birth to the Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord. At that time, when the Dawn Lord still dominated the world, the Hall of Immortality was one of the most powerful warlock groups in the world. After the fall of the King of Dawn, the Hall of Immortality started to decline from its peak. After several major disturbances, the Hall of Immortality began to decline even more and gradually lost control of the Cater dynasty. The Dark Judgment and many other warlock groups in the Cater dynasty were originally controlled by the Hall of Immortality and could only develop their strength in secret. But once the Hall of Immortality declined, they began to develop and grow. In the modern era, they have become a huge warlock group comparable to the Hall of Immortality. Ol's words have just fallen when he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a level 6 secret treasure ghost skull armor engraved with countless sinister heads suddenly flew out and enveloped him. After Ol put on the ghost skull armor, sharp bone spurs pierced into his body and extracted his blood and life force. Ol's body twisted, and he turned into a 3-meter-tall evil ogre covered in the ghost skull armor, with 2 horns on his head and a red horn on his forehead, and exuding advanced moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. That's a red-horned evil god ogre, one of the strongest ogre. Red-horned evil god ogre, a ferocious evil ogre that feeds on other ogre evil gods. Even the dragon species and ghost species were no match for him. It's a terrifying ogre that can even fight gods. Amazing, as expected of a super genius of the Dark Judgment, to be able to transform into such an ogre. The warlocks around the arena recognized at a glance how powerful the red-horned evil god ogre that Ol has transformed into is. With advanced moonlight warlock rank cultivation base, the red-horned evil god ogre can even suppress many feeble divine force rank gods. After Ol transformed into the red-horned evil god ogre, he issued a world-shaking howl, and tremendous sound waves converged and turned into a sound wave cannon barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he rushed into the sound wave cannon like a meteor. With his tyrannical, fleshly body, he forcibly penetrated the sound wave cannon, appeared in front of Ol, and slammed a fist into the abdomen of the red-horned evil god ogre that Ol has transformed into. The red-horned evil god ogre that Ol has transformed into suddenly spewed out a blood arrow, slammed into the edge of the barrier of the arena like a meteor, trembled slightly, and collapsed to the ground. I concede. After Ol spewed out a large mouthful of blood, he dispelled the red-horned evil god ogre, stared at Yang Feng with an incredulous look on his face, gnashed his teeth, and uttered, enunciating each syllable. Yang Feng's punch has shattered most of the bones of the red-horned evil god ogre that Ol has transformed into. Even though the red-horned evil god ogre's recovery ability is astonishing, but it cannot recover from its injuries and fight Yang Feng. Chapter 540. There was silence. The eyes of the warlock geniuses from the other world flickered with astonishment. The red-horned evil god ogre Ol has transformed into can suppress quasi-glorious dawn warlocks and fight gods of the same rank. Yet such a powerful existence was insta-killed by Yangfeng. Even though Almas was insta-killed by Yangfeng, but the hearts of the warlocks were still filled with shock. So strong. He's really strong. The battle demon sex Yangfeng is so strong. After today's fight, his name will surely shake the world. Amazing. Every time the Time Sky City competition assembly is held, several freakish powerhouses who formed a virtual world will be born. However, the gap between the freakish powerhouses in the previous Time Sky City competition assembly isn't that great. This time, the gap between the freakish Yangfeng and the other freakish monsters is really too big. So strong. If he doesn't die in the future, he may become a Holy Spirit warlock. After a while, a wave of discussion broke out around the arena. Whether it was the warlocks from the Eastern world or the Western world, they looked at Yangfeng standing in the center of the arena with awe in their eyes. The eyes of the warlocks from the Western world focused on Kresno and the other supreme geniuses. Kresno and the other supreme geniuses from the Western world are silent as they quietly watch Yangfeng in the arena. They have no intention of fighting him. Ol and Almas are freakish geniuses who stood out from the trillions of people of the Western world's 3 warlock dynasties and have formed a virtual world in the Starry Sky warlock realm. With just quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base, they can already display terrifying power to contend against advanced moonlight warlock rank powerhouses with the help of secret treasures. For Yangfeng to defeat these 2 freakish warlock geniuses with a single punch naturally left the supreme geniuses from the Western world apprehensive. Why isn't anyone going up? There are so many warlock geniuses from the Brest dynasty, the Bajor dynasty, and the Kader dynasty. Is there no one who has the courage to go up and fight our Great Cloud dynasty's Yangfeng? Just now, all of you were flaunting your prowess here. I thought you were strong. It turns out that you're just a bunch of bullies. Do you see that? This is the strongest genius of our Great Cloud dynasty. If you have the ability, go and defeat him. Just a moment ago, I don't know who said that in his eyes, Yangfeng was like a clay chicken or a pottery dog. Now that that useless person was in the arena, why didn't anyone dare to go up? The warlock geniuses of the 3 great dynasties only have good mouths. Mockery and ridicule came from the warlock geniuses of the Great Cloud dynasty. Not long ago, after Angelico easily defeated Yuan Yang in the arena, the warlocks from the Western world ridiculed the warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty. Now that they have this opportunity, the warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty naturally won't miss it. The figure of a blonde warlock with a tall and sturdy figure shook slightly, and at once appeared in the center of the arena. The blonde, burly warlock shouted, "Western World's Brest Dynasty's 5 Rings Red Tower's Culford is here to fight you." 5 Rings Red Tower was a powerful warlock group in the Brest Dynasty that wasn't inferior to the Battle Demon sect. Culford was the number 1 Starry Sky warlock rank genius of 5 Rings Red Tower. Yangfeng said flatly, "Please." Culford silently chanted an incantation and pointed his finger. A level 6 secret treasure, the giant's skin, engraved with strange runes and made of the skin of an unknown extraordinary creature, suddenly flew out and covered his body. A queer light shone, and a 100-meter-tall giant engraved with queer runes and shrouded in a gale appeared in the arena and exuded junior moonlight warlock rank might. Wind giant. That's a wind giant that can manipulate wind elemental particles. Wind giants can manipulate wind elemental particles. They don't have the weakness of ordinary giants. But a mere junior moonlight warlock rank wind giant isn't Yangfeng's opponent. What the hell is Culford thinking? A trifling wind giant can't be that monster's opponent. When the warlocks around the arena saw Culford transform into a wind giant, they commented spiritedly. The wind giant Culford transformed into was a bit weaker than the ancient gold dragon transformed into by Achilles. Although this wind giant could defeat more than 90% of the warlock geniuses in the lobby, but compared to Yangfeng, wasn't worth mentioning. When the wind giant completed its transformation, it was suddenly enveloped in a gale and rushed towards Yang Feng with a tyrannical aura. Too slow. The wind giant had just moved when Yang Feng strangely appeared in front of it and slammed a fist into it. A vast and terrifying force slammed into the wind giant's abdomen in an instant, and the 100-meter-tall wind giant turned into a stream of light and slammed into the barrier of the arena. It spewed out an arrow of blood, slid down powerlessly, and collapsed on the ground, unable to budge. The wind giant dispelled its transformation and revealed Culford's human form. He coughed for a while and spewed out an arrow of blood, and then said with a pained expression, "I concede." Sure enough, he was insta-killed. It can't be helped. Yang Feng is too strong. One-on-one, apart from Almas and them, no one can withstand a full blow from him using secret treasures. The warlocks around the arena showed, and as expected, look in their eyes, and they commented spiritedly. They looked towards the 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world. For an expert who formed a virtual world like Yang Feng, taking turns to wear him down was meaningless. Unless it was an expert on par with Yang Feng, and they fought him with all their strength, Yang Feng would be injured and consume a great deal of power. Otherwise, after each battle, Yang Feng could absorb a trace of world force from the virtual world inside him and recover all his consumption. Krasno took a deep look at Yang Feng, then turned around and walked towards the interior of the Hidden Dragon Hotel. Most of the warlocks from the Brest dynasty followed Krasno into the depths of the Hidden Dragon Hotel. No matter how the warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty provoked them, they didn't reply. Angelico took a deep look at Yang Feng, and then silently led the warlock from the Bajor dynasty into the Hidden Dragon Hotel. The geniuses of the Kader dynasty also silently followed the 4 supreme geniuses into the depths of the Hidden Dragon Hotel. After Yang Feng saw the top supreme geniuses of the 3 warlock dynasties leave, his figure shook slightly, and he also left the arena. Except for the top supreme geniuses of the 3 warlock dynasties, the ordinary warlocks from the Western world were not Yang Feng's opponents, and defeating them was meaningless. Yang Feng, do you still remember me? Yang Feng had just returned to the demonic fighting sect's camp when a voice sounded. Yang Feng turned his head, showed a smile at once, and greeted the person enthusiastically. Kong Feng Ao, it's you. Long time no see. At the time when Yang Feng dominated a part of the Tyrannid subcontinent, it was Kong Feng Ao who guided him to the Great Cloud dynasty and gave him a lot of help. If Yang Feng had stayed in the Tyrannid subcontinent at that time, then his current strength would not be so formidable. Kong Feng Ao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He followed Yang Feng to the demonic fighting sect and the Bright Moon School's camp, and was introduced to the disciples of the demonic fighting sect and the Bright Moon School by Yang Feng. After Yang Feng left, many warlock geniuses from the Western world and the Eastern world started fighting in the arena. Just now, when the geniuses ridiculed and provoked each other, the warlock geniuses were extremely arrogant. After a few words, they became even angrier and then entered the arena to exchange pointers. Without the supreme geniuses like Yang Feng, Yuan Yang, and Almas, the fights between the other warlocks did not attract much attention. In the lobby, everyone returned to their seats. The warlock geniuses of the Great Cloud dynasty's 10 great sects and 8 great families also sat in different places according to their relationship. Yang Feng, Zhang Han Han, Zhu Yifan, Zhou Feng, Kong Feng Ao, Wang Shulan, Zhang Jiqiao, and Zhang Tiantian also sat around a big table. Wang Shulan, Zhang Jiqiao, and Zhang Tiantian were personal disciples of the Bright Moon School's 3 great elders, and their status was the same as that of Yang Feng and the others. As for Kong Feng Ao, he originally didn't have the qualifications to sit here, but since he was Yang Feng's friend, he also obtained the qualifications. A handsome young man dressed in a white scholarly attire with his hair tied up in a bun, exuding the temperament of a descendant of an aristocratic family, walked over with a gentle smile on his face and said courteously, "I am Song Zishi, and this is my good friend Jiang Exan." I wonder if I can make the acquaintance of senior disciple brothers and sisters from the demonic fighting sect and the Bright Moon School. Beside Song Zishi stood a peerless beauty with long black waterfall-like hair, a fiery and tender body comparable to that of Western warlocks, an extremely exquisite appearance, and the temperament of an iceberg. She was Jiang Xin, the daughter of one of the 8 great clans. Wang Shulan smiled slightly and said very enthusiastically, "So it's Song Zishi of the Song family and Jiang Xin of the Jiang family. I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance. Please take a seat." As disciples of prestigious righteous sects, Wang Shulan and the others made friends. Song Zishi and Jiang Xin were peerless geniuses of the 8 great families, so they were qualified to become friends with them. Chapter 541. 2 days later, in the center of the Time City's hidden dragon temple, in a huge square that can accommodate more than 100,000 people, warlocks from the Eastern world and the Western world gathered. On a dais in the huge square, there are 12 chairs, each of which is occupied by a Bright World warlock rank powerhouse. The Great Cloud Dynasty, the Breast Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Kader Dynasty are powerful dynasties of the same rank. Even though the Great Cloud Dynasty is much stronger than any of the other 3 dynasties, but it still only has 3 chairs. Above the dais, there's a palace that is difficult to see with the naked eye suspended in the air. That is the Time City's floating palace. Inside the floating palace, there are several infinity warlocks sitting. The warlock geniuses of countless forces from the Eastern world and the Western world are gathered in the Time City. If all the warlock geniuses here die, it will be a big blow to the warlock groups from the Eastern world and the Western world. It is for this reason that the Western world and the Eastern world have sent infinity warlocks to guard this place. The infinity warlocks won't bat an eye no matter how many ordinary warlock geniuses die. However, the death of outrageous geniuses like Cresno and Angelico is a huge loss to a major force. With their talent, as long as they don't die, they can grow into glorious sun warlocks or above in the future. For a force, every glorious sun warlock or above powerhouse is an extremely important and precious fighting force. Many places need to be guarded by enough people in order to be completely occupied and obtain a steady stream of resources. Although infinity warlocks are extremely powerful, but they also have their own things to do. If it's just them, they won't be able to take care of everything and control a huge force. At noon, a Bright World warlock dressed in a green warlock robe, holding a huge mirror-like secret treasure in his hand, silently recited an incantation and pointed it at the sky. An incomparably resplendent black light shot out from the demonic mirror, transforming into a black pillar of light that soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. As soon as the black pillar of light entered the clouds, it immediately set off waves of strange ripples in the air. A huge star suddenly appeared in the void, completely blocking the sunlight and appearing in front of everyone's eyes. Yang Feng looked at the huge, celestial body in the sky, and shock welled up in his heart. How extravagant to refine a celestial body into a venue for the battle for the Key of Time. Sure enough, the most powerful warlocks can pluck the stars and the moon and refine a plane. The Bright World warlock in a green warlock robe silently recited an incantation, and a magic mirror in his hand suddenly released brilliant light that enveloped Yang Feng in them. Illuminated by the resplendent light, Yang Feng and his party blurred and disappeared. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he found himself in a world with verdant hills and limpid waters. There were all kinds of precious, extraordinary plants growing everywhere, and the air was rich in life magic energy. Yang Feng stepped on the ground and exerted a bit of force, leaving a footprint on the ground. The density of this world is the same as that of the Tsangji Plains continent. The density of a world is different, and so is the power that can bear a fight between powerhouses. A subcontinent like the Tarandit subcontinent is the least densely populated part of the Tsangji Plains continent. A fight between infinity warlocks is enough to split the Tarandit subcontinent into pieces and sink it. In low-grade planes such as Grade 9 planes, battles between glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses are enough to cause landslides, collapse continents, and sink continents of low-grade planes. It is because of this that the plane origin of low-level planes has restrictions on the strength of life forms of the plane, making it impossible for them to break through a certain limit. This is the self-protection mechanism of the plane origin at work. Only the Sanji Plane's main world can withstand a battle between Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, so that the continent won't collapse from the fight between Warlock Emperor rank experts. There is a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. It's a pity that we can't use Assembly's secret treasures. Otherwise, we would be able to gather everyone now. Assembly's secret treasures are secret treasures that can gather everyone when exploring a secret realm where random teleportation will occur. Such secret treasures are forbidden to be used in secret realms. If such secret treasures can be used, then rogue cultivators will have almost no chance to make a name for themselves. Warlock geniuses backed by major forces are much stronger than rogue cultivators to begin with. If they gather together to form a force, rogue warlocks will have no chance. At the Time Lord wanted to cultivate human warlock geniuses of the younger generation, not those from major warlock groups, which is why he set such a restriction. Yang Feng, that's Yang Feng. Run. When the warlocks who were randomly teleported to a place not far from Yang Feng saw him, their faces changed dramatically, and they cast secret methods to escape in different directions. Once you enter this secret realm, everyone is an enemy. Everyone is shrouded in a magic barrier. Once the magic barrier is broken, you will be teleported out of the secret realm immediately. The warlock geniuses who are eager to obtain the Key of Time are naturally unwilling to be sent out by Yang Feng at the beginning. Yang Feng smiled, looked up, and trod on air, step by step, towards the sky. This is the limit. After all, this isn't the real world. When Yang Feng flew to an altitude of 3,000 meters, he felt a powerful magic barrier in the sky, preventing him from continuing to fly higher. Although this world looks no different from an ordinary world, but after all, it is a celestial body that has been refined by alchemy. In this celestial body, many phenomena are different from the real world. Yang Feng opened his eyes and operated the transcendent pupils. Countless runes appeared in his eyes and formed a pair of heart-shaking gold pupils. Thanks to the gaze of the transcendent pupils, the scenes within 1,000 kilometers of Yang Feng's eyes were captured. Not long after, a beam of light rose into the sky. Within the beam of light, there is a resplendent brilliance suspended. Inside the brilliance, there is a secret treasure in the form of a key inscribed with runes containing the mysteries of time. The Key of Time. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he took a step forward, entered space, and shuttled through one space after another towards the Key of Time. By shuttling through different spaces, Yang Feng crossed a distance of 10 kilometers every time he passed through a spatial gate. As if a god walking in space, he walked towards the Key of Time. With Yang Feng's current understanding of the law of space, a distance of 10 kilometers is already the limit for a spatial gate. After he promotes to an infinity warlock, he will be able to use the law of space to cross a distance of more than 10,000 kilometers through a spatial gate. Yang Feng. It's him. It's Yang Feng. When the warlocks around the Key of Time saw Yang Feng, their countenance changed dramatically. Many people clenched their teeth and fled into the distance. There are still some who are unwilling to give up and continue to fly towards the Key of Time. Spatial disorder. All of a sudden, streaks of space disruption spell flew into the sky from hidden forest. Under the interference of the spatial disorder, the surrounding space became chaotic, the void distorted, and Yang Feng was forced to appear in the void. He glanced at the hidden forest below, and a cold ray streaked past his eyes. He spread the fingers of a hand, and wind blades formed from 9 revolutions. Divine wind suddenly erupted and slashed toward the forest below. Stop! Yang Feng, I am Chunyu of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Chen family. We are both warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty. You can't do this to me. A roar of shock and anger came from the forest below, and a quasi-moonlight warlock flew out of the forest. A level 5 secret treasure in the form of a gold shield floated above the quasi-moonlight warlock and resisted the violent 9 revolutions divine wind. There was a flash of indifference in Yangfeng's eyes, and he pointed with a finger, and the wind blades formed from the 9 revolutions divine wind instantly formed a large wind blade that slashed at the gold shield and cut it in two. Chunyu issued a heart-wrenching scream. No, my gold glory shield. A level 5 secret treasure defensive shield is extremely important for Starry Sky Warlocks. Yangfeng destroying Chun Yu's gold glory shield is equivalent to cutting off one of his arms. After the 9 revolutions divine wind cut through Chun Yu's golden glory shield, it took the opportunity to cut his body. A transparent membrane suddenly appeared and wrapped Chun Yu up, teleporting him out of the secret realm. Yangfeng grabbed the wreckage of the secret treasure gold glory shield, threw it into a storage ring, and flew towards the Key of Time. When the rest of the warlocks saw how fierce Yangfeng was, their faces changed dramatically, and they scattered, no longer daring to cast spells to stop Yangfeng. Yangfeng silently recited an incantation, and the 9 revolutions divine wind formed a pair of wings of wind behind him. With a flap of the wings of wind, a violent wind enveloped him, and he flew towards the Key of Time. At this moment, more than a dozen warlocks flew around the Key of Time and cast elemental spells, blood meridian metamorphosis, extraordinary plants, extraordinary life forms, and other spells. A dozen warlocks unleashed their own means and frantically fought over the Key of Time. Yangfeng is here. A voice suddenly sounded around the Key of Time, and the faces of the warlocks fighting suddenly flickered. They looked into the distance and saw Yangfeng riding a gust of wind flying towards them like a demon god. Chapter 542. Damn it, it's him. It's Yangfeng. The complexions of the dozen-plus warlocks changed dramatically, and their eyes filled with apprehension as they looked at Yangfeng flying over from afar. Without hesitation, 3 warlocks broke away from the battle and fled into the distance. A warlock suggested, "Let's first join forces to break the magic barrier of the Key of Time, and then compete for the Key of Time. Otherwise, we won't stand a chance against Yangfeng." The Key of Time is shrouded in a magic barrier, which is comparable to a level 6 defensive spell. However, the magic barrier doesn't have a steady stream of life force provided by Moonlight Warlocks. Even Starry Sky Warlocks can wear down the magic barrier through continuous attacks and eventually break it. Okay, let's do that. The remaining dozen or so warlocks also nodded slightly, agreeing with this warlock's proposal. They are all very smart people. After thinking for a while, they realize that they can't compete with Yangfeng on their own. Only by joining forces will they have a chance of winning. It's a good plan, but unfortunately, you're too weak. Spatial ripples surged around the dozen-plus warlocks, and spatial mirrors suddenly appeared and easily pulled the dozen-plus warlocks into the spatial mirrors. The space around Yangfeng rippled, and more than a dozen warlocks flew out of spatial mirrors that strangely appeared around him. Berserk wind blades formed from 9 revolutions. Divine wind swept towards the dozen-plus warlocks. Slashed by the berserk wind blades, the life force fields around the dozen-plus warlocks were shredded, and then they were teleported out of the secret realm. What a scary guy. Only when you really face him can you feel how scary he is. What a monster. When the warlocks peeking from the sidelines saw this scene, they felt a slight chill in their hearts, inhaled a mouthful of cold air, and fled in different directions. There are 108 keys a time. They don't want to be driven out of the secret realm by Yangfeng now. It feels good to be strong. The corners of Yangfeng's mouth rose into a smile. If not for his tyrannical strength, he would have to deal with the continuous sneak attacks of the warlocks. But now, as long as he appeared, those warlocks would retreat, not daring to fight him. Yangfeng looked up at the Key of Time, shrouded in a barrier of light, and punched the barrier of light. The barrier of light shattered, and Yang Feng grabbed the key of time. This is the key of time? The key of time contains the mysteries of the laws of time. When Yang Feng grabbed the key of time, he immediately felt a trace of the law of time flowing inside the key of time. If he hadn't studied the time text for a period of time, he would have noticed that the key of time contains the mysteries of the law of time. Yang Feng's eyes blossomed with a scorching light. Getting more keys of time will be of great benefit to my comprehension of the time text. The law of time was the most profound and incomprehensible law in the world, and it was even far superior to the law of space. In the countless years of research of the Zhangji Plains human warlocks, only the Time Lord has mastered the strongest secret method of time. In the era of the First Warlock Dynasty, there were countless human warlock supreme geniuses. Each of the 12 Holy Step Holy Spirit warlocks was extremely powerful. Even the 8th Warlock Dynasty's Dawn Lord may not be the opponent of the 12 Holy Step Holy Spirit warlocks. Before the Time Lord became a Warlock Emperor, his physique, alchemy, spirit force, and life force didn't hold any advantage over the 12 Holy Step Holy Spirit warlocks, and he was even at a disadvantage. However, the law of time was extremely mysterious. By relying on the mysteries of the time text, the Time Lord suppressed everyone and became the first human warlock emperor of the Zhangji Plain, becoming unparalleled in the world. After the death of the Time Lord, several human supreme geniuses of the Zhangji Plain comprehended the law of time from the time text and became almost invincible in the same rank. Yang Feng didn't comprehend the time text in order to fully master this secret method, but hoped to master a way to counter it by studying this secret method. If Yang Feng didn't know anything about the secret method of time, then he would be at a disadvantage against the user of this secret method in the future. Katrina was far weaker than Yang Feng, but she still almost defeated him because of the power and strangeness of the Warlock's secret method. Yang Feng flew into the sky with the key of time in his hand and unleashed the transcendent pupils to search for traces of the key of time. Suspended high in the sky, Cornell was surrounded by flickering stars that evolved into a world of stars, and boundless moonlight warlock rank might spread from him. Countless profound runes flashed in Cornell's eyes, and wisps of wisdom diffused from his eyes, making him look like an omnipotent transcendent full of wisdom. He stretched out his hand and pointed. Rays of starlight shot out in all directions. A ray of light shone, and Angelico flew over from afar following the guidance of the starlight. He came to Cornell's side, looked at the starry world, and exclaimed in admiration, "Bajor astrology is really one of the most wonderful and mysterious secret methods. It can even be used in such a secret realm." Not long after, the Bajor warlock with a bare upper body engraved with strange runes flew over from afar and landed beside Cornell. After a while, Cresno and the other 3 supreme geniuses from the Brest dynasty, as well as Ol and the other 3 supreme geniuses from the Cater dynasty, were drawn here by the starlight. Although Almas, Ol, Angelico, and Katrina were seriously injured by Yang Feng at first, but within the past 2 days, they have recovered about 80% of their strength. After all, it wasn't a life and death battle in the arena, so Yang Feng didn't act ruthlessly. Otherwise, even if the 4 of them were lucky enough to escape, their soul origin would be damaged, and they wouldn't be able to recover in 2 days. The Cater dynasty's expert Brea, who had long silver hair and exuded a monarch's temperament, took a deep look at Cornell and said unhurriedly, "Bajor astrology is really extraordinary." A peculiar glint streaked past the eyes of the other supreme geniuses, and they took a deep look at Cornell as well. In fact, astrology was a branch of divination warlocks. Their battle prowess was very high, and the most frightening thing was that they could peer into the past and use countless materials to make predictions about the future. The past had already been determined and could not be changed. The future had countless branches. Some future branches could be changed, but the main branch of the river of the future was unshakable. Divination warlocks, like astrology warlocks, could peer into the future, which allowed them to seek good fortune and avoid calamity according to the evolution of the future. They were extremely difficult to kill, and at the same time, they reaped great benefits. Divination warlocks who practiced astrology had two weaknesses. The first was that they were a bit weaker than supreme geniuses of the same rank in terms of battle prowess. The second weakness was that whether it was peeking into the past or the future, it required a huge amount of resources and the lifespan of the caster. Therefore, these divination warlocks who practice astrology are basically short-lived ghosts. The fourth warlock dynasty's Star Lord didn't break the destiny of divination warlocks. He only ruled the fourth warlock dynasty for thousands of years before he died. He was the shortest-lived human warlock emperor. Even so, being enemies with a living divination warlock is also a very troublesome matter. Because as soon as a warlock with the prophecy system encountered danger, they would feel a sense of alarm. It was very difficult to force them into a situation of certain death. Cresno said solemnly, "Have you found Yangfeng's traces?" These supreme geniuses from the Western world were all proud and arrogant. Originally, they wouldn't act together. But in order to defeat Yangfeng, these supreme geniuses from the Western world finally put aside their pride and joined forces. Cornell's eyes flickered with runes formed from starlight, and he said indifferently, "I have found Yangfeng. He is in this direction, 9,000 kilometers away. I will be here, guiding you with the light of the stars." Brea's eyes shimmered with a gloomy gleam, and he uttered unhurriedly, "The 10 of us besiege Yangfeng. Even if we win, it will be a disgrace." Brea, Cresno, and the other 11 experts were peerless, supreme geniuses of the Western world's 3 warlock dynasties who have formed a virtual world in the starry sky warlock realm. Each of them had their own pride, and they disdained to besiege others. But Yangfeng's strength was simply despair-inducing. Brea and the others had no choice but to abandon their pride and gather together to besiege Yangfeng. The Time Sky City was a place where the Time Lord cultivated the young generation of warlock geniuses. Every warlock genius who could enter the Time Sky City would obtain tremendous benefits. Yangfeng was already so strong that he was virtually invincible in the same rank. Brea and the other supreme geniuses didn't allow him to continue to grow. Otherwise, the gap in strength between them and Yangfeng would only widen in the future. Cresno's eyes flashed with determination, and he uttered, "There is a proverb in the Eastern world, the winner is king and the loser is a bandit. As long as we win and enter the Time Sky City, the gap between us will only widen. Besides, we're doing this for the Western world. A monster like Yangfeng must not be allowed to grow. Otherwise, the Western world will once again be shrouded in the shadow of the Eastern world." Under the leadership of the Dawn Lord, the Western world finally escaped from the shadow of the Eastern world. We must not return to the era when the Eastern world controlled everything. Chapter 543. Before the emergence of the Dawn Lord, the Eastern world's human warlocks were the rulers of the Tsangji Plain. If the Western world hadn't given birth to several great holy steppe powerhouses and followed the 7 warlock emperors and made outstanding contributions, it would have been annexed a long time ago. Even so, in the era of the 7 warlock dynasties, the Eastern world's human warlocks were extremely proud. Many people called the Western world's human warlocks barbarians. This contempt made the Western world's human warlocks very dissatisfied. However, in the era of the 7 warlock dynasties, the Eastern world's human warlocks were extremely brilliant. They occupied countless planes, grasped countless secret methods, and grasped endless resources. The Western world's human warlocks could only endure. The emergence of the Dawn Lord allowed the Western world to develop rapidly and suppress the Eastern world's human warlocks. After the collapse of the Dawn Dynasty, the Western world's 3 dynasties, which have been divided into 3, are still far stronger than the Great Cloud Dynasty. This is all thanks to the Dawn Lord. Although the Western world's human warlocks will join forces with the Eastern world's human warlocks to resist the attacks of powerhouses from other planes, but they are absolutely unwilling to see the birth of a warlock emperor rank powerhouse in the Eastern world. After listening to Kresno's words, the supreme geniuses from the Western world fell silent and then nodded. If Yangfeng was only a little stronger than any of them, they wouldn't have made such a decision. Instead, they would rely on their own strength and efforts to find a way to surpass Yangfeng. But the strength Yangfeng displayed far exceeded that of the Western world's supreme geniuses, so they made the decision to contain Yangfeng. He's in this direction. The starlight turned into an arrowhead and flew towards Yangfeng. The figures of the 10 warlocks from the Western world fluttered, and they cast secret methods and turned into streams of light flying into the distance. Good luck. Looking into the distance, runes formed from starlight flashed in Cornell's eyes, and he frowned slightly. A look of worry flashed on his face, and he sighed slowly. I hope you can defeat that unimaginable monster. Yangfeng, who easily seized the 5th key of time, suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Oh, they're here? 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world are here. Interesting, really interesting. This way it won't be boring. In the Time City Competition Assembly, only Yi Yuanyang, the Saint Demon Sect's Holy Son, Kresno, and other geniuses who have formed a virtual world are qualified to fight Yangfeng. In Yangfeng's eyes, the rest of the warlock geniuses couldn't withstand a single blow and could be defeated at will. In the floating palace, there is a human infinity warlock sitting on a chair. If an infinity warlock goes to another plane, they can easily dominate a plane and rival strong divine force rank gods. Powerful life force fields diffused from the infinity warlocks, interwove and collided with each other, formed strange phenomena, and then disappeared. There are a total of 10 infinity warlocks sitting in the floating palace. 4 of them are from the Great Cloud Dynasty, and the other 6 are from the Western world's 3 dynasties. Although the 10 infinity warlocks haven't fought, but their life force fields interwove and collided with each other, forming all kinds of strange phenomena. If it wasn't for the powerful purification force field in the floating palace, the life force they emitted would be able to kill all life forms below the level. 1 warlock rank in an area 1,000 kilometers in radius. If an infinity warlock rank powerhouse wants to, they can easily blow up a grade 9 plane and kill countless life forms in it. They are such terrifying existences. The infinity warlocks releasing their life force fields without concealment is a kind of test for other infinity warlocks. Some newly promoted infinity warlocks can't accurately control their life force fields, and their life force fields will be suppressed by other infinity warlocks. The suppressed infinity warlocks are like soft persimmons among infinity warlocks and will fall into a disadvantageous position. The life force fields of the 10 infinity warlocks interwove and intertwined, carrying out a battle that ordinary people can't imagine. Yet the outcome of the battle has yet to be decided. Clearly, the 10 infinity warlocks aren't soft persimmons. Without fighting for real, there is no way to decide the outcome of the battle. A man dressed in a scarlet-red robe looked at a huge crystal ball and snorted coldly. 10 people actually ganging up on one person. Is this how the Brest, Bajor, and Cater dynasties do things? You've disgraced the warlocks. The huge crystal ball is a special crystal ball. Through the crystal ball, the infinity warlocks can clearly see the entire scene in the competition. The scene of the 10 warlock supreme geniuses from the Western world besieging Yangfeng was naturally seen by the infinity warlocks. In the lobby of the Hidden Dragon Temple Hotel, although the infinity warlocks weren't present, but the battle between Yangfeng and Angelico couldn't be hidden from them. Seeing the 10 warlock supreme geniuses from the Western world besieging Yangfeng, there was a flash of embarrassment in the eyes of the infinity warlocks of the 3 dynasties. A white-haired infinity warlock of the Brest dynasty, who looks like a sage, said lightly, Jean Yuele, this is just a spar between the younger generation. Fighting with numbers is a tactic in war. They know how to gather their strength to fight the enemy. I can only praise them for their intelligence. When we human warlocks fight powerful enemies from other planes, don't we often join forces to defeat them? that Sangji Plains human warlocks are best at fighting together. With the help of secret treasures, several pinnacle bright world warlock rank powerhouses can even contend against a weaker junior infinity warlock rank freak. In the history of the Sangji Plain, human warlocks have often joined forces and used secret treasures to defeat and seal many powerful existences. Zhang Yuelei's eyes flashed with anger, and he said coldly, "Barbosa, you're twisting words and forcing logic. This competition is a trial run by the Time Lord to select the geniuses of the younger generation. This isn't a war with other races. In war, you can use any means, but in a trial run, fighting with numbers is too despicable." Among the 4 infinity warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty, a handsome man dressed in a green warlock robe, with 2 strokes of mustache above his lips, said lightly, "Zhang Yuelei, Barbosa is right. In this competition, there are no restrictions on joining forces. Fighting together is the foundation for us human warlocks to defeat powerful existences from other planes." Zhang Yuelei's face sank, and he said coldly, "Yi Xuanlong, why are you speaking up for them?" Yi Xuanlong's gaze swept the crystal ball, and a cold ray streaked past his eyes, and he said flatly, "I'm just telling the truth." Inside the secret realm, Yang Feng operated the Battle Demon's secret method, and a set of white Battle Demon armor quickly covered his body. Then he pinched the ruler magic cube, and the ruler armor quickly covered his body. Kresno, Almas, and the other 11 supreme geniuses are quasi-moonlight warlocks who formed a virtual world. Their fighting strength is astonishing. Without the help of secret treasures, even someone as strong as Yang Feng will be defeated by them if he isn't careful. After equipping the ruler armor, Yang Feng operated the law of space, took a step, and stepped into a spatial gate. A spatial ripple surged beside Ol, and Yang Feng flew out of the spatial gate and slammed a fist into Ol. A strange membrane enveloped Ol and instantly teleported him out of the secret realm. Primal Chaos Finger. Yang Feng pointed with a finger at Almas, and a distorted beam containing the aura of primal chaos and annihilation shot out of his finger and stabbed Almas in the head. A strange membrane instantly devoured Almas and teleported him out of the secret realm. Both Ol and Almas were seriously injured by Yang Feng not long ago. They haven't recovered their full strength yet, which is why they were killed by Yang Feng's surprise attack. 9 Revolutions, Divine Wind. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and violent 9 Revolutions Divine Wind turned into fearsome wind blades containing the law of wind that slashed towards the remaining 8 supreme geniuses. Eternal Holy Armor. Kresno silently chanted an incantation and pointed a finger. Rays of incomparably resplendent light enveloped his body, condensing into an eternal holy armor that covered his entire body. The Eternal Holy Armor is one of the strongest defensive secret methods of the Hall of Eternity. In terms of defensive power alone, it is above the Battle Demon secret method. Moreover, the Eternal Holy Armor can protect the soul of the caster and resist various illusions and soul attacks. In this respect, it is far superior to the Battle Demon secret method. However, the Eternal Holy Armor doesn't have the heaven-defying effect of the Battle Demon's secret method. When a 9 Revolutions Divine Wind slashed Kresno's Eternal Holy Armor, they collapsed, unable to injure him. Katrina's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Then her figure fluttered, and she collapsed and disappeared, as if she disappeared from this space. Extraordinary Courtyard. The eyes of Bruzoni from the Brest Dynasty's Warlock Group Green Sea Forest shimmered coldly, and he silently recited an incantation, took out a wooden secret treasure engraved with countless mysterious runes, and pressed it against his heart. Countless dazzling green lights suddenly shone and formed a courtyard filled with countless strange and mysterious extraordinary plants in the void. An extraordinary plant wind, stabilizing chrysanthemum bloomed, and its petals fluttered in the wind. The petals of the wind, stabilizing chrysanthemum curled up, and the 9 Revolutions Divine Wind collapsed, and the wind elemental force inside was absorbed by the wind-stabilizing chrysanthemum. Chapter 544. Chapiko, a warlock from the Bajor dynasty's dark demonic mountain, who is engraved with queer runes and has a bare upper body, silently recited an incantation and swallowed a secret treasure evil ogre monarch bead. Light shone, and he turned into a 500-meter-tall evil ogre monarch engraved with queer runes, exuding an ancient aura, a green face, 2 horns, and advanced moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. When the 9 revolutions divine wind turned into a wind blade, it cut open the evil ogre monarch's skin, and blood flowed out of the evil ogre monarch's body and scattered on the ground. A black aura swept out, and the injuries on the evil spirit king's body instantly healed. There were no traces of injury on his body. When Angelico released the Truth Empyrean imprint, the surrounding space distorted, and the wind blades entered the distorted space and disappeared. The warlock genius Correa from the Cater dynasty's elemental hand, with long crimson hair and an unruly expression, pointed with the level 6 secret treasure flames scepter in his hand, and elemental flames containing the law of fire gushed out and purified the 9 revolutions divine wind. At the same time, the elemental flames turned into a fire dragon that swept towards Yangfeng. Elemental warlocks specialize in elemental spells. Elemental spells can mobilize the various elemental forces of heaven and earth and erupt with elemental spells that are 10 times or even dozens of times more powerful than the caster. They're among the warlocks with the strongest offensive power. In terms of destructive power alone, they even exceed bloodline warlocks by far. The black-haired, green-eyed warlock hybrid beauty from the Cater dynasty's warlock group, 6-star, Circle and Lin, took out a secret treasure, Sea God Trident. The law of water surged, and endless seawater suddenly surrounded her and formed a sea world. When the 9 revolutions divine wind blades slashed into the sea world, they cut open a large area of the sea water and then collapsed and dissipated. Brea, who came from the Immortal Hall, held a level 6 secret treasure, Dawnlight Scepter. A sacred and powerful aura emanated from his body. Light of dawn shot out from the Dawn Scepter and, as if it can purify all filth and evil in the world, shone on the wind blades. In the light of dawn, the wind blades formed from the 9 revolutions divine wind collapsed in an instant. In an instant, the 8 warlock supreme geniuses easily shattered the 9 revolutions divine wind Yangfeng cast. At the same time, elemental flames slammed into Yangfeng in a flash. Black whirlpools appeared in front of Yangfeng and sucked the elemental flames that can burn moonlight warlocks to ashes into the small world inside him. Countless devourers turned into a black swarm of mechanical bugs and pounced towards the elemental flames, devouring them frantically. Soon the elemental flames were devoured and converted into high-energy crystals. Yangfeng's figure shook, and he instantly appeared in front of Angelico and Angelo in red flames. Punches devoured insect, giant gourd, flame sorry. Fire Angelo. Translated Horn and Lin Continent Realm Editor and Spirits suddenly and Magid and Invenade warped. Yang Red, a Yang Demon Saint God. Suddenly, a transparent membrane appeared, wrapped around Angelico, and teleported him out of the secret realm. When Yangfeng saw Angelico disappear, he revealed a smile, got rid of a troublesome guy. Angelico's Truth Empyrean imprint can freely manipulate the power and innate abilities of the 9 transcendents. In a one-on-one fight, Yangfeng isn't afraid. But in a group fight, even if he is injured, his threat to Yangfeng is second only to Cresno and Brea. Dying. Chapiko's incarnation of the evil ogre monarch opened his maw, and a black beam containing the law of evil ogre shot towards Yangfeng. Void ancient vine. A cold look in his eyes, Bruzoni silently recited an incantation. An extraordinary plant, void ancient, vines suddenly flew out, pierced into the void, and sealed the space. Void chains invisible to the naked eye suddenly appeared around Yangfeng. Even if a Moonlight Warlock wants to destroy the void chains, it will take them a split second. That split second is enough for the evil Ogre Monarch's all-out attack to hit the target. Yangfeng extended his right hand, and a huge black whirlpool suddenly appeared and swallowed the black beam fired by the evil Ogre Monarch in an instant, and then sent it into his small world. After all, the evil Ogre Monarch was an advanced Moonlight Warlock rank extraordinary life form. Even with the ruler armor and the battle demon armor weakening most of its power, but it still injured Yangfeng a little. The black beam fired by the evil Ogre Monarch slammed into Yangfeng's small world, sent the Devourers rushing at him flying, and finally slammed into the world ring. The world ring trembled slightly, and then collapsed, and the remaining power was devoured by the Devourers. Yangfeng's figure fluttered, and he slammed into the void chains like a meteor. Countless sharp blades ejected from the ruler armor and cut the void chains, and he flew towards the evil Ogre Monarch like a meteor. Absolute freeze. Lin's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she pointed at Yangfeng with the sea god trident. A blue aura containing the law of ice surged out of the sea god trident. The blue aura faintly carried a trace of the terrifying aura of an ancient god, as if the ancient god that controlled the law of ice was slowly awakening and releasing a trace of his aura. Wherever the blue aura passed, everything would be frozen into ice. It was as if a long road of ice and snow extended towards Yangfeng. Yangfeng didn't pay any attention to the blue aura. When the blue aura approached him, huge whirlpools suddenly appeared and attempted to devour it. When the blue aura hit the huge whirlpool, it froze together with Yangfeng. Shit, my judgment was wrong. The power of absolute freeze unleashed by Lin is too strong. It exceeds the limit of my devour transmission. A terrifying ice-cold aura continued to extend, as if wanting to freeze Yangfeng's soul, causing him to be slightly startled. Originally, Yangfeng planned to devour the blue aura, but the power of the blue aura exceeded his expectations by far. He miscalculated and was frozen. Eternal Holy Spear. Cresno pointed at Yangfeng with a level 6 secret treasure Eternal Holy Spear engraved with countless mysterious runes, and the Eternal Holy Spear turned into a stream of light stabbing towards Yangfeng. The Eternal Holy Spear art was a strange magic art that contained a trace of the law of karma. The execution of this magic art was extremely harsh, and cultivating it was also extremely difficult. But once it is launched, the Eternal Holy Spear will hit the enemy. No matter what evasive spells or spatial spells you use, you can't avoid the attack of the Eternal Holy Spear, because after the spell is launched, it is destined to hit the enemy. Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses who aren't proficient in the law of karma can't destroy this karma spell. 7-color Skyfire. All of a sudden, a violent 7-color Skyfire broke out. Wind, fire, water, and earth elemental particles rapidly transformed, and violent fire elemental particles entered the 7-color Skyfire. The 7-color Skyfire erupted in an instant and burned the ice encasing Yangfeng, and the violent law of fire burned a large hole in the ice. Lin was taken aback, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. What a scary guy. The virtual world inside him is so powerful. I'm afraid it's more than twice as powerful as my virtual world. Absolute Freeze is a powerful ice-type spell Lin released with the help of the secret treasure Sea God Trident. She is very confident that once an advanced Moonlight Warlock is sealed in ice, they won't be able to escape. But now, Yangfeng had forcibly broken this spell. Yangfeng's strength once again filled her heart with shock. Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist. Just after shattering the weird ice force, Yangfeng had to face the Eternal Holy Spear. His eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he frantically extracted World Force from the World Ring and sent a fist containing Primal Chaos and Annihilation barreling into the Eternal Holy Spear. primal chaos force erupted in an instant and sent the eternal holy spear flying. A huge bloody hole appeared on Yang Feng's right hand, and a steady stream of blood flowed out of the huge bloody hole and dripped to the ground. If it wasn't for the protection of the ruler armor and the battle demon armor, Yang Feng's right hand would have been pierced through and crippled. To break a karma spell like the eternal holy spear, you can only clash head-on and destroy or blast the eternal holy spear away with absolute power. Kressno was slightly shocked. To be able to blast my eternal holy spear away, amazing. Since Kressno cultivated the eternal holy spear, he has been able to inflict heavy damage to the enemy once he successfully cast the spell. He had never failed before, and this was the first time he had failed. After blasting away Kressno's eternal holy spear, Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and light shone, and thousands of starry sky rippers suddenly flew out and flew towards the remaining 7 Warlock Supreme Geniuses along with the rumbling of engines. Without the help of external forces, Yang Feng may really be defeated by the 7 Warlock Supreme Geniuses if he is careless. A bunch of ant-like mechanical golems. Elemental fire. Correa pointed at the starry sky rippers with the flame scepter in his hand, and elemental fire instantly split into countless fireballs barreling towards the starry sky rippers. Hit by the fireballs of elemental fire, the starry sky rippers burned wildly and exploded in midair. Chapter 545. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of Correa, who was casting a spell, and sent a lightning-like fist barreling towards him. "I've been waiting for you." Elemental Flame Storm. Correa smiled coldly and silently recited an incantation, and a flame storm constructed from elemental flames that could easily burn Moonlight Warlocks to ashes instantly appeared around him and engulfed Yang Feng. Correa didn't want to believe what happened next. When the flame storm that could easily burn Moonlight Warlocks to ashes landed on Yang Feng, it was swallowed by whirlpools and disappeared into Yang Feng's small world. Elemental Warlocks are indeed very strong, but unfortunately, I can restrain your power. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng silently recited in his heart and punched Correa in the head. A membrane suddenly appeared, wrapped around Correa, and teleported him away. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest again, and thousands of starry sky rippers flew out and turned into meteors shooting towards Kressno and the other 5 Supreme Geniuses. Unless the starry sky rippers numbered in the millions, it would be impossible to kill a Supreme Genius like Kressno. However, the thousands of starry sky rippers had the destructive power to destroy the life force field of these Supreme Geniuses, forcing them to go all out to destroy the starry sky rippers. Flame Flower. Bruzoni silently recited an incantation, and a 100-meter-long, extraordinary plant flame flower engraved with countless runes and burning with white flames opened its petals from the extraordinary courtyard. A pillar of fire shot out from the flame flower and swept towards the starry sky rippers. In the wake of the pillar of fire, a large number of starry sky rippers exploded. While the other Supreme Geniuses were fighting the starry sky rippers, Yang Feng's body blurred, and he appeared in front of Enlin. Sea Guardian. Enlin turned pale with fright and pointed at Yang Feng with the Sea God Trident, and endless sea water gushed out of the Sea God Trident and formed a huge sea. She was in the center of the sea, and a huge amount of water elemental particles formed one barrier after another. Primal Chaos Finger. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a beam of primal chaos and annihilation aura suddenly flew out and turned into a meteor barreling towards the evil ogre monarch transformed from Chapiko. The evil ogre monarch that Chapiko has transformed into was destroying the starry sky rippers. Caught off guard, the primal chaos finger hit him in the face, and a membrane wrapped around him and swept him out of the secret realm. What a terrifying fellow. His battle prowess was simply too heaven-defying. Looks like I can only use that move. Brea's heart shook when he saw this scene, and he silently chanted an incantation before spreading open his palm. A golden coin that was inscribed with countless profound runes suddenly flew out, and then countless runes condensed into chains that flew out from the golden coin. It was a peerlessly strange sight. When Yang Feng turned around and saw this scene, his face changed dramatically, and his eyes flashed with a dignified glint. The Hall of Immortality's most powerful sealing spell, Immortal Seal. Sealing was also a type of magic. Each of those sealing techniques was extremely strange. Once certain conditions were met, they would have the strange power to defeat the strong. Human warlocks use sealing techniques to defeat the strong, sealing many formidable and strange existences. Using sealing techniques, a dozen-plus Glorious Sun warlocks could even seal a Bright World warlock rank freak. The sealing technique was extremely powerful, but at the same time, there were great limitations to using this sealing technique. First, there weren't many human warlocks who could master sealing techniques. Second, to cast sealing techniques, you basically had to consume your soul origin force. Some top sealing techniques even had to burn your soul origin to be cast. If Brea burned his soul origin to cast a sealing technique, then even someone as strong as Yang Feng would find it difficult to resist. With a flick of his wrist, the level 7 secret treasure lightning all suddenly appeared in Yang Feng's hand, and a tremendous attractive force poured out of the lightning all and extracted the life force inside him. In less than a breath of time, the life force inside Yang Feng was almost drained by the level 7 secret treasure lightning all. Sure enough, level 7 secret treasures aren't something that I can use freely at present. Yang Feng clenched his teeth, and the world ring frantically extracted the power of the small world inside him and poured it into the level 7 secret treasure lightning all. Suddenly, the lightning all shone brightly. Countless bolts of lightning intertwined and danced like silver snakes. Thunder and lightning roared, and with a slight blur, it blasted towards Brea with endless lightning. Don't even think about it. Magic steel thorns. Bruzoni barked, and countless magic steel thorns, which were a dozen times harder than diamonds, extended from the extraordinary courtyard and formed a wall of thorns blocking in front of Brea. Shield of ice. Enlin pointed with the sea god trident into the distance, and a huge ice shield suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Brea. Holy shield. Kresnos silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a holy shield constructed from eternal light blocked in front of Brea. Elemental shield. Katrina also conjured a defensive spell to block in front of Brea. Accompanied by endless lightning, the lightning all slammed into the magic steel thorns and instantly tore them to shreds. Along the magic steel thorns, lightning force stabbed into Bruzoni's extraordinary courtyard and blasted the extraordinary courtyard to pieces, and countless extraordinary plants collapsed. After the lightning all broke through the magic steel thorns, it tyrannically smashed the 3 defensive spell shield of ice, holy shield, an elemental shield in a row, and instantly engulfed Brea. A membrane suddenly appeared and teleported Brea out of the secret realm. What a fearsome fellow. Is this his trump card? Level 7 secret treasure. To be able to use the power of a level 7 secret treasure, this fellow is really fearsome. Seeing Brea engulfed by the lightning all, Kresno and the other 3 supreme geniuses felt their hearts palpitate. The power required to operate a level 7 secret treasure is extremely terrifying. As warlock geniuses cultivated by major forces, they have 1 or 2 level 7 secret treasures. However, even with their cultivation base, if they want to use those level 7 secret treasures, their life force will be nearly drained, and they will have to burn their soul origin to launch a single attack. Yet Yang Feng could now operate the level 7 secret treasure lightning all to launch an attack, which deterred the 4 supreme geniuses. If Yang Feng could freely operate the level 7 secret treasure lightning all, then even if the 4 of them joined forces, they would still be hunted down one by one. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and thousands of Starry Sky Rippers were released. A Starry Sky Ripper grabbed Yang Feng, pushed its engine to the limit, and flew into the distance. The power of the lightning all was terrifying, but the consumption was also enormous. It drained all the life force inside him. For a short period of time, his fighting strength dropped drastically, and he couldn't even cast a level 5 spell. Kressno's mind stirred, and he immediately grasped the truth of the matter and shouted, "He's exhausted. This is our only chance. We don't have much time. We have to get rid of him before he fully recovers." Although Yang Feng's life force was almost drained because he operated the level 7 secret treasure lightning all, but world force still gushed out of the world ring to nourish his body and restore his strength. After a period of time, he would be able to recover 70 to 80% of his battle strength. This was the strength of a powerhouse who formed a world inside them. Usually, they could store world force by nurturing a world. Once in battle, they could draw world force continuously to fight. Such a powerhouse could contend against gods who burned divine force crystals and maintain their peak state practically at all times. How can it be so easy to operate a level 7 secret treasure? Void Ancient Vine. With a cold look in his eyes, Bruzoni pointed at Yang Feng, and Void Ancient Vine stabbed into the void and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and space disruptors suddenly flew out and released spatial disruption fluctuations, causing the surrounding space to become chaotic. The void ancient vines were lost in the chaotic space, unable to lock onto Yang Feng. Absolute freeze. Enlin pointed at Yang Feng with the sea god trident, and a blue breath of ice froze everything in the surroundings and extended towards Yang Feng. The same spell won't have any effect on me. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and distorted perception filled the surroundings and blocked all probing black fog. Countless devourers flew out of the world ring and covered him. The blue breath wrapped around Yang Feng, and the berserk cold air immediately froze Yang Feng along with the devourers. In just a breath of time, the devourers devoured the blue breath of ice. Eternal Holy Spear. Kressno reached out, grabbed the Eternal Holy Spear, and threw it. The Eternal Holy Spear turned into a stream of light and stabbed towards Yang Feng. As expected of the Western world's most powerful supreme genius, there's no way to avoid the Eternal Holy Spear. Yang Feng glanced at the Eternal Holy Spear, frowned, and suddenly stabbed with the Primal Chaos finger with his left hand, and a beam of light formed from Primal Chaos chi shot towards the Eternal Holy Spear. The Eternal Holy Spear pierced through the beam of light formed from the Primal Chaos finger and stabbed into the fingers of Yang Feng's left hand, pierced through the ruler armor and battle demon armor, and shattered 2 of Yang Feng's fingers. Yang Feng's right fist and left hand, which were pierced by the Eternal Holy Spear, kept dripping blood and showed no signs of healing. Eternal Heal was the spell enchanted with the Eternal Holy Spear. Chapter 546. Under the effect of the Never Heal enchantment, powerhouses stabbed by the Eternal Holy Spear would bleed until they ran out of blood and died in battle. The might of the Never Heal enchantment was terrifying. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng had to concoct a special elixir, take the elixir, and then combine it with his tyrannical life force to dispel the Never Heal enchantment. In battle, the enemy wouldn't give Yang Feng this chance. Yang Feng glanced at his scarred hands and mused, "It seems that the ruler armor alone isn't enough. I have to get a weapon-type secret treasure. It's too disadvantageous for me to contend against other weapon-type secret treasures with my bare hands." Previously, Yang Feng had been concentrating on manufacturing the ruler armor and improving his strength, and hadn't refined his own weapon-type secret treasure. Now that he was fighting a top warlock like Kressno, Yang Feng discovered the shortcomings of his lack of weapon-type secret treasures. The Never Heal enchantment attached to the Eternal Holy Spear wasn't the most powerful spell. Among the weapon-type secret treasures, there were still some enchantments like the God Armament Shadow Dagger that were enchanted with various curses and sealing spells. Once the skin was scratched by a weapon-type secret treasure, you would be seriously injured. Of course, weapon-type secret treasures that could enchant these spells were very rare, but it wasn't that they didn't exist. In the world of warlocks, if you want to be invincible, you must have no shortcomings. Otherwise, if you're a little careless, you'll be defeated or even killed by someone stronger than you. It's no wonder that the 8 warlock emperors were so powerful, yet they were defeated and left battered and exhausted. Each of the 8 warlock emperors was extremely powerful and suppressed countless peerless geniuses of the same era. However, before the 8 warlock emperors reached the summit, each of them had failed. Each time they failed, they would transform and become even more powerful, even more perfect. In the end, they would become invincible, suppressing the world. Yang Feng took a step forward, his figure blurred, and he appeared in front of Kressnow. A primal chaos annihilation fist, which shattered the vacuum and annihilated all things, slammed towards Kressnow. What a fast recovery! Kressnow's expression suddenly changed, and he crossed his arms in front of him. Magic shields suddenly appeared and enveloped his body. The primal chaos annihilation fist, carrying violent primal chaos chi, pierced through one magic shield after another, and finally slammed into Kressnow's arms. A violent force erupted in a flash, and Kressnow was blasted into the ground, blasting open a huge hole. A dignified glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. He wasn't killed. What a powerful Eternal Saint armor technique. Without using a level 7 secret treasure, the offensive secret method Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist recorded in the Primal Chaos Imperishable Body was the strongest offensive secret method Yang Feng grasped. When he stimulated the force of the world inside him, he was virtually invincible. No warlock of the same rank could resist his all-out blow. The Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist is a powerful offensive secret method. Yang Feng can only use it 20 times a day at his best. Any more, and it will put a tremendous burden on his body. Kressnow was hit by Yang Feng's punch, yet he wasn't teleported away on the spot, which greatly exceeded Yang Feng's expectations. Illusion Demon Flowers. Bruzoni silently recited an incantation, an illusion demon flowers with the faces of beautiful women in the extraordinary courtyard bloomed with enchanting light. One peerless beauty after another flew out from the illusory demon flowers. Every peerless beauty exuded a soul-stirring charm. Every frown and smile contained the power to captivate one's soul and bewitch one's heart. The peerless beauties danced gracefully on the illusion demon flowers. The beautiful dance seemed to suck in people's minds, making them unable to extricate themselves. Illusion demon flowers, the dance of this extraordinary plant, can bewitch moonlight warlocks, and even some glorious sun warlock rank freaks. If careless, they will be completely attracted and eventually devoured by the illusion demon flowers. The extraordinary courtyard is really extraordinary. Transcendent pupils. Yang Feng glanced at the illusion demon flowers, and the misty look in his eyes faded in an instant. He operated the transcendent pupil's secret method, and countless runes suddenly appeared in his eyes. As if a transcendent, he looked at the illusion demon flowers. The peerless beauties dancing on the illusory demon flowers let out shrill screams one after another. They withered, turned into a pile of dust, and disappeared from this world. Sea's fury. Enlin pointed at Yang Feng with the sea god trident, and violent sea water suddenly condensed into a fearsome sea barreling towards Yang Feng. Ignoring the endless sea, Yang Feng took a step forward, stepped into Bruzoni's extraordinary courtyard, and sent a primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards Bruzoni. Magic steel thorns, gold ancient vine, dragon tooth ancient tree, man-eating ghost vine. In the extraordinary courtyard, countless powerful extraordinary plants capable of devouring moonlight warlock rank powerhouses suddenly emerged and attacked Yang Feng. The Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist, which contains the power of primal chaos and annihilation, shook slightly, and the extraordinary plans collapsed in an instant. In the end, the fist containing the power of primal chaos and annihilation smashed into Bruzzoni's abdomen, and the violent power of primal chaos and annihilation engulfed Bruzzoni in an instant. A membrane suddenly appeared and teleported Bruzzoni to the outside world. At the same time, the sea containing the law of water engulfed Yangfeng. As if a mountain pressed down on him, Yangfeng felt his body sink, and he had to resist the tremendous pressure brought by the sea at all times. Even though he was a moonlight warlock, when resisting the tremendous pressure brought by the sea at all times, he would consume a lot of power, and it would be difficult for him to display his strength. This is indeed a powerful spell, but unfortunately, it doesn't work on me. Yangfeng smiled coldly, and huge whirlpools suddenly appeared, frantically devoured the sea, and teleported it into his small world. Yangfeng's figure blurred, and the sea shrouding him was split in two and split open a huge passage. He crossed the huge passage, arrived in front of Enlin, and pointed with a finger on her forehead. Countless rays of light shone and formed a rune that sealed Enlin's power. Enlin's pretty face suddenly turned ashen, and her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She knew very well that she was far from being Yangfeng's opponent, but she never expected that the difference in combat power between them would be so great. In fact, Enlin wasn't a weakling among the 11 supreme geniuses from the Western world. However, the spell Sea Fury she cast was completely restrained by Yangfeng's spell, and she was defeated in a single exchange. If it was another warlock, even a moonlight warlock, they would consume their power frantically when shrouded by the endless sea. If they couldn't get out of the sea, they would be exhausted to death. You want to mount a sneak attack? How foolish. All of a sudden, Yangfeng sneered and extended his left hand, which was missing 2 fingers, grabbed Katrina's snow-white neck, and pulled her out of that empty place. Black rune chains gushed out of Yangfeng's left hand and engraved themselves on Katrina, sealing her firmly and suppressing her. Yangfeng tossed Katrina and Enlin aside, and his eyes locked on Kresno. Without giving Kresno a chance to speak, Yangfeng's figure fluttered, and he arrived in front of Kresno and sent a primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards him. Kresno crossed his hands and relied on the eternal holy armor to block Yangfeng's second punch. Rays of light containing the power of primal chaos bombarded Kresno again and again. On the 6th punch, the eternal sacred armor on Kresno's body finally collapsed. It was enveloped by the membrane and devoured, disappearing from the secret plane. After dealing with Kresno, Yangfeng turned around, and his gaze fell on the 2 beauties Katrina and Enlin. Katrina's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she barked, "Yangfeng, what do you want?" With the gaze of an infinity warlock here, if you dare to do those things to me, they won't let you go. Enlin choked slightly. Katrina had said exactly what she wanted to say, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. "I just want a kiss from the 2 beauties. I won't do anything else to you." Yangfeng showed a wicked smile, beckoned with his hand, and pulled Enlin and Katrina into his embrace. He lowered his head and gave them a deep kiss on their cherry lips. After being kissed by Yangfeng, Enlin's beautiful eyes shimmered, and she roared furiously, "You bastard, I won't let you go." Katrina's beautiful eyes shimmered with joy, yet she said with an angry expression on her face, "You bastard, I won't let you go." Yangfeng smiled unbridledly and pointed with a finger, and magic light shone and withdrew the binding spells on Enlin and Katrina. "Haha, you're welcome to take revenge. However, if there's a next time, I won't be sending you out." Enlin and Katrina glared hatefully at Yangfeng, then blurred into motion, turned into streams of light, and flew into the distance. The opportunity to enter the Time-Sky City and comprehend the Time-Sky Pillar is extremely rare. For Enlin and Katrina, this is very important, which is why they had to endure the humiliation and leave. Chapter 547. In the floating palace, violent life force fields churned wildly and vibrated violently. Once they rush out, even great warlock-rank powerhouses will be seriously injured or even killed. Barbossa said with a cold smile. 1 against 10, and yet he's still won. Haha, the Battle Demon sect has such an outstanding genius. How amazing. The breaths of the other 5 Infinity Warlocks from the Western world surged. Clearly, they're not calm. Each of the warlock geniuses who formed a virtual world is a supreme genius of the world of warlocks, a terrifying existence that can challenge those of a higher realm. Warlocks who haven't formed a virtual world will be at a disadvantage when facing powerful existences from other planes, such as gods, evil gods, dragons, and ogre-type extraordinary life forms. Warlocks who have formed a virtual world, on the other hand, can contend against gods and can even challenge those of a higher realm. By using secret treasures far beyond their current realm, they can exert terrifying power. For the 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world to be defeated by Yang Feng alone, even the Infinity Warlocks are shocked. The life force fields of the 4 Infinity Warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty shook violently. Clearly, they are not calm either. Zhang Yuele sighed in his heart and looked at Yi Xuanlong with worry in his eyes. That's amazing. This Yang Feng is really amazing. Unfortunately, he's from the Battle Demon sect. Yi Xuanlong is an Infinity Warlock from the Tai sect. Although the relationship between the Tai sect and the Battle Demon sect isn't irreconcilable, but it is still extremely bad. Legend has it that several Infinity Warlocks born in the Battle Demon sect mysteriously died not long after their promotion, and the Tai sect is behind them. If the Battle Demon sect hadn't given birth to Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian, 2 quasi-Infinity Warlock-rank powerhouses who formed a virtual world, the Battle Demon sect would have already been annexed by the Tai sect. Even so, Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian are still trapped in the Battle Demon sect, unable to easily leave. Zhang Yuele glanced at the other 2 Infinity Warlocks from the Great Cloud dynasty and frowned. In addition to Yi Xuanlong, I'm afraid that the 2 of them harbor ill intentions towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's strength was too formidable. Even the Western world's top 10 supreme geniuses are not his opponent. Such a genius makes the Infinity Warlocks of the other forces of the Great Cloud dynasty feel somewhat troublesome. If Yang Feng could grow up smoothly, then the future era would belong to Yang Feng. All the forces of the Great Cloud dynasty will tremble in fear of his prestige. The Battle Demon sect would naturally do its best to nurture and protect such a peerless genius, and the other forces would also harbor malicious intentions. Within the secret realm, he really lost. The 3% of miracles did not occur. Cornell withdrew his star world and sighed slightly. His eyes shone with wisdom. It seems that I have to change the way I get along with him and make the necessary investments. For Cornell to be able to cultivate Beidger astrology to this level, he was definitely a person of astonishing wisdom. He foresaw that the probability of failure in besieging Yang Feng was too high. That's why he didn't participate in besieging Yang Feng. Strange starlight shone, and queer runes appeared all over Cornell's body and converged his aura. As if he had turned into an ordinary person, he fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The Time Sky City competition assembly lasted for a total of 15 days. During those 15 days, Yang Feng operated the transcendent pupils and, like a god overlooking the secular world, seized the keys of time in the Time Sky City without the slightest scruple. The reckless warlock geniuses who competed with Yang Feng for the keys of time were defeated and teleported out of the secret realm. Just like Conrath, many warlock geniuses immediately cast secret methods to hide their auras as soon as they got the key of time. Each of these warlock geniuses mastered various concealment methods, some of which even came from other planes. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng couldn't ferret out the warlock geniuses who held the keys of time. During these 15 days, Yang Feng seized a total of 63 keys of time, found Zhu Yifan, Zhou Feng, Kong Fangao, Wang Shulan, Zhang Ziqiao, Zhang Tiantian, and other friends and gave them a few keys of time. On the 15th day, in the secret realm where the competition assembly was held, the skies suddenly split open, and white beams of light descended and shrouded the human warlocks down below. The targets of the white beams were the warlock geniuses who held the keys of time. Enveloped by 58 white beams of light, tremendous life magic energy poured into Yangfeng and frantically improved his cultivation base. If it was an ordinary quasi-moonlight warlock, they wouldn't be able to bear the life magic energy of 58 white beams of light. But Yangfeng was a powerhouse who established a small world inside him. The part of the life magic energy that he couldn't absorb was directly sent into his small world. The world origin of the small world inside Yangfeng eagerly absorbed the tremendous amount of life, magic energy, and expanded rapidly. Every complete plane had a plane origin, or rather, a world's will. The stronger the plane origin, the more powerful the world, and the more powerful experts it could accommodate, and the more bizarre and powerful rare treasures it could produce. For a world origin, life magic energy was equivalent to food. A complete plane would automatically absorb all kinds of free energy in the universe and transform it into life magic energy for its survival. The plane origin that couldn't absorb life magic energy would slowly wither and die. The Tsangji plane's plane origin force was extremely powerful. At all times, through the strange power of law, it extracted all kinds of strange forces in the vast universe and transformed them into life magic energy, which gave birth to all kinds of rare treasures, as well as magic stones and magic crystals. The world origin of the small world inside Yangfeng hadn't fully matured yet and couldn't absorb all kinds of forces from the universe. He could only use massive amounts of magic stones and magic crystals to feed the world origin. Once the small world inside Yangfeng transformed into a complete, true spirit world, it would devour all kinds of energy in the universe at all times, transform them into life magic energy, and nourish Yangfeng's body and soul. It would no longer need to feed him. Under the illumination of the 58 beams of light, Yangfeng's cultivation base quickly advanced from the pinnacle starry sky warlock to the great circle, and then to the quasi-moonlight warlock realm. As soon as he advanced to the quasi-moonlight warlock realm, Yangfeng sent the tremendous amount of life magic energy into his small world, and then no longer absorbed it. According to the division of the Feisua plane, the evolution from a starry sky warlock to a moonlight warlock was a step from a demigod to a true god. In the Tsangji plane, this was the most important step. With Yangfeng's current cultivation base, he could transform his starry sky core into a moonlight core. But to perfectly transform it and lay the strongest foundation, he still needed to make some preparations. Under the illumination of the 58 beams of light, Yangfeng disappeared from where he stood. With a flash of light, Yangfeng opened his eyes and found himself in a vast space. In the vast space, a quasi-moonlight warlock rank rock wolf covered in rocks appeared in front of him. Should I kill it? A thought rang in Yangfeng's sea of knowledge. He smiled and flicked his hand, and wind blades formed from 9 revolutions divine wind suddenly slashed the rock wolf and chopped it into pieces. When the rock wolf was chopped into pieces, a white ray of light flew out of the rock wolf and entered Yangfeng's body. Yangfeng's mind stirred, and his eyes revealed a look of joy. My soul force has improved a bit. Sure enough, the Time Sky City is a great opportunity that can't be missed. The fleshly body was easy to cultivate, but the soul was difficult to refine. If warlocks want to improve their soul force, they can only improve their cultivation base. With every increase in realm, the warlock soul will be stronger by a fraction. Except for soul warlocks who exist as soul bodies, other warlocks can hardly find any secret methods to cultivate the soul. Although soul warlocks who have abandoned their fleshly bodies have mastered all kinds of weird soul secret methods, but they can never practice cultivation above the warlock monarch realm. Moreover, even soul warlocks will one day have their soul decay and eventually die. Therefore, there aren't many soul warlocks who specialize in soul cultivation. To be able to obtain a bit of soul force by killing the rock wolf in this strange space, Yangfeng was naturally very happy. The corpse of the rock wolf blurred, and before long, 6 quasi-moonlight warlock rank rock wolves appeared in the space. The corners of Yangfeng's mouth rose into a smile. The monsters in the space were killed one after another, and then appeared one after another. The strength of the monsters kept increasing. After the 36 rock wolves were killed by Yangfeng, junior moonlight warlock rank rock wolves appeared. After the 6 junior moonlight warlock rank rock wolves died, an intermediate moonlight warlock rank rock wolf appeared. After Yangfeng killed the first quasi-glorious sun warlock rank rock wolf, he absorbed the soul force exuding from the rock wolf and finally perfected his starry sky core, and it began to transform toward the moonlight core. After an unknown amount of time, Yangfeng slowly opened his eyes. An intermediate moonlight warlock rank aura full of wisdom slowly spread from him. His small world is full of the remains of countless high-grade magic crystals. Yangfeng's accumulation is very strong. Taking advantage of the opportunity of perfecting his soul, he broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and advanced to the intermediate moonlight warlock rank. Chapter 548. So this is the power of a moonlight warlock. It's comparable to the power of gods and demons. Yangfeng opened his eyes, and his eyes flickered brightly, as if he could distort space and destroy a person's soul with a glance. With a thought, he saw that half of his soul core has completely integrated with the small world's world origin, while the other half is suspended in the small world, emitting moonlight-like light and nourishing the small world. Moonlight Warlock was a realm named by the Time Lord. In the first Warlock Dynasty era, the top human warlocks were powerhouses who formed a small world inside them. The soul core of the small world's powerhouses would split into two, with one part fusing with the world origin and the other part becoming a star emitting moonlight. Once a warlock with a small world inside them promoted to a glorious sun warlock, the soul core inside them would transform into a sun and release dazzling sunlight to nourish the life in the small world. Yangfeng opened his eyes and looked around, only to see that the monsters that could provide soul force had disappeared. With a flash of resplendent light, Yangfeng disappeared and then appeared in a small world with 108 towers stretching as far as the eye could see. In front of Yangfeng, there is a huge pillar of light piercing straight into the sky, flickering with countless runes and changing at all times, as if it exists in the past, present, and future. Yangfeng just looked at the huge pillar of light, and a boundless amount of knowledge together with the original time text entered his mind. The optical computer in Yangfeng's mind frantically recorded the mysteries and quickly recorded them into the database. The square shone brightly, and one warlock after another was teleported to the square. That's Yangfeng. He's comprehending the secret method recorded on the time sky pillar. As soon as Yuanyang appeared on the square, his gaze fell on Yangfeng, and killing intent shimmered in his eyes. He took a few steps forward in an attempt to cast a spell to interfere with Yangfeng's comprehension of the secret method recorded on the time sky pillar. Yuanyang has just taken a few steps when a strange fluctuation surged. He returned to the state he was in a few seconds ago. This is a magic restriction set up by the Time King. We can't fight here. Yuanyang's heart surged with a trace of enlightenment. He sighed slightly and looked towards the time sky pillar and began to comprehend the mysteries contained within it. Legend has it that the Time Lord used a peerless technique to cut off a piece of time and refined it into a treasure. The Time Lord contained countless secret techniques and endless profundities. So that's how it is. The law of time is boundlessly profound. Unfortunately, my physique isn't as close to the law of time as the Time King's physique. If I want to comprehend the law of time, I'll have to work twice the effort for half the result. This heavenly pillar of light is extremely profound. It's extremely beneficial for condensing one's own Tao path. I'll try to comprehend my own Tao, the Tao path of the devoured Tao. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with the light of wisdom, and he no longer focused on the profound time text. Instead, he began to comprehend the path he chose, the path of devour. The Shizu were a mechanical civilization, and one of the cores of that civilization was energy science. The Shizu grasped energy science and had a profound understanding of the inner conversion of energy. The eternal power furnace, the strongest technology of the Shizu, was a technological device that could extract various kinds of energy from the universe and interconvert them. With the power of the apple of wisdom, Yang Feng's wisdom has been elevated to an incredible level. Thanks to his hard work, he has fully grasped the principles of the Shizu's energy science and began to integrate with the Tsangji Plains warlock civilization. Once the power of the two civilizations can be fully integrated, Yang Feng's strength will rise to an incredible level, and he will create his own secret method and embark on the Warlock Emperor path. The Time Sky Pillar was a top treasure with countless mysteries recorded inside. At the same time, it had extraordinary power to help others comprehend various secret methods. The Time Text was an Empyrean-grade secret method left by the Time Lord, and it was extremely profound. Even though Yang Feng ate the apple of wisdom, he still couldn't comprehend the original Time Text. However, with the help of the Time Sky Pillar, he could comprehend the Time Text. This was the terrifying power of the Time Sky Pillar. Yang Feng stared at the Time Sky Pillar, and countless mysteries flashed in his eyes. A strange and mysterious rune that seemed to contain the power to devour everything slowly condensed in his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, in the huge square in the center of the secret dragon temple, light shone, and the warlock geniuses who obtained a key of time suddenly appeared. Moonlight warlocks. They have all promoted to moonlight warlocks. The Time Sky City is really a great opportunity. No wonder countless people are fighting over it. Yang Feng glanced at the surrounding warlocks and found that Zhang Hanshan, Zhou Feng, Zhu Yifan, Kongfang Ao, and the other warlock geniuses who he gave a key of time to enter the Time Sky City have already promoted to junior moonlight warlocks. Their faces revealed looks of joy. The promotion from the Starry Sky Warlock realm to the Moonlight Warlock realm was a huge hurdle. In the Starry Sky Warlock realm, the more profound the accumulation, the more difficult it was to break through the bottleneck and promote to the Moonlight Warlock realm. In the Tsangji Plains prosperous warlock civilization, great warlocks were only ordinary soldiers, Starry Sky Warlocks were experts, and Moonlight Warlocks were experts. Many Starry Sky warlock geniuses were stuck in bottlenecks all their lives, unable to break through, and eventually died. The Time Sky City contained endless mysteries. Once you entered, you could smoothly break through the bottleneck and promote to the Moonlight Warlock realm. This was a great opportunity for any Starry Sky warlock. Kongfang Ao was born into an intermediate family in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Originally, the Starry Sky Warlock rank was his limit. But after entering the Time Sky City, not only did he promote to a Moonlight Warlock, but his evolution potential was also much greater than that of ordinary Moonlight Warlocks. Gazes full of anger came from afar and fell on Yang Feng. Following the angry gazes, Yang Feng saw Cresno and several other supreme geniuses from the Western world. After Cresno and the other supreme geniuses were knocked out of the secret realm by Yang Feng, they didn't get the great opportunity of the Time Sky City. Chapter 549. Bumhagra Stone was simple to process. Only Moonlight Warlock rank alchemists were needed to refine Glorious Sun Warlock and Bright World Warlock rank Transcendence into secret treasures. Therefore, it was frantically mined in the Third Warlock Dynasty. Since the beginning of the Third Warlock Dynasty, Bumhagra Stone has been frantically mined as a strategic resource. By now, Bumhagra Stone was rarely seen in the Tsangji Plain. Yang Feng knew that Bumhagra Stone must exist somewhere in the Tsangji Plain, but he had no way to get his hands on it. The Battle Demon sect had obtained some Bumhagra Stone in the past, but they were immediately used to refine various powerful secret treasures. although Yangfeng has sent many subordinates to collect traces of Bumhagra's stone, but there was very little news. The only place where Bumhagra's stone clearly existed was the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal treasury. However, the royal treasury was extremely heavily guarded. Even if an Infinity Warlock went inside, they would only end up dead. Only by making enough meritorious service for the royal treasury would it be possible to exchange for some Bumhagra stone. Yangfeng has already made plans. If it really didn't work, then he would join the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court and find a way to get some Bumhagra stone. Katrina showed a cute contemplative expression, clapped her snow-white hands, and revealed a smile. Bumhagra's stone? By the way, among the planes I have traveled to, there's a grade 6 plane, the Andrak plane, that produces Bumhagra's stone. Apart from that, the 36 prime material planes all produce Bumhagra stones. Yangfeng asked, "The grade 6 plane, the Andrak plane? What's the situation on that plane?" In the Andrak plane, the upper limit of power is weak divine force rank. That is the glorious sun warlock rank. When we warlocks enter the Andrak plane, we will be suppressed by the plane force. The stronger you are, the greater the suppression. When moonlight warlocks enter the plane, their strength will be suppressed to the starry sky warlock rank. However, if you condense a virtual world inside you, you can erupt with your true strength for a short period of time. The Andrak plane can accommodate 9 gods. At present, there are a total of 7 gods. 4 feeble divine force rank gods and 3 weak divine force rank gods. The 7 gods each control 7 countries. The 7 countries are the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom, Ice Blue Nation, Daffodil Federation, Gutama Kingdom, Scarlet Flame Nation, Grand Nation, and Norton Nation. The 7 gods are the god of ice, the god of fire, the god of war, the god of death, the goddess of love, the god of justice, and the god of murder. Among the 7 great gods, the god of war, the god of death, and the god of justice are weak divine powers. The other 4 great gods are weak divine powers. The Andrak Dimension's god of fire, god of ice, god of death, and god of war are not our human gods, but the gods of other races from other dimensions. The 7 great gods are constantly fighting against each other, and there's no end to it. Katrina introduced. An enigmatic ray streaked past Yangfeng's eyes, and he asked, "Who else knows the coordinates of the grade 6 plane?" Katrina revealed a sweet smile and said, "I obtained the coordinates of the grade 6 plane from an ancient ruin during one of my travels. I'm the only one who knows. Every plane, even if it was just a grade 9 plane, was a huge fortune. Although a grade 9 plane couldn't give birth to experts above the legend rank, and its resources were very poor. However, the souls of intelligent life, forms of grade 9 planes, were very precious. Some warlock groups with a bit of conscience and inclined towards a lawful alignment would generally use grade 9 planes as talent training bases. Cruel and merciless warlocks would use evil secret methods to refine the intelligent life forms of grade 9 planes into soul stones, and then trade them with abyssal fiends and infernal devils to purchase all kinds of treasures. Every warlock who knew about the plane coordinates would hide them in their hearts and wouldn't easily share them with others. Yangfeng also had a grade 9 plane that he seized from the Shadow Prince Mech, but he didn't tell anyone in the demonic fighting sect about the plane coordinates. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Perhaps one day, the grade 9 plane would become Yangfeng's trump card. As long as a god reached the feeble divine force rank or a warlock above the moonlight warlock rank, they would be very difficult to kill. Even if they were killed on the spot, they could be resurrected through all kinds of strange methods. Yangfeng knew that the demonic fighting sect recorded several methods of resurrection for moonlight warlocks. As for gods, even if they died on the spot, as long as there were believers who kept praying and calling their god's name, they could resurrect. The reason why there were so many treasure troves and relic sites in the Great Cloud Dynasty and other primary material planes. They were the trump cards left behind by gods, archgods, warlocks, and other formidable existences. But due to the erosion of time, the magic restrictions on these relic sites collapsed one by one, and the treasure troves appeared in the world. Katrina naturally had her own reasons for not telling the Hall of Eternity the coordinates of the Grade 6 plane. Yangfeng thought about it from another perspective. If he obtained the coordinates of a Grade 6 plane, he wouldn't easily tell the demonic fighting sect. Katrina's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she said with a sweet smile, "Dear, how about we go conquer the Grade 6 plane together?" Yangfeng responded with a gentle smile. "Okay. After you return to the Hall of Eternity, we'll meet again in the Andrak plane." Katrina stared at Yangfeng's face with her beautiful eyes overflowing with affection. "Emachim." Yangfeng looked at the charming Katrina in his arms. She could be called the #1 beauty of the Western world's younger generation, and his eyes revealed a look of regret. "It's a pity that I can't eat such a delicacy now." What a pity. Katrina was a holy maiden of the Hall of Eternity, a supreme genius of the Western world whom the Hall of Eternity cultivated with all its might. Naturally, Yangfeng couldn't expose his relationship with her. Otherwise, Katrina would be consigned to eternal damnation. Once Katrina lost her chastity to him, Yangfeng would have to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Hall of Eternity. The Hall of Eternity was a powerful warlock group comparable to the Tai sect. It had many experts. Before Yangfeng fully matured, he didn't want to offend this huge warlock group unless necessary. The next day, the demonic fighting sect's huge flying vessel flew out of the Time City and flew towards the demonic fighting sect. During this trip to the Time Sky City, the demonic fighting sect obtained 4 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. This was a great harvest. They had to go back as soon as possible and hold the Moonlight ceremony. "Who's there? Get out here." On the huge flying ship, Zhao Hong, one of the 3 glorious Sun Elders, suddenly opened his eyes, which flickered with dazzling divine light as he shouted. The huge flying vessel that was originally flying at a terrifying speed suddenly stopped. Runes shone on the huge flying vessel, and a huge level 7 barrier opened. The other 2 glorious Sun warlocks, Lin, Ichuan, and Mo Hengxing, looked at the empty void with dignified looks in their eyes. TSK, as expected of the elders of the demonic fighting sect, their perception is so keen. A wave of nauseating, fishy wind suddenly blew, and a tall, withered, and extremely ugly man with tumors on his body flew out from the fishy wind and revealed a ferocious smile. He was a strange man with a withered face, and his body was covered in tumors. There were countless secret methods in the world of warlocks. Some bloodline secret methods could make warlocks handsome, beautiful, and full of charm. At the same time, some weird secret methods could make warlocks become more and more hideous. In order to pursue power and longevity, many warlocks don't care about their appearance, even their form or their race. Zhao Hong uttered coldly, "Old Monster Corpse Poison, you dare to block our way. Do you want to die?" As a glorious Sun warlock rank monster, the Old Monster Corpse Poison is shrouded in a layer of corpse poison. 300 years ago, he massacred a city with a population of more than 10 million and collected corpse poison. He was a monster ranked in the top 100 on the Great Cloud Dynasty's wanted list, and countless warlock experts died at his hands. However, the Old Monster Corpse Poison is far stronger than ordinary Glorious Sun warlocks. He is not the opponent of any of the Battle Demon sect's Glorious Sun warlocks, Zhao Hong, Lin Ichuan, or Mo Hengxing. There was a sinister gleam in the eyes of the Old Monster Corpse Poison, and he laughed wildly. "TSK, the people who are going to die today are you damned lackeys of the Imperial Court." A black hurricane blew past, and a bald, handsome young warlock wearing all kinds of secret treasures made of human skulls walked out of the hurricane with a smile. He was exuding an evil aura, and he was wearing a variety of secret treasures made of human skulls all over his body. Zhao Hong's eyes narrowed slightly. Skeleton Demon Monk. Reportedly, the Skeleton Demon Monk was a warrior monk who was captured by human warlocks from another plane. After being transformed by several inhumane spells, he rebelled against his master. Then, he had one fortuitous encounter after another, and finally became a glorious Sun Warlock rank monster. The number of Sangji Plains humans who died at his hands exceeded 10 million. A mirror suddenly flew out of the void, and a stunning beauty with a sexy and fiery figure, dressed in a transparent muslin, exuding an alluring charm, flew out of the mirror. With an enigmatic smile, her gaze fell on Yang Feng in the crowd. Zhao Hong's eyes congealed, and he uttered, "Mirror Witch." The mirror which had a mysterious origin. As soon as she made her debut, she appeared in different places as a mirror. She had enmity with many small sects in the Great Cloud Dynasty, and she slaughtered 2 small sects whose strongest experts were Moonlight Warlocks. She was a glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse with unfathomable strength, and she was the most difficult to kill. She had been defeated a dozen times, but she escaped easily each time. She was the most difficult glorious Sun Warlock to deal with. Chapter 550. Zhao Hong said coldly, "Skeleton Demon Monk, Mirror Witch, are you here to become enemies with the Battle Demon sect?" The Skeleton Demon Monk and the Mirror, which are both glorious Sun Warlock rank experts. But Zhao Hong and the other 2 glorious Sun Warlocks have absolute confidence in defeating them. The geniuses of the 10 great sects were not existences that those rogue cultivators could compare to. What is the Battle Demon sect? Today, all of you will die here. The sky suddenly darkened, and almost endless dark clouds extended from afar, as if to shroud the entire world in darkness. Amidst the distorted darkness, a man exuding a terrifying aura, as if it was the end of the world, walked out of the darkness and looked down at the many Battle Demon sect powerhouses with a mocking expression. On the big ship, the Warlock geniuses with Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base seemed to have lost their use. They couldn't see the terrifying man exuding doomsday-like aura. One of the characteristics of Bright World Warlocks is to distort light. Even Bright World Warlocks who aren't proficient in the law of light are shrouded by a strange life force field that distorts light. As long as they didn't want to, any powerhouse below the Moonlight Warlock rank couldn't see their true bodies. This is the innate ability of Bright World Warlocks, a terrifying ability that doesn't require any consumption. If a Bright World Warlock wants to, when they kill a Starry Sky Warlock, the Starry Sky Warlock won't be able to resist. North Mountain Black Devil, it's you. When Zhao Hong, whose expression had not changed since the beginning, saw the man shrouded in endless darkness, his expression changed drastically and fear flashed in his eyes. The other 2 glorious Sun Warlock elders of the Battle Demon sect revealed fear in their eyes. The further a Warlock cultivates, the more difficult it becomes. Once a few of the major barriers were broken through, the difference in strength would be like heaven and earth. The first hurdle was to promote from an apprentice Warlock to an official Warlock. The second hurdle was to promote from a Great Warlock to a Starry Sky Warlock. The third hurdle was the promotion from Starry Sky Warlock to Moonlight Warlock. The fourth hurdle is the promotion from a Glorious Sun Warlock to a Bright World Warlock. The fifth hurdle is the promotion from a Bright World Warlock to an Infinity Warlock. The sixth hurdle was the promotion of a Warlock Monarch to a Holy Spirit Warlock. The seventh hurdle is the promotion from a Holy Spirit Warlock to a Warlock Emperor. Although Zhao Hong and them are Warlock geniuses of the Battle Demon sect with Glorious Sun Warlock rank cultivation base and level 7 secret treasures. But compared to a Bright World Warlock, the gap in strength is still huge. Although the Beishan Black Devil is just a Warlock who has promoted to a Junior Bright World Warlock by a fluke, but he is still very powerful. He can crush everyone on the flying vessel. Unless Zhao Hong and them were inside a formidable Warlock pagoda. Only then would they be able to contend against the Northern Mountain Black Devil with the help of the Warlock pagoda and secret treasures. In the wilderness, it would be very difficult for them to escape from the Bright World Warlock rank Beishan Black Devil. Yang Feng looked at the Beishan Black Devil in the sky with a dignified look in his eyes. So this is a Bright World Warlock, so strong. He is just a Junior Bright World Warlock, yet he is already this powerful. I'm still too weak. When he saw the Beishan Black Devil, the little bit of pride Yang Feng had when he promoted to a Moonlight Warlock was shattered, and his determination to pursue greater power was aroused. Zhao Hong took a deep breath and said solemnly, Beishan Black Devil, if you dare to kill people from the Battle Demon sect, aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Great Elders? There was a flash of ridicule in the Beishan Black Devil's eyes, and he said, Well, your Battle Demon sect's Old Huang is indeed very strong. How about this? As long as you hand over Yang Feng, we'll invite him back as a guest. Then we'll forget about today's matter, and I'll let you leave here alive. Yang Feng, on the huge flying vessel, several Starry Sky warlock geniuses of the Battle Demon sect unconsciously looked at Yang Feng. Zhao Hong's eyes flickered, and he uttered, Beishan Black Devil, who hired you? I can pay you twice the reward for you to help me kill him. There was a sinister flash in the Beishan Black Devil's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, You must have guessed who my employer is. Besides, I'm a trustworthy person, so how can I betray my employer because of the reward? Moreover, if your Glorious Sun cores can be sold, you will definitely be able to fetch a good price. Glorious Sun warlocks were extremely powerful, and they were the foundation of every major sect. With tens of thousands of years of inheritance, the Battle Demon sect had no more than 20 Glorious Sun warlocks. Once 3 Glorious Sun warlocks died, it would be a huge blow to the Battle Demon sect. Beishan Black Devil, you dare to attack the people of the Battle Demon sect. What a bastard. A voice filled with boundless anger and killing intent suddenly rang out. Almost at the same time, a chain formed from countless runes pierced through space and suddenly shot out from behind the North Mountain Black Devil, piercing into his body. The Beishan Black Devil's face fell, and pitch-black skulls that looked like they contained the resentment of hundreds of millions of life forms appeared around him. In the wake of the black chain, the black skulls exuding endless evil were crushed and suppressed. The black chain directly pierced into the North Mountain Black Devil's body, completely sealing all of his power. Monarch of Seal's Chain, you are Huang Yihe, an Infinity Warlock. You have promoted to an Infinity Warlock. The Beishan Black Devil turned his head and saw Huang Yihe sitting in the void with a black chain in his hand, looking like a transcendent, exuding immortal breath. A look of despair suddenly welled up on his face. Originally, Huang Yihe was a quasi-infinity warlock rank powerhouse who could contend against infinity warlocks. Although the Beishan Black Devil was not Huang Yihe's opponent, but he prepared several targeted secret treasures that could allow him to escape from Huang Yihe. But now that Huang Yihe has promoted to an infinity warlock, coupled with his sneak attack, he suppressed the Beishan Black Devil with one strike. The Monarch-grade secret treasure Monarch of Seal's Chain is a secret treasure that suppressed all the Beishan Black Devil, making it impossible for him to escape. The old Devil Corpse Poison's face fell, and his body swelled. The tumors hidden on his body burst in an instant and turned into a putrid and insidious black pus that swept towards the flying vessel carrying the Battle Demon sect's warlocks. As long as Huang Yihe is distracted by the flying vessel, the old Devil Corpse Poison will have a glimmer of hope of survival. The Bones Demon Monk gritted his teeth, tore off a skull necklace from his neck, and threw it towards the flying vessel. 9 skeletons, exuding Moonlight Warlock rank fluctuations of power rushed towards the flying vessel. The mirror which drilled into her mirror and tried to escape through the space inside the mirror. A bunch of scum, you dare to attack my Battle Demon sect. Today only death awaits you. With an indifferent look in his eyes, Huang Yihe flicked the Monarch-grade secret treasure Monarch of Seal's Chain in his hand, and tiny black chain stabbed toward the old Devil Corpse Poison, the Bones Demon Monk, and the Mirror Witch. When the black mist was pierced by the black chains, it violently shrank and condensed back into old Devil Corpse Poison's body, which was then pulled towards Huang Yihe. The Mirror Witch discovered to her horror that the magic mirror, which has never failed her and has even allowed her to escape from Bright World warlocks several times, couldn't enter. A black chain stabbed into her, and pulled her towards Huang Yihe. The Bones demon monk was also stabbed by the tiny chain and was forcibly pulled towards Huang Yihe. A look of horror on his face, the old devil corpse poison screamed miserably, "Don't kill me. Please spare my worthless life. I'm willing to make a Styx oath to serve the battle demon sect forever. Please spare my worthless life." The lifespan of glorious sun warlocks is more than 3,000 years. The old devil corpse poison has only lived for 2,300 years. He doesn't want to die here. Huang Yihe glanced coldly at the old devil corpse poison, and the latter's forehead burst open, and a glorious sun core flew into his hand. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. I've lived for so long that I've had enough fun. Even if I die now, it'll be worth it." As soon as the Bones demon monk's words fell, the space between his eyebrows burst open, and a glorious sun core flew into Huang Yihe's hand. The mirror demoness trembled as she knelt on the ground and begged, "I was wrong. Supreme Elder Huang Yihe, I beg you, please spare my lowly life. I'm willing to be your slave and let you engrave a rune on my soul core. Please spare my life. I'm willing to do anything." Huang Yihe glanced at the mirror witch, and regret flashed in his eyes. "I originally planned to make you my disciple's female slave. Unfortunately, you cultivate a secret method to absorb men's yang qi. You yourself are just a withered willow. You don't even have the qualifications to be my disciple's female slave." Huang Yihe's words have just fallen when the mirror witch's forehead burst open and a glorious sun core flew into his hand. At the same time, a magic mirror also flew into his hand. There was a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Every glorious sun warlock was an extremely powerful existence. Many glorious sun warlocks were people of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Except for some wicked past sects, no one dared to rashly attack a glorious sun warlock with official status of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Glorious sun cores were extremely rare on the market, and each one was very precious. Huang Yihe obtained 3 glorious sun cores at once, which was not a small amount of wealth. After easily killing 3 powerful glorious sun warlocks, Yang Feng felt deeply how powerful his teacher was. Huang Yihe glanced at the Beishan Black Devil with an indifferent gaze and said frigidly, "Beishan Black Devil, who sent you? What a pity." In a secret room that was shrouded in endless darkness, a cold sigh was heard, and a pitch-black dagger was stabbed into a statue that looked exactly like the Beishan Black Devil. Chapter 551. The Beishan Black Devil's face twisted, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Suddenly, his body split into pieces, and his soul shattered, turning into pieces of flesh and blood that splattered in all directions. The pieces of flesh and blood squirmed, as if to transform into various evil creatures. But as soon as they were born, they turned into black fog and turned into dust. When Huang Yihe saw the Beishan Black Devil die in an instant, apprehension streaked past his eyes, and he whispered, "Soul extinction curse." Apprehension streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he revealed a bitter smile. "It's actually the soul extinction curse. As long as certain conditions are met, this evil spell can even curse infinity warlocks to death. It seems that my performance in the Time Sky City competition assembly was too dazzling and aroused the killing intent of some people. In the Time Sky City competition assembly, Yang Feng defeated the 10 supreme geniuses of the Western world. The battle prowess and talent he displayed made some powerhouses feel uneasy. If Yang Feng promotes to an infinity warlock in the future, the power structure of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty will change dramatically. Yang Feng looked at the Beishan Black Devil, who turned into ashes with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. However, there are many benefits to being from a great sect. If a rogue cultivator was in the limelight in the Time Sky City, they would have either been incorporated or killed. If a rogue cultivator with no background defeated the warlock geniuses from the Western world in the Time Sky City and drove them out of the secret realm, then the warlock geniuses from the Western world would definitely die. They would have been killed by now. Only a great sect, like the Battle Demon sect, can withstand all the backlash. Huang Iha grabbed the Beishan Black Devil's bright world core, took a deep look at the void, and snorted coldly. An undisguised Infinity Warlock rank aura soared into the sky and spread in all directions. Infinity Warlock. He promoted to an Infinity Warlock. With this guy promoted to an Infinity Warlock, the Battle Demon sect is much stronger. The strange and powerful consciousnesses hidden in the void dissipated as soon as they sensed Huang Iha's aura. When Huang Iha was in the Bright World Warlock realm, he was able to defeat a junior Infinity Warlock who hasn't formed a virtual world. Now that Huang Iha has advanced to an Infinity Warlock, he has entered the ranks of the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. The powerful existences hiding in the sidelines naturally don't want to fight Huang Iha under such circumstances. Huang Iha retracted his Infinity Warlock rank life force field and landed on the flying vessel. Greetings, great Elder Huang. Zhao Hong and the other two elders stepped forward and bowed respectfully towards Huang Iha. Huang Iha nodded, came to in front of Yang Feng, and showed a satisfied smile. Feng, you did a great job on this trip to the Time Sky City. You greatly increased the prestige of the Battle Demon sect. When Yang Feng defeated the supreme geniuses of the Western world's 3 dynasties in the Time Sky City, although it aroused the covetous eyes of countless potential enemies, but also greatly increased the prestige of the Battle Demon sect and raised its reputation. The rise in Battle Demon sect's fame means that it can attract more warlock geniuses to be selected. The Tai sect, known as the #1 great sect in the Great Cloud Dynasty, has a great reputation. The number of warlock geniuses who choose to join the Tai sect is far higher than that of the other 9 great sections. Fame is extremely important for powerful sects like the 10 great sects. Yang Feng has gained face and fame for the Battle Demon sect, which naturally made Huang Iha very satisfied. Yang Feng responded with a smile. It's all thanks to your teachings, teacher. Huang Iha felt gratified, and then laughed heartily. Haha, well said. Although Huang Iha hasn't given Yang Feng much pointers, but he's given Yang Feng great authority, allowing him to freely read the information on spell models and mysterious secret methods of the Battle Demon sect. The information on the various spell models and mysterious secret methods of the demonic fighting sect was either comprehended by the warlocks of the demonic fighting sect themselves or obtained from other places, and was extremely precious. Ordinary warlocks of the Battle Demon sect have to rack their brains to complete various sect missions and obtain sect contribution points in order to exchange for some precious secret methods. Yang Feng has read virtually all the information in the Battle Demon sect before he was able to combine various warlock secret methods and Shizu technology to create such terrifying secret treasures as the Devourers and the Ruler Armor. Moreover, he began to have a clear path of his own in the Moonlight Warlock realm. It can be said that the countless materials in the Battle Demon sect are more precious than the complete Empyrean grade, secret method, demonic divine text. After all, the Battle Demon sect has 1 or 2 volumes of Empyrean grade secret methods created by the 8 warlock emperors as well as archgods. Moreover, there are all kinds of secret methods created by countless warlock geniuses in the Battle Demon sect in modern times, which are an eye-opener for Yang Feng. Without the support of the Battle Demon sect's huge amount of warlock materials, coupled with the assistance of a level 2 optical computer, Yang Feng's strength wouldn't have improved so quickly and his foundation would be so solid. Huang Iha frowned slightly, saying, however, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Feng, your performance this time is really amazing. It's bound to arouse the jealousy of many people. If Elder Zhao Hong hadn't noticed that the situation was anything but reassuring and notified me in time, I'm afraid that you're in danger this time. You have to be careful. On the Feisual Plain, Bright World Warlocks were comparable to intermediate Divine Force rank gods. They were bigwigs on any plane. After all, The primary god Lolth of the dark elven divine system was just a bright world warlock. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, a bright world warlock like the Bashan Black Devil was a bigwig and a famous demonic path overlord. If Huang Iha hadn't arrived in time, then even with the various life-saving treasures he gave Yang Feng, he would still be in danger. Yang Feng nodded. "I understand." Huang Iha uttered, "After the Moonlight Ceremony, if you want to travel in the Great Cloud Dynasty, you have to change your identity. Of course, the best way is to explore other planes. After 100 or 200 years, when everyone has almost forgotten about you, you can appear with your original identity." The Zhangji Plains human warlocks can freely travel to different worlds. As such, it is very difficult for demonic path overlords to encircle and annihilate them. Once these demonic path overlords commit a heinous crime, they will hide in other worlds, and their traces will be hard to find. Huang Iha wants Yang Feng to go to other worlds to gain experience for a period of time and fade out of everyone's sight before coming out again. Every Infinity Warlock is extremely busy. They can spend decades or even 100 years in closed-door cultivation. After a period of time, they will put their energy on other things. After all, Yang Feng is just a Moonlight Warlock. In the eyes of Infinity Warlocks, he is nothing. It's only out of instinct to strangle danger in advance that an Infinity Warlock will make a move. He doesn't have the value to make Infinity Warlocks wait for hundreds of years or even 1,000 years. To promote to an Infinity Warlock, a Moonlight Warlock needs to break through 3 major secret realms. In history, many geniuses who formed a virtual world have been stuck in a certain secret realm their entire life, unable to advance. There have even been those who forcefully advanced and died. Only after Yang Feng reaches the Bright World Warlock rank will Infinity Warlocks regard him as a potential enemy. Yang Feng responded, "Yes, teacher." With the Infinity Warlock Huang Iha holding the fort, the journey was uneventful, and Yang Feng returned to the Battle Demon sect smoothly. The Battle Demon sect began to prepare for the Moonlight Ceremony of Yang Feng's group of 4. For the entire Battle Demon sect, it is a joyous occasion that Yang Feng's group of 4 advanced to the Moonlight Warlock rank at the same time. Therefore, the Battle Demon sect wants to make the Moonlight Ceremony even more grand. The Tyrannid subcontinent's 3rd floor in a forest. Experts of the Fiendish Demon Clan were hiding in various parts of the forest, staying vigilant. The Pantheon Hellion Monarch, the Undying Hellion Monarch, and the Myriad Beasts Hellion Monarch, the 3 great warlock rank powerhouses of the Tyrannid subcontinent, are sitting aside, covered in wounds. The Undying Hellion Monarch gritted his teeth and cursed. The encirclement is getting stronger and stronger. That damned Joanna, that repulsive dark elf, that lowly whore, that damned bitch raised by Yang Feng. The Pantheon Hellion Monarch said with a gloomy expression, "Everyone, it's time to make up your mind. Since the appearance of the new golems, our living space has been getting smaller and smaller. That is, unless we completely rely on Joanna like the Evil Eyes. Otherwise, we only have one path to take. That path." The faces of the 3 Hellion Monarchs became extremely gloomy. Their eyes shimmered with fear, and they fell silent. That path might be even more dangerous than being Joanna's dog. "Greetings. We meet again." Following a burst of laughter, the forest around the 3 Hellion Monarchs swayed and parted. The extremely beautiful dark elf Joanna with traces of a heroic aura walked out with a smile on her face and looked at the 3 Hellion Monarchs with a ridiculing expression on her face. Times have really changed. Joanna swept the 3 Hellion Monarchs with a glance, and then looked around her. Starry Sky Rippers, Space Disruptors, and other battle robots had already appeared around the forest, surrounding the Demon Clan's experts. Originally, Joanna's strength was slightly inferior to any one of the 3 great Demon Kings. But with her 1,000 main battle robots, the 3 great Demon Kings and countless demonic clan masters could easily chase her to the ends of the earth. She could only hide in a corner and shiver in fear. The Undying Hellion Monarch said solemnly, "Joanna, We are all darkness races of the underworld. Why do you want to exterminate us for Yang Feng? Let us live, and we will repay today's kindness 100-fold in the future. Chapter 552. Joanna smiled faintly and said, "It's a pity. Master said that the influence of your demonic clan is too strong. If they don't surrender, we'll have to kill them all and leave no one alive." The fiendish demon clan, in addition to the offspring of natural unions. They could also use their own blood, flesh, and body parts to contaminate ordinary humans, turning them into demons. If there wasn't the restriction of human warlocks, and if there was enough food, then it would only take a month for the Hellion clan to easily transform all of Tyrannid's subcontinent's humans into Hellions. Hellions were like a malignant virus rooted in the human race. Yang Feng naturally wouldn't allow such monsters to exist. Therefore, he sent Joanna to command the Dark Elves and a large number of battle robots to encircle and annihilate the Hellions. The fiendish demons had no way to escape and no door to hell. You forced us to do this. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. A look of despair flashed across the Pantheon Hellion monarch's eyes. With a flip of his hand, he took out a black plate-like artifact and placed it on the ground. Strange runes lit up on the black plate-like artifact, one after another, before disappearing into the void and opening a gate. A vast and seemingly endless amount of demonic chi gushed out from a gate. Jejia, Tyrannid's subcontinent, the great demon Emperor Cartman has returned. Following a ferocious laugh, a claw covered in black fur extended from a gate, and moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power gushed out of the gate and filled the space. Joanna's pretty face changed. Demon Emperor Cartman? Damn it. This is the Demonist plane, a terrifying existence comparable to a weak divine power. We absolutely can't let him out, otherwise Tyrannid's subcontinent will be finished. The gunner robot wielding the super electromagnetic gun shone brightly, and beams of light bombarded the huge claw covered with black fur. A copious amount of blood splashed, and the huge claw covered in black fur was covered in countless small wounds. But with a surge of demonic chi, the small wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The demon race's vitality was incomparably tyrannical. If it wasn't an injury from a nomological attack, they could recover very quickly. Some special demons would even have their heads chopped off and their hearts dug out. As long as their magic cores were not destroyed, they could recover. A pair of claws covered in black hair stretched out from the gate and pushed against it. Then a 10-meter-tall demon Emperor Cartman with the head of a gorilla, a horn on his head, and countless natural runes engraved all over his body, covered in black hair, and shrouded in thick demonic chi walked out of the gate. Joanna's figure flickered as she turned into a stream of light and fled into the distance. She could clearly sense that she was just like an ant in front of Demon Emperor Cartman. As long as he wanted to, he could kill her at any time. Dark Elves, top quality goods. Stay here and be my toy. Demon Emperor Cartman's eyes shrouded in demonic chi saw the fleeing Joanna, and he smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a stream of black demonic chi shot towards Joanna, as if it had a life of its own. In a breath of time, the black demonic chi hit Joanna, sealed her power in a flash, and eroded her fleshly body. Curses! Joanna clenched her teeth, and with a flip of her hand, a black Rubik's Cube appeared in her hand. With a dazzling radiance, the black Rubik's Cube turned into a black armor that covered her body. After Yang Feng developed the ruler armor, he developed more magic cube bodies and gave them to Joanna and the other women. The body Joanna got was called Darkwalker, which was a body specially used in the underground world. It was embedded with a precious moonlight core and equipped with many high-energy crystals. When the Darkwalker magic cube covered Joanna, frightening moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power erupted in a flash and dispelled the black demonic chi. When the demon Emperor Cartman felt the fearsome aura, his complexion changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Moonlight Warlock!" The Tsangji Plains human warlocks had an illustrious reputation in many plains. When the demon Emperor Cartman sensed the fearsome aura, his heart turned numb. This time, he came to this world with his true body. If he died, then he would truly perish. At this time, the 1,000 battle robots rushed towards Demon Emperor Cartman one after another. A fierce glint flashed past Demon Emperor Cartman's eyes, and he bellowed, turned into a black stream of light, and rushed towards the 1,000 battle robots. After a moment of fierce fighting, the 1,000 battle robots were completely smashed by Demon Emperor Cartman, and countless wreckage scattered on the ground. There were some wounds on Demon Emperor Cartman's body, but demonic chi surged, and the small wounds quickly healed. While Demon Emperor Cartman was entangled with the battle robot, Joanna had already quietly disappeared with the help of the Darkwalker. There was a flash of greed in Demon Emperor Cartman's eyes. It's not a true Moonlight Warlock. It's just a secret treasure that imitates a bit of Moonlight Warlock might. It's really a good treasure that can let a trifling human great warlock imitate a bit of Moonlight Warlock might. It's definitely a god armament grade secret treasure. Greetings, Your Majesty Demon Emperor Cartman. The three Hellion Great Warlock rank experts arrived in front of the Demon Emperor Cartman and saluted him respectfully. This emperor needs to replenish some blood. The Demon Emperor Cartman's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he opened his ferocious maw and inhaled. A terrifying, attractive force enveloped the entire forest, and one Hellion powerhouse after another flew into his mouth. The three Hellion monarchs could only watch helplessly as one Hellion expert after another was sucked into Demon Emperor Cartman's seemingly bottomless maw. Watching their clansmen being devoured by Demon Emperor Cartman, the three Hellion monarchs felt grief in their hearts, yet they didn't dare to show it on their faces. In the demon race, the strong were revered, and there was endless slaughter. To be able to stand out and become a Demon Emperor rank expert, they were definitely ruthless characters. So long as the three Hellion monarchs made any strange moves, then the Hellions would be wiped out. After devouring almost half of the monstrous demon clan's powerhouses in the forest, Demon Emperor Cartman closed his mouth and showed a trace of satisfaction. His aura also continued to strengthen. The three great demon kings of the monster race had used an artifact to bring Demon Emperor Cartman over from the demon world, but the power of that artifact was unable to completely bring Demon Emperor Cartman over. As a result, Demon Emperor Cartman had to consume a huge amount of his own strength to forcibly cross over from the demon world. Demon Emperor Cartman took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed a look of intoxication. So this is the Tsangji Plain, as expected of one of the most powerful plains. Here, I don't feel any plane suppression. This is great. This is the most suitable plane for us demons to inhabit. Different planes can accommodate different levels of powerhouses. For example, a grade 9 plane can only accommodate legend rank, great warlock, powerhouses at most. Any powerful existence, even if it is an infinity warlock, will be suppressed to the legend rank if they enter a grade 9 plane. If an infinity warlock wants to descend to a grade 9 plane with their true body, they must completely destroy the plane origin will of the grade 9 plane. Once the plane origin will of a grade 9 plane is destroyed, the entire plane will die. The land will become decertified, the various elements will dissipate, and the plane will eventually become an abandoned plane full of deathly stillness. Apart from the 36 primary material planes and the Tsangji plane, many planes find it difficult to accommodate powerful races. Therefore, the Tsangji plane has attracted the coveting and competition of so many powerful races. Demon Emperor Cartman glanced at the three Hellion monarchs and sneered. From now on, I am your master. You have to do everything in your power to assist me in opening a planar passageway to the demonic plane. Understand? The three Hellion monarchs smiled bitterly and responded helplessly. Yes, your majesty. Demon Emperor Cartman's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he uttered coldly, "Tyrannid subcontinent. I'm back. Yang Feng, you damn little ant, you dare to kill my clone? How dare you kill my clone? I'll tear you to shreds." The city of Dark Elves, inside a large temple. The great matriarch of Dark Elves, Shanna, knelt on the ground. Behind her, there were countless beautiful dark elven girls prostrating themselves on the ground and reciting prayers. In the center of the large temple, there was an idol with a 70% resemblance to Yang Feng's. This idol was Yang Feng's avatar on the Feisuo plane, the Guardian. With the top-notch warp gate that could freely cross space, Yang Feng's women could use the warp gate to shuttle to different places. After Shanna finished dealing with the matters of the Fuso subcontinent, she would return to preside over the affairs of the Dark Elves. Bang! Along with a blare, the gate of the temple was pushed open, and the pale-faced Joanna strode inside. Shanna creased her eyebrows slightly, then waved her hand and said, "You can all withdraw." The young but charming dark elven priests got up one by one and retreated. Shanna said lightly, "Joanna, what's going on? Aren't you besieging the Hellions? With 1,000 mechanical golems, you shouldn't be unable to take down a few trifling great warlock rank Hellions, right? If that's the case, then you're too incompetent." At the time, it was Joanna who betrayed Shanna, although both sides were now Yang Feng's women, but their relationship was still very poor. Chapter 553. Joanna said with a dignified expression. The demon Emperor Cartman was summoned by the Hellions from the demonic plane. As if she had heard a trivial matter, Shanna said tranquilly, "Oh, that's it?" Joanna was stunned. Her beautiful eyes flashed with anger, and she barked, "Shanna, why aren't you gathering the people? Immediately disperse the clansmen and let them escape on their own." The demon Emperor Cartman is a moonlight warlock rank expert. Even human moonlight warlocks aren't his match. Even if all of us dark elves join forces, we still won't be his match. Shanna swept Joanna with a ridiculing glance and said faintly, "This matter isn't something we can handle. We should inform Master and let him handle it." Joanna creased her eyebrows slightly and said, "Master? He's just a trifling starry sky warlock. His strength can't compare to that of the demon Emperor Cartman." The demon Emperor Cartman didn't come with an avatar this time, but with his true body. He's a moonlight warlock, rank demonic god. Even if Master's mechanical golems are stronger, they still won't be his match. When Joanna was captured and forcibly subdued by Yang Feng, although she didn't dare to resist him, but she was still very unwilling. She had been leading troops to besiege Hellions in the underworld and rarely serve Yang Feng with other beautiful women. Shanna didn't explain. She smiled faintly, took out a palm-sized communicator, and pressed it. After a while, Yang Feng's voice came from the communicator. "Shanna, what's the matter?" Shanna said in a coquettish voice, "Master, the demon clan in the third layer of Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world used their clan's final trump card to summon demon Emperor Cartman from the demon clan's plane. Reportedly, the demon Emperor Cartman's true body came in person, and his strength is intact." Yang Feng said, "I know, I'll go and handle this matter." A vast and terrifying demonic might suddenly swept in from outside and shrouded the entire city of Dark Elves. Under the pressure of the vast and terrifying demonic might, the complexions of the Dark Elves below the level. One warlock rank turned pale, and they were either kneeling or lying on the ground, almost unable to budge. The Dark Elves with level 1 to level 3 warlock rank strength also felt as if a boulder was pressing down on them, their eyes flashing with fear. This is the main city of Dark Elves. Yang Feng's harem city. Good. After I've conquered the city of Dark Elves, I'll use the cruelest method to kill all the Dark Elves in the city of Dark Elves and let that scoundrel Yang Feng know the consequences of offending me. The demon Emperor Cartman. A mass of black, demonic cloud floated over from afar. Demon Emperor Cartman's arrogant and savage laughter rang out from within the cloud. When the dark elves within the city of dark elves heard that extremely sinister voice, they trembled all over. Even the level 3 warlocks turned pale, and they couldn't even display 30% of their strength. Godfiend powerhouses all had innate pressure. Gods had divine might, dragons had dragon might, and demons had demonic might. Under the envelopment of all kinds of pressure, all beings below the demigod level who were not divine beings would be oppressed by the terrifying pressure, and they wouldn't be able to exert even 30% of their abilities. It was precisely because they possessed all kinds of innate pressure that Godfiend rank experts were aloof and didn't fear the siege of experts below the Great Warlock rank. In ancient times, during the era of the 8 Great Warlock dynasties, a Great Warlock rank expert was a qualified ordinary soldier. Only with enough Great Warlock rank soldiers using all kinds of arrays and secret treasures could they threaten Godfiend rank experts above the Moonlight Warlock rank. When Joanna felt the terrifying demonic might, her complexion suddenly changed greatly, and she shouted, "Yang Feng, don't throw away your life. After you practice cultivation until the Moonlight Warlock rank, then come and take revenge for us. The Demon Emperor Cartman is already here." What a surprise. I didn't expect that you would also worry about my safety. Yang Feng's voice suddenly sounded in the reception hall. The space distorted, and he walked out of the distorted space. He looked at Joanna with a merry smile, reached out, and pulled her into his embrace. Of the 3 legend-ranked dark elves, Shayna had long since submitted to Yang Feng and offered her everything. Both Joanna and Romulage were very proud. Joanna chose to lead her troops into the underworld to besiege the dark races. Romulage, on the other hand, was an assassin who walked in the darkness and also assassinated the dark race experts. The 2 beautiful women weren't willing to wag their tails towards Yang Feng and beg for his favor in exchange for resources. Yang Feng thought that they didn't have a trace of affection for him. However, it was clear that Joanna was still somewhat concerned about his safety. Joanna embraced Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes misted up, and tenderness surged. "Idiot, what are you doing here? Moonlight Warlock rank experts aren't existences that you can contend against. Even human Moonlight Warlocks aren't the opponent of the Demon Emperor Cartman. He's a top demon expert." "Idiot." The Demon Emperor Cartman was a top demon expert, although his realm was the same as that of a human Moonlight Warlock. But unless it was a human warlock who formed a virtual world, or an expert who cultivated a variety of formidable secret methods, had deep accumulations, or possessed frightening secret treasures, it would take at least 3 human warlocks of the same rank to defeat him. Shayna looked at Joanna in Yang Feng's embrace, and a glint of jealousy streaked past her beautiful eyes. "Don't worry. Watch me." Yang Feng smiled slightly, took a step forward with Joanna in his arms, and set off ripples in the space that swallowed him. In the sky above the city of dark elves, spatial ripples flashed, and Yang Feng walked out with Joanna in his arms, looking like a pair of immortals. "It's him, the great god Ian. He's Yang Feng, the ruler of our race. Damn it, I'm so envious of Joanna." The beautiful dark elven warriors looked up at Yang Feng and Joanna with envy in their beautiful eyes. Under Shayna's leadership, the entire Tyrannid subcontinent's dark elves began to believe in the god Ian, completely abandoning the goddess Lolth. Of course, the dark elves' belief in Yang Feng was shallow. There wasn't a single true believer among them. However, this didn't hinder their worship of Yang Feng, which was the innate worship of the strong among dark elves. "That's Yang Feng? How did he comprehend the law of space?" "Yang Feng, isn't he a level 2 warlock? How did he comprehend the law of space?" When the undead Hellion monarch and the other 2 Hellion experts saw Yang Feng, they were immediately dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. A few years ago, Yang Feng was still a level 2 warlock. The information the undead Hellion monarch and them obtained was only from a few years ago. Ever since they were chased by Joanna, it became increasingly difficult to obtain information. They had no idea that Yang Feng had already broken through to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. The demonic cloud churned and surged, and the demon Emperor Cartman slowly walked out of the black demonic chi and stared at Yang Feng with a dignified look in his eyes. A dignified expression on his face, the demon Emperor Cartman uttered solemnly, "Yang Feng, you actually promoted to a Moonlight Warlock." The eyes of the undead Hellion Monarch and the other two Hellion experts suddenly flashed with astonishment, and they trembled, full of fear. Moonlight Warlock. Joanna's beautiful eyes erupted with an extraordinary splendor in an instant. Staring at Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes sparkled with indescribable joy. Moonlight Warlock. You actually promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. Dark elves respected the strong and worshipped the strong. At the time, Joanna was forced to submit to Yang Feng. Deep in her heart, she looked down on Yang Feng, a puny human warlock who relied on mechanical golems to defeat them. This was why she led the dark elven experts to kill and suppress the dark races in the underground world. Only after Yang Feng promoted to a great warlock and Starry Sky Warlock did she have a favorable impression of him. Now that she heard that Yang Feng has promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, Joanna's heart trembled, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with indescribable joy. She felt that Yang Feng was 10 times more handsome than before. Yang Feng smiled slightly. An intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank might spread in all directions with him as the center. Although the Moonlight Warlock rank might wasn't as powerful as demonic might, but it still suppressed the undead Hellion Monarch and the other two Hellions, and their eyes shimmered with fear. They didn't expect that a puny human warlock from back then would grow to this point in just a dozen-plus years. Intermediate Moonlight Warlock. You're actually an intermediate Moonlight Warlock. You're really a genius. Your cultivation speed is terrifyingly fast. But the more it's like this, the more I can't let you live. Yang Feng, today is the day you die. The eyes of the demon Emperor Cartman flickered with madness, and he smiled malevolently. Advanced Moonlight Warlock rank demonic chi surged inside him, and sharp blades emerged from his joints, as if a terrifying transcendent descended to suppress the secular world. He suppressed the secular world. Yang Feng willed, and a white, transparent battle demon armor covered him. He silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out and suppressed the demon Emperor Cartman. A dignified look in his eyes, the demon Emperor Cartman slammed a fist containing violent demonic chi into the true God Empyrean imprint. Countless strange chains suddenly shot out from the true God Empyrean seal and pierced into demon Emperor Cartman's body. They forcefully pulled demon Emperor Cartman into the true God Empyrean seal and suppressed him. After the true God Empyrean imprint suppressed the demon Emperor Cartman, it vibrated continuously, and finally, a strange imprint appeared on its surface. The demon Emperor Cartman's appearance could be vaguely seen. Chapter 554. Joanna was dumbstruck. Her cherry lips parted slightly, an incredulous expression on her face. Suppressed. The demon Emperor Cartman was actually suppressed just like that. So strong. So strong. In the city of dark elves, when the countless dark elven beauties saw this scene, their hearts trembled, their beautiful eyes sparkled, their tender bodies trembled, their slender legs rubbed against each other, revealing intoxicating expressions. Dark elves struggled to survive in the underworld where the strong preyed on the weak, and the goddess Lolth was even more sinister and ruthless. Only the strong could survive among dark elves. So long as they were strong, the dark elves had to obey their orders. In such an environment, the concept of the strong being respected had already been engraved in the bones of the dark elves. Seeing Yang Feng defeat the demon Emperor Cartman with a single spell was more useful than any aphrodisiac for the dark elven beauties. Go to hell. Yang Feng swept the 3 Hellion monarchs with a glance, then flicked his finger, and a speck of 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared, turned into a berserk fire dragon, and swept towards the 3 Hellion monarchs. 3 fireballs suddenly appeared in the void. After struggling for a while, they turned into ashes and sprinkled down from the sky. Amazing! When did he become so amazing? Joanna watched as the 3 Hellion monarchs, whom she regarded as great enemies, were casually crushed by Yang Feng as if ants, and her heart trembled. She looked at Yang Feng as if honey was about to drip from her beautiful eyes. Joanna's beautiful eyes sparkled, tender as water, revealing an indescribable charm. With a touch of fragrance, she whispered in Yang Feng's ear, "Take me back to my room. I want you." Joanna, who originally had a heroic temperament, became even more beautiful and dazzling, making Yang Feng's appetite stir. He laughed heartily, took a step into the void, and disappeared. In the city of dark elves, from a dark corner, Romulage walked out. Looking in the direction in which Yang Feng disappeared, her beautiful eyes rippled, and she whispered, "Moonlight Warlock, his rate of progress is really frightening." Tyrannid subcontinent, Rose Garden. The gorgeous Carolina with a noble temperament sat in the garden and looked at the colorful, extraordinary plants enchanted with spells. After a long time, she sighed faintly with complicated emotions. Moonlight Warlock. He has promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. Carolina was originally the #1 female genius in Tyrannid subcontinent. In such a resource-poor place like Tyrannid subcontinent, she forcibly cultivated to the pinnacle Great Warlock realm. At the time, relying on the resources provided by Yang Feng, Carolina broke through in one fell swoop and became one of the 2 female Starry Sky Warlocks of the Tyrannid subcontinent. But now Carolina was still a junior Starry Sky Warlock, while Yang Feng was already a Moonlight Warlock. The gap between the two was getting bigger and bigger, making her jealous. Carolina thought about it, adjusted her mood, and revealed a smile. "Moonlight Warlock. Only a Moonlight Warlock is worthy of being my man." Carolina mused. "It seems that I have to be more proactive, or else Cordelia will get ahead of me." Unlike the proud, reserved, and noble Carolina, Cordelia, like Cheyenne, completely lowered her status to serve Yang Feng. Disregarding her status, she even served Yang Feng together with Eunice and Judy. Moreover, she was exceptionally bold and was willing to play in any position. Naturally, she was doted on by Yang Feng. With Yang Feng's support, Cordelia's cultivation speed advanced by leaps and bounds, and she could break through and promote to a Starry Sky Warlock at any time. Ever since Cordelia had betrayed Carolina, the 3 most beautiful roses in Rose Garden were no longer as close as they could be. Currently, Carolina could still rely on her Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base to suppress Cordelia. But once Cordelia broke through and became a Starry Sky Warlock, Carolina might be suppressed by Cordelia instead. On the contrary, Carolina might be suppressed by Cordelia. After all, Cordelia was much more favored by Yang Feng than Carolina. If it wasn't for the support of her ally Clarissa, Carolina would have been forced into a sorry state by Cordelia. After all, in Yang Feng's eyes, a trifling Starry Sky Warlock was nothing. Yang Feng spent a rose-colored vacation in the Tyrannid subcontinent. After his body and mind were greatly relaxed, he returned to the demon-fighting sect. This trip to the Tyrannid subcontinent strengthened Yang Feng's determination to climb to the top. Before, in Yang Feng's eyes, the Demon Emperor Cartman was a nearly invincible transcendent. If Yang Feng had stayed in the Tyrannid subcontinent at that time without making any progress, by now he would have definitely died at the hands of the Demon Emperor Cartman. At that time, as soon as Yang Feng heard about the continent, he immediately went to the continent because he was well aware that if he didn't have the strength, then a disaster might befall him at any time. The Tyrannid subcontinent was indeed barren, and cultivation resources were very scarce. Here, a low-grade magic crystal would be regarded as a treasure. But this was a subcontinent after all, with a population of more than 10 billion. In the eyes of evil warlocks, fiends, hellions, and devils, The population of more than 10 billion was a big fat piece of meat. Without formidable strength, then the position of the master of the Tyrannid subcontinent would not be stable. A few months later, the invitations sent by the battle demonic sect had spread throughout the Great Cloud Dynasty. Countless forces of all sizes rushed over from all directions and converged on the battle demonic sect. After the Time Sky City competition assembly, Yang Feng's reputation spread to many prefectures of the Eastern world, along with the countless Starry Sky warlock-ranked geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Before the Time Sky City competition assembly, Yang Feng's name was only known by some great families and forces that attached great importance to intelligence gathering. After that, many warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty's prefectures learned of Yang Feng's existence and deeds. The battle demonic sect's reputation expanded along with Yang Feng's. Compared to Shi Shui's moonlight ceremony, the forces of all sizes who received the invitations prepared more sumptuous gifts to congratulate him. On the day of the moonlight ceremony, bells rang in the battle demonic sect, announcing the official start of the moonlight ceremony. In the battle demonic hall, Lu Wuchen, sitting in the seat of honor, looked at the many powerhouses in the hall and revealed a smile in his eyes. In the last moonlight ceremony, most of the forces sent moonlight warlock rank representatives. This time, however, there were 6 glorious sun warlock rank warlock leaders. Whether in terms of quantity or quality, the moonlight ceremony this time was far superior to Shi Shui's moonlight ceremony. When Yang Feng's group of 4 stepped into the battle demonic hall, countless eyes focused on them. He's here! Yang Feng! Yang Feng is here! Is he Yang Feng? Zhang Hanzhan and the other 2 were personal disciples of the other 3 great elders. They were peerless geniuses who could challenge junior moonlight warlocks while in the quasi-moonlight warlock realm. However, in the battle demonic hall, countless people focused their gazes on Yang Feng, full of curiosity, apprehension, and jealousy. Very few people looked at Zhang Hanzhan and the other 2 geniuses. The leaders of the forces that came from all over the Great Cloud Dynasty all possessed moonlight warlock rank cultivation bases or above. In their eyes, ordinary moonlight warlocks were nothing. However, Yang Feng, a freakish powerhouse who could defeat 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world who formed a virtual world while in the Starry Sky warlock realm, was the one they paid the most attention to. There was a flash of disappointment in Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes. These people don't have us in their eyes. They're all looking at junior disciple brother Yang Feng. The pressure is really great to walk together with a freakish genius. There was a flash of disappointment in the eyes of Zhui Yifan and Zhou Feng. The moonlight ceremony was the most glorious moment for every moonlight warlock. Once they stepped into the moonlight warlock realm, they would become gods and demons. Therefore, the 10 Great Sect would hold a moonlight ceremony for every moonlight warlock to celebrate. It was extremely difficult to promote to a moonlight warlock. Even with the Battle Demonic Sect's foundation, it may not be able to promote to a moonlight warlock in 100 years. If it wasn't for the trip to the Time Sky City, Zhang Hanzhan and them would have gained tremendous benefits. If they wanted to promote to a moonlight warlock, it would take them at least 200 to 300 years to make thorough preparations and smoothly advance to a moonlight warlock. Of course, they could also advance by force. However, that would bring the risk of death and failure. Originally, the protagonists of the moonlight ceremony were Yang Feng's group of 4. However, although Zhang Hanshan's group of 3 were personal disciples of the great elders of the Battle Demonic Sect, but they didn't have any outstanding accomplishments. Naturally, they weren't as dazzling as Yang Feng. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yang Feng's group of 4 sat down next to Lu Wuchen and looked at the leaders of the major warlock forces. The inner sect disciples and true disciples of the Battle Demonic Sect looked enviously at Yang Feng's group of 4. Once they stepped into the Moonlight Warlock realm, they would become gods and demons. Moonlight Warlocks were transcendent rank experts. Every Moonlight Warlock was the pillar and upper echelon of a sect. Any Moonlight Warlock was qualified to establish their own meridian in the battled demonic sect. They could form a peak and obtain great authority. A fragrant wind blew, and a beautiful woman dressed in purple strode into the reception hall with 4 disciples dressed in the Bright Moon School's uniform. She was Elder Meng Yunhan of the Bright Moon School. Meng Yunhan smiled sweetly and said, "Well met, senior disciple Brother Liu. Congratulations on the addition of 4 Moonlight Warlocks to your esteemed sect. In less than 10 years, your esteemed sect has gained 5 Moonlight Warlocks. This is a sign of great prosperity for the sect." Liu Wuchen said with a smile, "Junior disciple Sister Meng, please take a seat." Meng Yunhan took a seat with the 4 disciples of the Bright Moon School. When her gaze fell on Yang Feng, a complicated look flashed past her beautiful eyes, and she sighed in her heart. In less than 3 years, he has advanced from a great warlock to a Moonlight Warlock. There are really despairing monsters in this world. Chapter 555. Once you stepped into the Moonlight realm, you would become a transcendent. Moonlight Warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. No matter where they went, they would be valued. Even in the 8 Warlock dynasties, where human Warlocks were at the peak of their glory, Moonlight Warlocks were powerful existences that rarely produced 1 in 100 million ordinary people. Meng Yunhan was also a genius at the time. It only took her 20 years to cultivate from an apprentice Warlock to a Starry Sky Warlock. This cultivation speed was enough to make Carolina, the #1 female Warlock genius in the Tyrannid subcontinent, feel ashamed. However, it took Meng Yunhan 368 years to cultivate from a Starry Sky Warlock to a Moonlight Warlock. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, an ordinary Moonlight Warlock's cultivation time was more than 700 years. When Meng Yunhan thought that it took Yang Feng less than 3 years to promote to a Moonlight Warlock from a Great Warlock, she couldn't help but feel jealous inside. Shortly after Meng Yunhan took her seat, a Glorious Dawn Warlock rank elder from the Star River sect, the Golem Gate, the Beast God School, and the Myriad Snow Gate brought people to congratulate her. A beautiful woman in yellow and a handsome young man, followed by 4 men and 4 women, entered the reception hall. Among the 4 men and 4 women, there was a young man with an unruly expression. There was a snake-like imprint on his forehead, and he exuded a violent and unruly aura. That's the Scarlet Fire demonic snake Shangguan Luo of the Moonlight 10 Heroes and 7 Stars. It's him. Sure enough, the Tai sect won't let go of this opportunity to attack the Battle Demon sect. Yang Feng's performance in the Time Sky City was too dazzling. Now, most of the Warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty know his name. After all, he's a peerless genius who fought against 10 supreme geniuses of the Western world in the Time Sky City. The Tai sect must suppress his edge. When they saw the young man, the complexions of the leaders from different Warlock groups changed at once, and they commented spiritedly. Yang Feng stared at the young man with a dignified glint in his eyes. A Moonlight 10 Heroes expert. The Moonlight 10 Heroes and 7 Stars were recognized as the 17 strongest Warlock geniuses in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The 7 Stars were arranged according to the Big Dipper and were above the Moonlight 10 Heroes. This ranking was a tradition left behind by the 4th Warlock Dynasty, the Star Dynasty, and had been carried on until now. In the era of the Star Dynasty, there were only 7 stars. The 10 Heroes was a tradition added by the Magic Note Dynasty. As the most powerful Warlock dynasty in the Zhangji Plain, the Great Cloud Dynasty had many experts, including many Moonlight Warlock rank experts. Every Moonlight Warlock was a genius among geniuses. Who knows how many hardships they have gone through to reach this step? Many peerless geniuses among Starry Sky Warlocks are stuck at the step of breaking through to the Moonlight Warlock realm. And until they die of old age, they are only quasi-Moonlight Warlocks. For the Moonlight 10 Heroes and the 7 Stars to be able to stand at the apex of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight Warlocks, the strength and potential of each of them can be imagined. After Yang Feng promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, he can easily kill some rogue, quasi-glorious Sun Warlocks. However, against an opponent on the level of the Moonflower 10 heroes, he didn't have certainty of victory either. After all, it hasn't been long since he promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. The beautiful woman in yellow said lightly, St. Lotus Sect, Zhao Ilian greets senior disciple Brother Liu. Congratulations on adding 4 Moonlight Warlocks to your esteemed sect. The handsome young man said with a smile. Tai Yi Sect Zhang Xianchong greets senior disciple Brother Liu. Congratulations on adding 4 Moonlight Warlocks to your esteemed sect. Liu Wuchen frowned imperceptibly, looked at Shangguan Luo, and said lightly, Thank you. Please take a seat. Zhao Ilian and Shangguan Luo took their 8 genius disciples back to their seats. In the reception hall, gazes focused on Zhao Ilian and Shangguan Luo. The conflict between the Tai Yi sect and the Battle Demon sect was well known. Experts of the Moonlight 10 heroes like Shangguan Luo basically had their own things to do. If they weren't presiding over a plane and suppressing the riots of the Aboriginals, they were carrying out various research experiments, adventuring in dangerous secret realms, or conquering other planes. Experts of the Moonlight 10 heroes and the 7 stars basically wouldn't waste time appearing in other people's moonlight ceremonies. Now that Shangguan Luo came here, he clearly harbored malicious intentions. Under the gazes of the crowd, Shangguan Luo's gaze focused on Yang Feng and carefully sized him up. The atmosphere in the reception hall became very strange. Right at this moment, a tall, handsome, middle-aged man who emanated a gloomy aura between his brows, and half of his face was inscribed with strange runes strode into the hall with large strides. Behind a middle-aged man followed 4 young warlocks dressed in the Saint Demon Sect's attire. One of them had a jade-like complexion, starry eyes, an extraordinary temperament, a smile on his face, and exuding dazzling self-confidence and a formidable aura. He wasn't the least bit inferior to Shangguan Luo. The third hero of the Moonlight 10 heroes, the fiend noble young master Soli. Why is he here? Why is someone from the Saint Demon Sect here? When the warlock leaders saw this scene, their faces flickered, and they commented spiritedly. The Saint Demon Sect and the Corpse Demon Sect, one used archfiends, archdevils, evil ogres, kindred, and shadow life forms. The other was a sect that dug up the corpses of powerful beings and used them to conduct taboo spell research. The behavior of these 2 sects was extremely cruel and strange, so they were ostracized by the other 8 great sections. Even the Great Cloud Dynasty, the reputation of these 2 sects wasn't good. However, the ancient devils, ancient demons, and other powerful beings were all extremely powerful. As long as one could gain their favor, offer enough sacrifices, and understand the rules of trading with them, one's cultivation speed would increase by leaps and bounds. Although the Saint Demon Sect and the Corpse Demon Sect had a bad reputation, but they were very powerful. In terms of the number of Moonlight Warlocks alone, the Saint Demon Sect had more Moonlight Warlocks than the Battle Demon Sect and the Bright Moon School combined. However, when dealing with ancient devils and ancient fiends, they would be restricted by their power. As a result, powerhouses above the Bright World Warlock rank were very rare. The Saint Demon Sect only had 1 Infinity Warlock and 2 Bright World Warlocks. Even so, by virtue of its huge number of Moonlight Warlocks, the Saint Demon Sect occupied many planes and possessed tremendous power. Its ranking among the 10 great sects was even higher than the Battle Demon Sect. The Saint Demon Sect had never participated in any sect's Moonlight ceremony, but now it sent people to participate in the Battle Demon Sect's Moonlight ceremony. This was naturally surprising. The warlock with half a face engraved with strange runes smiled and said, Saint Demon Sect's Kai Shang greets senior disciple Brother Liu. Congratulations on adding 4 Moonlight Warlocks to your esteemed sect. Liu Wuchen responded coldly. Thank you. Please take a seat. Kai Shang didn't care. He took his people to the Saint Demon Sect seats and said with a faint smile, senior disciple Brother Liu. This is a good-for-nothing disciple of my sect named Suoli. I heard that your sect's Yang Feng defeated 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world in the Time Sky City Competition Assembly, greatly increasing the prestige of the Great Cloud Dynasty. This stupid disciple is unconvinced and wants to exchange pointers with Yang Feng. Since Yang Feng is here, why don't we let them exchange pointers? Lu Wuchen's face sank, and he said coldly, Yang Feng is just promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. Suoli is already the third hero of the Moonlight 10 heroes. I don't agree with their exchange of pointers. Each of the Moonlight's 7 stars could defeat weaker, Glorious Sun Warlocks. Each of the Moonlight 10 heroes could easily defeat quasi-Glorious Sun Warlocks and contend against some weaker Glorious Sun Warlocks. Yang Feng had just promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. According to common sense, no matter how strong he was, it was practically impossible for him to defeat a bottom feeder of the Moonlight 10 heroes. After all, the Moonlight 10 heroes were warlock geniuses who have promoted to Moonlight Warlocks more than 100 years ago, and each of them possessed amazing battle prowess. As the Battle Demon Sect's sect master, Lu Wuchen naturally didn't want Yang Feng to be humiliated by Suoli. In the Sangji Plain, many proud and arrogant warlock geniuses were humiliated to the point of committing suicide on the spot after a defeat. Some were ruthlessly attacked during a spar, and their soul origin was damaged. Unable to break through for the rest of their lives, they were reduced to trash and died of depression. Suoli came to challenge Yang Feng with ill intentions. Lu Wuchen naturally didn't want to see Yang Feng defeated and seriously injured. There was a sinister flash in Suoli's eyes, and he said provocatively, Yang Feng, do you want to be a coward? If you don't dare to accept my challenge here, then get lost and shout, the Battle Demonic Sect is inferior to the Saint Demon Sect 3 times. If you don't do that, then I'll challenge your Moonlight Warlocks one by one and cripple them all. I'll show everyone what kind of trash the Battle Demonic Sect's Moonlight Warlocks are. With a furious look on his face, Kai Sheng barked, Impudent. Suoli, you're too impudent. The Battle Demonic Sect's Yang Feng is a peerless genius who defeated 10 supreme geniuses of the Western world. How could he be a coward? How could he refuse our challenge? You dare to spout nonsense in the Battle Demonic Sect? That's too impudent. After returning to the sect, I'll report this to the sect master and have him punish you with 10 years of reflection. Even though Kai Sheng berated, but his words were aimed at Yang Feng. Everyone understood the meaning behind his words, but no one said anything. Lu Wuchen was just about to reprimand Suoli when he was choked by Kai Sheng's words. There was a flash of anger in his eyes. The Saint Demon Sect was a bit stronger than the Battle Demonic Sect. Since Kai Sheng has already berated his disciple, he couldn't fall out and get angry. Yes, Elder Kai. Suoli lowered his head slightly, and then looked up at Yang Feng with an unruly and provocative look on his face. Clearly, he didn't take Kai Sheng's words to heart. Chapter 556. Yang Feng looked at Suoli and suddenly said with a faint smile, Interesting. Since you're courting death, then I'll fulfill your wish. I accept your challenge. Let's fight right here. Lu Wuchen's face changed dramatically. Yang Feng said with a smile, Sect Master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. He's just a good-for-nothing who hasn't even formed a virtual world. His cultivation base is just a little stronger. In my eyes, he's nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs, nothing to fear. Even though I've just promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, such a good-for-nothing is not my opponent. Suoli's face twitched, and he became furious at once, and his eyes radiated frigid, killing intent. Although Suoli's battle prowess was astonishing, and he could contend against some weak, junior Glorious Sun Warlocks, but he still hadn't formed a virtual world. However, he had never been able to condense a virtual world. This was the greatest scar in his heart. Warlocks who hadn't formed a virtual world were bound to not be invincible in the same rank. The standard of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight 7 Stars was that one had to be an expert who had formed a virtual world. Although Su'A Li's battle prowess was astonishing, and he was once infinitely close to the Alcade star, but he still couldn't become one of the Moonlight's 7 stars. In the end, he was surpassed by the rising geniuses one after another. This was the biggest scar in Su'A Li's heart and his greatest taboo. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Feng tore open his biggest and most painful scar, filling his heart with anger and killing intent. Lu Wuchen frowned slightly and waved his sleeve. "Since you've decided, I won't try to persuade you." Rays of resplendent light surged out of the hall and entered the center of the hall. Waves of spatial fluctuations formed an arena. A gloomy expression on his face, Su'A Li's killing intent surged, and he blurred an emotion and flew into the arena. Yang Feng also stepped into the arena. "Yang Feng, you're really stupid. If you were a well-behaved tortoise, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But now, you've come to throw away your life. How foolish. I'll let you experience the power of the Moonlight 10 heroes." Su'A Li's face was ferocious. He spread his fingers, and a suit of armor engraved with countless strange runes and inlaid with 9 demon skulls suddenly flew out and covered his body. As soon as the armor of the 9 fiend skulls attached to Su'A Li, the eyes of the fiend skulls turned, as if coming to life, and the 18 eyes stared at Yang Feng. The 18 eyes turned continuously, and a gloomy, strange, and ferocious aura diffused from Su'A Li. With a flick of Su'A Li's wrist, a blade as black as ink, inlaid with 9 evil ogre skulls, engraved with countless runes, and refined from the spine of a glorious sun warlock, rank evil ogre, appeared in his hand. 9 demons' armor, evil ghost demon saber. Su'A Li is actually serious. The 9 fiend armor is a level 6 secret treasure refined from the essence of 9 moonlight warlock rank fiends. The evil ghost demon saber is a level 6 secret treasure refined for the corpses of 9 moonlight warlock rank evil ogre and the spine of a glorious sun warlock rank evil ogre. These 2 level 6 secret treasures are full of evil and curses. Any one of them can curse moonlight warlocks to death. Dozens of moonlight warlocks have already died at the hands of these 2 ferocious secret treasures. For Su'A Li to be able to subdue them, that's really scary. There was once a quasi-glorious sun warlock who was cut by the evil ghost demon saber. Plagued by the evil ogre curse, he was cursed to death. For Su'A Li to use these 2 ferocious secret treasures, it seems that he doesn't just want to swap pointers. When the leaders of the major forces saw Su'A Li use the 2 secret treasures, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. The 2 level 6 secret treasures, the 9 demons' armor and the evil ghost demon saber, were evil secret treasures with curses. These 2 rank 6 secret treasures both had strong curses on them, making them even more terrifying than some rank 7 secret treasures. Some weaker, junior glorious sun warlocks weren't willing to rashly become enemies with Su'A Li because of these 2 ferocious secret treasures. Su'A Li's status as one of the Moonlight 10 heroes was mostly due to these 2 secret treasures. Without these 2 secret treasures full of curses and powerful evil chi, he wouldn't have been able to become one of the great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight 10 heroes. Yang Feng looked at Su'A Li, and a warning sign welled up in his heart. He instinctively felt the threat of death from Su'A Li. With a thought, the white war demon armor suddenly appeared and covered his body. The highest realm of the battle demon secret method, White Battle Demon. He really succeeded in cultivating it. White Battle Demon. That's a realm that only the 4 great elders can cultivate. To be able to cultivate it, he's worthy of being the number 1 genius of the Battle Demon sect. The eyes of many inner sect disciples and true disciples in the Battle Demon sect flashed with excitement, and they commented spiritedly. The Battle Demon secret method was broad and profound, and the further one advanced, the more difficult it became to cultivate. If the Moonlight Warlock geniuses in the Battle Demon sect didn't specialize in this secret method, they would only reach the Gold Battle Demon realm. At most, only the Black Battle Demon realm would specialize in this secret method. In the Battle Demon sect, the Glorious Sun Warlocks who specialize in the Battle Demon secret method were at most in the Black Battle Demon realm. As for the White Battle Demon, only the 4 Great Elders could successfully cultivate it. Now that they saw Yang Feng use this secret method, the disciples of the Battle Demon sect naturally became excited. When Lu Wuchen saw this scene, a complicated look flashed in his eyes, and he sighed, "White Battle Demon, what an enviable talent." As a fundamental secret method of the Battle Demon sect, the Battle Demon secret method could resist countless spells and erupt with 5-fold battle prowess when cultivated to the pinnacle. It was more powerful than many Empyrean-grade secret methods. The only regret was that this secret method was only a combat secret method, and not a secret method that could allow people to directly cultivate to the Bright World Warlock or Infinity Warlock realm. The more powerful the Warlock, the greater the effect of the Battle Demon secret method on them. Lu Wuchen has cultivated the Battle Demon secret method for many years, but he is still in the Black Battle Demon realm. When he saw Yang Feng operate the White Battle Demon at will, he naturally felt upset. Yang Feng pressed the fingers of a hand, and the ruler magic cube changed and turned into a set of black armor that covered him, making him look like a black god of war. "Go to hell!" A fierce expression on his face, Suoli slashed out with his sword, and freaks with twisted and malevolent faces gushed out of the evil ogre fiend sword and rushed towards Yang Feng. The freaks with twisted and malevolent faces are strange phenomena formed after the evil ogre fiend sword slayed enemies and devoured the souls of their masters, plus the life force of warlocks. As soon as those strange monsters appeared, the entire Grand Colosseum darkened. The surrounding scenery seemed to have frozen, no longer changing. A strange and incomparably icy chill pervaded the entire arena. The surroundings were silent, and all sounds disappeared. The sky and the earth were dim, and the space seemed to distort. The entire grand arena seemed to have turned into a strange and twisted domain. A strange aura that made one despair and madness spread out from this domain. The freaks were best at creating some strange and terrifying phenomena, appearing and disappearing unpredictably and scaring the victims. By absorbing the despair and fear of the victims, they would grow stronger and eventually kill the victims. In the strange ogre domain, Glorious Sun warlocks who didn't know how to resist the ogre domain would be ground to death. Yang Feng clearly felt wisps of frigid aura pass through his ruler armor, but 90% of it was blocked by the Battle Demon armor. Nevertheless, the remaining wisps of frigid aura almost froze his blood. If it was before he promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, Yang Feng would have been eroded by the frigid aura, unable to move. What an amazing ogre domain. Unfortunately, the person you ran into is me. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out, radiated resplendent light, and chains formed from countless runes stabbed towards the distorted and weird space. Miserable screams came from the surrounding space, and distorted and transparent freaks were pulled out of the void by the rune chains and absorbed into the true God Empyrean imprint. The true God Empyrean imprint, which inherited the various powers of the transcendent Empyrean imprint, could suppress countless gods, demons, and evil ogres. Even secret methods, such as 7-Color Skyfire and 9 Revolutions Divine Wind, were far inferior to the true God Empyrean imprint in terms of restraining freaks. The distorted space collapsed inch by inch, revealing a frightened Suoli. Yang Feng pointed at Suoli, and the true God Empyrean imprint turned into a stream of light shooting towards Suoli's head. A fierce glint flashed in Suoli's eyes, and he suddenly slashed at the true God Empyrean imprint with his sword. Countless faces emerged from the evil ogre fiend sword and formed a river of filth that eroded and polluted the true God Empyrean imprint. The level 6 secret treasure evil ogre fiend sword has slain countless fiends and evil ogres and absorbed their souls. The river of filth it condensed can pollute many level 6 secret treasures. Even level 7 secret treasures will be polluted and eroded into scrap iron when touched by the river of filth. With the support of Yang Feng's life force, the true God Empyrean imprint shone brightly, and the side engraved with Demon Emperor Cartman suddenly twisted, opened its maw, and swallowed the river of filth. Rune chains ejected from the true God Empyrean imprint, wrapped around the evil ogre fiend sword, twisted wildly, and tore the evil ogre fiend sword into pieces. Evil ogre souls were extracted and absorbed into the true God Empyrean imprint. After losing the evil ogre souls, the evil ogre fiend sword suddenly decayed and shattered. Suali issued a heart-wrenching scream. My evil ogre fiend sword. Chapter 557. Even though human warlocks imitated many powerful existences and created all kinds of powerful secret methods, but after all, they were still secret methods created by imitating those powerful existences. But after all, it was a secret method created by imitating those formidable beings. Among experts of the same rank, the physical constitution of human warlocks was much weaker than that of those formidable beings. Even supreme geniuses with a special constitution like the first Warlock Dynasty's Time Lord were weaker than archgods of the same rank, who were famous for their tyrannical fleshly bodies. Human warlocks racked their brains to create secret treasures. They were treasures with all kinds of outrageous powers. With the help of secret treasures, human warlocks defeated one powerful race after another and became the pinnacle existences of the world. As the third hero of the Moonlight 10 Heroes, 30% of Sual Li's strength rested on the evil Ogre Fiendblade. Now that the evil Ogre Fiendblade was destroyed, his strength fell to the bottom, and he fell outside the ranks of the Moonlight 10 Heroes. He could no longer contend against Glorious Sun Warlocks. When Kaixing saw this, he was furious at once, and Glorious Sun Warlock rank aura seeped out of him, and he wanted to kill Yang Feng. Little bastard! Fiend warlocks and devil warlocks used the bloodline of fiends, devils, and other evil creatures to practice cultivation. Their cultivation speed was far faster than that of ordinary people. Their lifespans were longer than that of ordinary warlocks, and their combat strength was far greater than that of ordinary warlocks. But at the same time, there were also great flaws. One of them was that it was difficult to control their emotions, and it was very easy for them to get angry and lose their reason. Within the sphere of influence of the Saint Demon sect, Kaixing was like an emperor who could kill anyone he wanted to die. He controlled the lives of countless warlocks and ordinary people, and he would kill people in a fit of anger. Now that he saw the evil ogre fiend sword destroyed by Yang Feng, his eyes immediately filled with killing intent. The evil ogre fiend sword was a level 6 secret treasure, but it had all kinds of strange and evil powers. If used well, it could even slay some Glorious Sun Warlock rank freaks. There weren't many such treasures in the Saint Demon sect. Now that it was destroyed, Kaixing was naturally furious. Humph! Lu Wuchen snorted coldly, and then released Great Circle Glorious Sun Warlock rank aura in a flash and enveloped the entire hall. He released Killing Intent and locked Kaixing from afar. If Kaixing dared to make a move in the Battle Devil Hall, Lu Wuchen would definitely kill him on the spot. The Battle Demon Hall is enchanted with countless spells. Here, even if a Bright World Warlock comes, they will be easily suppressed by Lu Wuchen. Kaixing was alarmed by Lu Wuchen's aura and killing intent. The scarlet color in his eyes slowly receded, and he regained a trace of clarity. He looked at Lu Wuchen with incomparable fear before turning his gaze back to the arena. After the true god Empyrean imprint devoured the evil ogre fiend sword, the chains formed from countless runes continued to extend and stab into the 9 fiend armor on Sual Li. One after another, sinister and strange power shadows formed by the demonic power flew out of the 9 demons' armor and were forcibly pulled into the real god Empyrean seal. No! My 9 demons' armor. Sual Li's face was filled with despair, and he let out another extremely miserable and shrill cry. The 9 demons' armor on him cracked, shattered, and fell to the ground. After losing the 9 fiend armor and the evil ogre fiend sword, Suoli's demonic chi, which seemed capable of covering the sun, suddenly disappeared, and he only exuded the aura of an ordinary pinnacle moonlight warlock. Tears of blood flowed out of Suoli's eyes, and he roared like a devil. "Yang Feng, you dared to destroy my 9 demons' armor and the evil ogre fiend sword. I want you dead. I want you dead. I want you to die a horrible death." The Saint Demon Sect's warlocks like to use the power of fiends and evil gods. But at the same time, they are easily eroded by the evil power, become cruel, bloodthirsty, and easily lose their reason. If it was a warlock from the 10 great sects, even if they were defeated by Yang Feng, they wouldn't be so stupid as to start a fight in the Battle Demon Hall. Devil Grand Duke Batista of the 7th floor of hell, I am willing to offer my flesh and blood, soul, and everything else. Suoli's eyes were scarlet red as he chanted a strange incantation. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. A black, twisted tunnel slowly appeared, and an aura that contained great terror and despair gushed out from that twisted tunnel. When Yang Feng sensed the terrifying aura, his face flickered at once. "This isn't something I can deal with. Is this great sacrifice, a spell that sacrifices everything to a powerful existence from another plane in exchange for that existence's help?" The infernal realm is the 9th floor of hell, formed by devils from an endless abyss that runs through countless planes. There are countless devils living in the infernal realm. The devils living in the infernal realm are somewhat different from the archdevils of the ancient demon plane. They are existences created by using the soul of an infinity warlock rank Archdevil Grand Duke of the 9 demons plane as a blueprint. The Devil Grand Duke Batista of the 7th floor is a pinnacle infinity warlock rank existence. In the 7th floor of hell, even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse may not be his opponent. Even if such a powerhouse sends a clone to Suoli, it isn't an existence that Yang Feng can contend against. "Stop, Suoli, you idiot. We concede." Kaisheng's face fell, and he bellowed and spread the fingers of a hand, and black gas flew out his hand, enveloped Suoli, and formed black runes that sealed Suoli, pulled him out of the arena, and flew to Kaisheng's side. Once Suoli completes the great sacrifice, he will die. Everything will be devoured by the Devil Grand Duke Batista. His soul will fall into Batista's hands, and he will reincarnate into a devil with great potential. If Suoli's great sacrifice could kill Yang Feng, Kaisheng wouldn't mind perishing together with him. But this is the Battle Demon Hall. Even if the Devil Grand Duke Batista summons a clone here, it will be easily killed, and everything will become the Battle Demon Sect's spoils of war. Suoli's death would be tantamount to his contribution to the Battle Demon Sect. Kaisheng naturally won't let this happen. After Suoli lost the 2 level 6 secret treasures that were most suitable for him, his strength fell to the ordinary pinnacle moonlight warlock realm. Even so, he was still a pinnacle moonlight warlock, ranking in the top 20 among the Battle Demon Sect's moonlight warlocks. Kaisheng naturally won't give up on such a powerhouse easily. Defeated, even a Moonlight 10 Heroes rank warlock was defeated by him. How terrifying. He is just promoted to a Moonlight warlock, yet his strength is already so terrifying. How terrifying. With his current strength, among Moonlight warlocks, only Moonlight warlocks of the 7 stars are his match. In the Battle Demon Hall, the leaders from different warlock groups looked at Yang Feng with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Yang Feng broke through in the Time Sky City a few months ago and advanced to a Moonlight warlock. It was for this reason that the Saint Demon Sect's Kaisheng brought Suoli of the 10 Heroes to challenge Yang Feng and cast a shadow over his mind. It would be best if they could inflict heavy damage to Yang Feng's soul. The evil ogre fiend sword secret treasure was extremely evil and contained all kinds of incredible abilities. Once the fleshly body was slashed, even the soul would be contaminated. After the soul of a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse was contaminated by the evil Ogre Fiend Sword, they might not be able to heal their soul for years or even decades. Standing in the arena, Yang Feng looked at the Tai Sec Shangguan Luo and said with a smile, "I'm very interested in the Moonlight 10 heroes. Shangguan Luo, why don't we take this opportunity to exchange pointers?" Numerous gazes focused on Shangguan Luo, filled with a strange look. The Battle Demon Sect's disciples, on the other hand, showed looks of excitement. A few years ago, the Tai Sect's Yuanyang came to the Battle Demon Sect and virtually swept the Battle Demon Sect's younger generation geniuses. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's sudden appearance, the Battle Demon Sect's face might have been swept to the ground. Now that Yang Feng took the initiative to challenge the Tai Sect's Shangguan Luo, the Battle Demon Sect's disciples showed looks of excitement. The complexions of the Tai Sect's warlock geniuses, except for Shangguan Luo, suddenly changed slightly. A peculiar glint streaked past Zhang Xuancheng's eyes, and he said faintly, "There's no need to compete. Suoli is the third hero of the Moonlight 10 heroes, ranking above Shangguan Luo. Since Suoli was defeated by you, then Shangguan Luo is not your opponent." Originally, Zhang Xianchong brought Shangguan Luo here with the intention of teaching Yang Feng a lesson and diminishing his prestige. But now that Suoli was easily defeated by Yang Feng, he naturally wouldn't let Shangguan Luo fight Yang Feng. Yang Feng gave Shangguan Luo a slightly provocative look, only to see Shangguan Luo have a calm expression on his face, as if he didn't see Yang Feng's provocation. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and assessed in his heart, "This guy's a bit more difficult to deal with than that idiot Suoli." Since Zhang Xianchong took a big step back, Yang Feng naturally couldn't continue to be aggressive. He returned to his seat and looked down at the warlock leaders. The next part of the Moonlight ceremony was very calm and peaceful. It smoothly came to an end. Just as the Moonlight ceremony was about to end, a voice suddenly came from outside. "The Great Cloud Dynasty's angel has arrived." Under everyone's gazes, a middle-aged eunuch dressed in a gorgeous eunuch robe stepped into the reception hall under the escort of 20 Starry Sky Warlock rank royal guards. The middle-aged eunuch looked around with dignity and said faintly, "Who is Yang Feng? Come and receive the decree." Yang Feng got up from his seat and came to in front of the middle-aged eunuch. "I am Yang Feng." Everyone present stood up at once. Lu Wuchen also got up from the seat of honor and walked down the dais. The middle-aged eunuch took out a golden imperial edict from a jade basin beside him and unfurled it. Suddenly, resplendent golden light diffused from the imperial edict and filled the reception hall with terrifying pressure similar to divine might. Chapter 558. Under the terrifying might, the warlocks below the Moonlight Warlock rank were forced to kneel on the ground, and their bodies trembled. Only powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank could contend with the terrifying pressure emitted by the Imperial Edict. Once you stepped into the Moonlight Warlock realm, you would be a transcendent. After the accumulation of power in the Great Warlock and Starry Sky Warlock realms, human warlocks transformed into Moonlight Warlocks, and their soul changed dramatically. They no longer feared divine might, demonic might, dragon might, and other such pressures. When the middle-aged eunuch saw the Moonlight Warlocks standing upright, he frowned slightly and said with a solemn expression, "By the will of heaven, the Emperor decrees that the Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng, who possesses both ability and integrity, is hereby summoned to the Holy Cloud capital to await orders." When the middle-aged eunuch announced the Imperial Edict, the warlocks above the Moonlight Warlock rank bowed slightly to show their respect for the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial power. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the strongest force is the Imperial Court and the royal family, which controls most of the Imperial Court strength. Unless the 10 great sects and 8 great families united, they might not be able to subvert the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family. Therefore, The people of the 10 great sects and 8 great families maintained a certain amount of awe towards the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. Yang Feng responded flatly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After hearing the imperial edict, many warlock leaders looked at Yang Feng with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Even many warlocks of the 10 great sects showed looks of envy. Apart from the 10 great sects and 8 great families who took the initiative to send their disciples to the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty also had the right to recruit 1 or 2 moonlight warlocks from the 10 great sects and 8 great families every once in a while. Under normal circumstances, the Great Cloud Dynasty wouldn't use this right. After all, the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court was extremely powerful. It had more than 100 planes under its control and countless resources. Countless powerful warlocks worked for the Great Cloud Dynasty. Many powerhouses dedicated to cultivation were recruited by the Great Cloud Dynasty, including many Glorious Sun warlocks, Bright World warlocks, and even Infinity warlocks. The Moonlight 7 Stars, the 7 most powerful Moonlight warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty, served the Great Cloud Dynasty as one of its appointed officials. For His Majesty the Great Cloud Dynasty to take the initiative to summon Yang Feng to the Holy Cloud Capital, it is clear that he wants to put Yang Feng in an important position. Generally, after disciples of the 10 great sects advanced to the Moonlight Warlock rank, they would join the imperial court of the Great Cloud Dynasty, grasp part of the dynasty's authority, obtain tremendous cultivation resources, and safeguard the interests of the sect. The children of the 10 great sects and the 8 great families have a great advantage in joining the Great Cloud Dynasty. But the warlock geniuses recruited by Great Cloud Dynasty are the future pillars of Great Cloud Dynasty. The middle-aged eunuch took a deep look at Yang Feng and said, "Yang Feng, please arrive in Yunjing City within 3 months. I'll go back to report." Yang Feng said, "May I know how to address you, sir?" The middle-aged eunuch smiled and said, "My name is Lu Fu. Yang Feng, let's meet again if fate wills it." With that, Lu Fu turned around and strode outside under the protection of the 20 Starry Sky warlocks. As soon as Lu Fu left, the moonlight ceremony ended. Yang Feng returned to the immortal Huang Palace and told Huang Iha everything. Huang Iha thought for a moment, then said, "His Majesty's direct conscription? It seems like your performance in the Time Sky City is too outstanding. What's your plan?" Yang Feng replied, "I originally planned to travel to the astral boundary and collect cultivation resources. But now that the Imperial Edict has arrived, I can only make a trip to Yunjing City." Yang Feng originally planned to enter secluded cultivation for a period of time to properly practice the Transcendent Pupil's secret method, and then go to the Andrak plane to get enough Bumhagra stone to make a level 3 optical computer. After that, he would travel in Great Cloud Dynasty under another name. The conscription of the Great Cloud Dynasty's emperor disrupted all of Yang Feng's plans. Huang Iha said with a smile, "The holy capital Yunjing City is a good place. There are many opportunities in a place like this. Feng you don't have to worry. You are now a moonlight warlock, which makes you completely different from ordinary low-level warlocks. Even if the court assigns you a position, it will mostly be an idle one, where you can be provided with enough assistance. Even if you enter secluded cultivation, there will be assistance to take care of everything for you. Moonlight warlocks may spend decades or even 100 years researching an experiment or a secret method. Most moonlight warlocks who devoted themselves to cultivation were unwilling to be distracted by mundane affairs. Therefore, Great Cloud Dynasty would provide them with many assistants. Most of the matters would be handled by the assistants. Only some major matters would require moonlight warlocks to make decisions. In subcontinents like the Tyrannid subcontinent, many warlock groups like to hide behind the scenes and manipulate mortal states as their puppets to collect resources for them. This was because many warlocks wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and didn't like to pay attention to mundane affairs. The main continent, however, was different from Tyrannid and the other subcontinents. The main continent possessed incomparably rich resources Its territory was vast and boundless. Moreover, it had experienced the 8 great warlock dynasties. Warlocks had rich experience in how to control power and practice cultivation. The greater the power, the more cultivation resources they could obtain. Naturally, their cultivation would be smoother and their cultivation base would be higher. As long as Moonlight Warlocks and above were provided with enough assistance, then even if the Moonlight Warlock entered secluded cultivation for decades, or 100 years, it wouldn't affect the operation of the state. Yuan spent most of his time in secluded cultivation and studying various secret methods. He wouldn't go out unless there was a major event. When Yang Feng heard this, he felt a little relieved. The Cloud Capital is the center of the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the Cloud Capital, experts are as common as clouds, and there are more than 10 Infinity Warlocks. Many human warlock geniuses would gather in the Cloud Capital, hoping to join Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court and obtain various cultivation, secret methods, and resources. In the Cloud Capital, Great Warlocks, Starry Sky Warlocks, and even Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks could be seen everywhere. Even Infinity Warlocks wouldn't dare to act unscrupulously in the Cloud Capital. Otherwise, they might be suppressed. Yang Feng originally planned to travel to the Cloud Capital after he reached the Glorious Sun Warlock rank. After all, the stronger he was, the more comfortable he would be in the Cloud Capital with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Huang Yihe waved his hand, and a stand-in doll engraved with countless runes flew into Yang Feng's hand. Since His Majesty issued an imperial edict to summon you to the Cloud Capital, then there is no room for negotiation. This is a stand-in doll. If someone uses the soul extinction curse on you, this stand-in doll can die in your place once. The longer the casting distance of ordinary spells increased, the less powerful they would be. An Infinity Warlock couldn't kill a Moonlight Warlock from tens of thousands of kilometers away. At most, they could crush a Starry Sky Warlock. As for the Great Soul Extinction Curse, it was peerlessly strange. The caster could curse and kill the enemy from hundreds of thousands of miles away through some casting medium, and the power of the spell would not weaken in the slightest. It was extremely strange and terrifying, making it impossible to guard against. Yang Feng took the substitute golem engraved with countless runes, and his eyes revealed a look of gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Huang Yihe smiled and handed Yang Feng a jade card engraved with more than a dozen runes. "I still have a few friends in the Cloud Capital that I haven't seen for many years. You can take this jade card to them and ask them to take care of you." "Yes, teacher." "Okay, if you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask me." "Yes." Yang Feng carefully consulted the Infinity Warlock Huang Yihe about the various problems he encountered in cultivation. Huang Yihe carefully gave pointers to Yang Feng. With a few words, he dispelled all kinds of doubts that Yang Feng had encountered while practicing cultivation. As if dispelling the fog that hindered Yang Feng, Huang Yihe let Yang Feng see a further path. Cloud Province is the greater province where the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family is located. At the time, the founding emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty used Cloud Province as the foundation. With the support of the 10 great sects and the 8 great families, he launched an expedition everywhere, defeated countless warlock groups, took control of the Eastern world, and founded the Great Cloud Dynasty. It was because of this contribution that the 10 great sects and the 8 great families were able to become the top forces in the Eastern world. At the same time, in order to maintain their rights, the 10 great sects and the 8 great families sent countless warlock geniuses to join the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court and become officials. Cloud Province, in a luxurious airship port leading to the Cloud Capital. Amazing. It's possible to achieve such an effect with spells. Walking alone in the luxurious airship port, Yang Feng looked at the snow-white and smooth floor. On the huge crystal panels inlaid in the surroundings, a beautiful female celebrity was singing with all her might, and a dozen warlock girls were dancing behind her. It was a variety of images created by magic, and the huge crystal panel was the carrier of the various images, the phantom crystal. On the continent, many spells have been popularized and put to practical use. Since magic stones could already be mass-produced, there are many small and simple household secret treasures on the market that use magic stones. Magic lamps, TV-like magic crystal panels, and magic sports cars have become very popular on the continent. Even ordinary people can use them. Of course, these secret treasures with biological magic energy could only be used in cities equipped with super large purifiers. Once ordinary people left the city, they would be eroded by the powerful biological magic energy and become strange monsters if they were careless. Only official warlocks can freely use all kinds of simple secret treasures powered by magic stones and truly enjoy the conveniences brought about by the magic civilization. Yangfeng looked around and exclaimed in admiration. Apart from the lack of internet and some special electrical appliances, the conveniences brought about by Earth's technology can be realized with spells. As expected of the most advanced and powerful human warlock civilization. Chapter 559. In fact, it wasn't that spells couldn't achieve a network. On the Feisual plane, the weave network used by the goddess of the weave was more advanced than Earth's network. By using the weave's concept, a more powerful magic network could be built than Earth's network. As long as warlocks could think of it, they could use spells to achieve it. The 7th Warlock Dynasty, the Magic Note Dynasty, had developed a magic network covering the entire Tsangji Plain, which was named the Magic Note First Magic Network. By relying on the Magic Note First Magic Network, the Magic Note Lord's control over the entire Tsangji Plain surpassed that of other Warlock Emperors by far. But after the collapse of the 7th Warlock Dynasty, the Magic Note First Magic Network was the first to be destroyed by the 7th Warlock Dynasty's resistance army. After the 8th Warlock Dynasty's Dawn Lord ascended to the throne, he also wanted to establish a magic network covering the entire Tsangji Plain, but was jointly resisted by the warlock groups from the eastern and western worlds. Once the magic network was successfully established, the dynasties would use the power of the magic network to firmly control the entire Tsangji Plain. Warlock groups, such as the Battle Demonic Sect and the Tai sect, would slowly become vassals of the dynasties and would no longer have their previous transcendent status. It was because of this that the magic network covering the entire Tsangji Plain couldn't emerge. However, each of the major forces had also secretly established their own spell network. As an upper echelon of the Battle Demonic Sect, Yangfeng knew that several important planes of the Battle Demonic Sect had already established magic networks and firmly grasped those planes. In the Battle Demonic Sect, there was no magic network at all, and there were very few things like magic crystal boards that were similar to televisions. Unless one practiced cultivation until the Moonlight Warlock rank, magic crystal boards and such were not allowed to be installed in the rooms of warlocks. That was because the Battle Demonic Sect was worried that warlocks would lose their will to improve due to excessive indulgence. After Yangfeng came to the Great Cloud Dynasty, he had been practicing cultivation, traveling the world, and looking for cultivation resources to improve his cultivation base. He rarely had the leisure to stroll around the most prosperous places in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Seeing the changes in the surroundings made him feel very novel. As expected of the most prosperous place in the Eastern world, the Fuso subcontinent is already very prosperous, far surpassing the Tyrannid subcontinent. Unfortunately, it still can't compare to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yangfeng admired the surrounding scenery along the way and boarded a luxurious white flying vessel like an ordinary low-level warlock. Due to the fear of being assassinated, Yangfeng had already changed his identity into a person called Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan was indeed an ordinary quasi-moonlight warlock. During an adventure, he tried to forcibly promote to a moonlight warlock and eventually died. By chance, Huang Yihe obtained Zhao Fan's relics and preserved them. Only now did he give Yangfeng Zhao Fan's identity and all the information. Using a secret method, Yang Feng transformed into Zhao Fan and went to Yunjing City in Zhao Fan's identity. In this way, apart from Huang Yihe, no one could grasp Yang Feng's whereabouts. Once Yang Feng entered Yunjing City, he would be safe. Yang Feng arrived at his seat and sat down, then saw two girls sitting on the two seats to his left. There was a girl wearing a pair of sunglasses that covered her eyes and a big hat on her head. Her skin was as white as jade, and she had long black hair that flowed like a waterfall. Her figure was slender and sexy. The other girl had short hair, a delicate face, a petite and exquisite figure, and was full of youthful vigor and lovely beauty. She wore a short-sleeved t-shirt and short hot pants, exposing her slender, snow-white nakedness. She looked extremely charming. Yang Feng glanced at the two girls, scanned them with his tremendous spirit force, and quickly determined their cultivation bases: level 1 warlock and level 3 warlock. Yang Feng was very cautious along the way. After all, he had offended a lot of forces. The short-haired girl suddenly raised her eyebrows, stared at Yang Feng vigilantly, and barked, "Uncle, don't look at me lecherously, or I'll sue you for sexual harassment. You're not allowed to scan others with spirit force. Scanning others with spirit force is not only impolite, but also illegal. Understand?" The girl wearing a pair of sunglasses also raised her eyebrows, turned around, and stared at Yang Feng. A silent pressure spread from her. Yang Feng said lightly, "Sorry, it was my fault." In the Great Cloud Dynasty, it was very impolite to scan other warlocks with spirit force. After all, when the weak were scanned by the spirit force of the strong, it was like being stripped of everything and allowed to be browsed by the strong. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, this was a minor offense. In the cruel secret realms and other planes, the strong were respected and could be unbridled. However, in the Great Cloud Dynasty, the laws were strict. Even Starry Sky warlocks couldn't use their spirit force to scan ordinary people and other warlocks at will. The short-haired girl snorted coldly, took out a magic crystal plate, and fiddled with it. She no longer paid attention to Yang Feng. Humph, insincere. The girl with the big sunglasses also reclined on the spacious chair and fell asleep. Yang Feng also reclined on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. With a slight shake, the huge airship suddenly rose up and flew towards the sky. Boom! All of a sudden, a huge tremor reverberated in the huge flying vessel. The defensive barrier of the huge airship was destroyed, and a huge hole appeared on the side of the huge airship. One after another, black-clothed warlocks exuding great warlock rank life force and dressed in black battle robes entered the huge hole. The leader was a warlock dressed in a black battle robe, had short hair, and wore an eye patch inscribed with a strange demonic curse on his left eye. A great warlock dressed in a white uniform suddenly came out of the cockpit of the airship and barked, "What do you want?" The great warlock dressed in a white uniform was one of the 3 great warlock guards of the airship. The warlock with an eye patch engraved with fiend seals on his left, I said coldly, "Kill him." A warlock in black wearing a black battle robe smiled ferociously, then twisted and turned into an abyssal fiend exuding dense demonic chi. With a blink, the warlock suddenly appeared behind the great warlock, pierced his heart with a claw, dug out the great warlock's heart, and swallowed it. "Murder! Help! No, don't!" Screams of terror came from the huge airship. Almost 70% of the people aboard the airship were official warlocks. But most of these warlocks were ordinary research-type warlocks nurtured by colleges. Most of them were low-level warlocks who used magic stones and elixirs to advance, and weren't good at fighting. Terrandit Subcontinent's level 1 warlocks could use all kinds of strange spells and elixirs to kill level 2 and level 3 research-type warlocks. The Great Cloud Dynasty's laws were strict, and research-type warlocks might not have seen murder in their entire lives. Now that they saw someone die in front of them, they screamed in horror and lost their composure. The warlock with the eye patch said coldly with a gloomy expression, "Shut up. Those who don't shut up will die." The warlocks dressed in black uniforms twisted and turned into abyssal fiends. Exuding dense demonic chi, they stared malevolently at the passengers of the airship. Under the pressure of the 12 great fiends, the complexions of the hundreds of people aboard the airship changed greatly, and they didn't dare to make the slightest movement. The eye-patch warlock smiled coldly and strode towards Yangfeng. Yangfeng's eyebrows creased slightly, and his eyes flashed with doubt. Was I exposed? Shouldn't my disguise be perfect? How did I get exposed? Besides, if I was exposed, why would Starry Sky warlocks come after me? Fuck off. The eye-patch warlock came over, swept Yangfeng with a glance, and his eyes flashed with contempt, and he barked. Yangfeng pretended to be alarmed, his body shivering. He quickly got up and hid to one side. The short-haired beauty shot Yangfeng a contemptuous glance, her face pale, her tender body trembling, and she looked at the eye-patch warlock with fear. The eye-patch warlock's gaze swept past the short-haired beauty and then fell on the beautiful woman wearing sunglasses, who looked like she was asleep. He said with a light smile, "Miss Murong Yuling, please get up. My lord has fallen in love with you at first sight and has invited you to a gathering." Murong Yuling took off her big sunglasses, revealing a beautiful face that could cause the downfall of a nation. It was as if there were flowers blooming behind her. She was incomparably beautiful. Sitting in a corner, Yangfeng stared at Murong Yuling curiously. "Isn't this woman the celebrity I just saw?" Murong Yuling frowned slightly and asked, "Who is your lord?" The eye-patch warlock replied with a smile, "You'll know later." Murong Yuling's face turned frigid, and she uttered, "You dare to hijack the airship and kill people on it. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Demon Hunting Division?" The Demon Hunting Division was a department of the Great Cloud Dynasty that suppressed powerful criminals above the Great Warlock rank. Every warlock in the Demon Hunting Division was a powerhouse above the Starry Sky Warlock rank. The division chief of the Demon Hunting Division was an Infinity Warlock rank expert. Many Moonlight Demons and Glorious Sun Demons were arrested and suppressed by the Demon Hunting Division, thus maintaining order in the Great Cloud Dynasty. This way, powerful warlocks wouldn't dare to violate the law and scrupulously. The Demon Hunting Division's lackeys are indeed very strong. However, they still can't catch us. Miss Murong Yuling, don't delay any longer. My patience has a limit. Although I don't dare to kill you, but killing other people isn't a problem. The eye-patch warlock smiled slightly, then reached out, grabbed the neck of the short-haired beauty, and lifted her up. Chapter 560. When the eye-patch warlock grabbed her by the neck, the short-haired beauty's head suddenly began to congeal with blood, and she struggled frantically and kicked the eye-patch warlock. But no matter how the short-haired beauty attacked, she couldn't break through the eye-patch warlock's life force field. She could only walk towards death with a look of horror and despair on her face. The eye-patch warlock watched the short-haired beauty struggle towards death and revealed an intoxicated smile. Watching such a beautiful thing wither in my hands, what a sense of accomplishment. I can't stop this feeling. With a pained expression on her face, the short-haired beauty transmitted a thought of horror and despair. Don't kill me. Save me, I don't want to die." Murong Yuling frowned and said, "Stop. I'll go with you, let her go. She's innocent." The eye-patch warlock showed a cruel and sinister smile and said gracefully, "Miss Murong Yuling, I'm sorry, but this is my hobby. Watching beautiful things wither in my own hands. This is my greatest hobby and interest. You're too slow. She's dead because of you." The eye-patch warlock's voice had just fallen when several huge wind blades shot out from behind and slashed at him at once. His life force field was directly cut open, and he was instantly chopped into more than a dozen pieces, which scattered on the ground. "I'm dead? No, don't. I don't want to die." The eye-patch warlock was a Starry Sky warlock. When his remaining head saw his body split apart, it burst into a scream of horror and finally fell to the ground, a look of horror and despair on its face. Thanks to the frightening life force of a starry sky warlock, the eye patch warlock still survived for a short period of time after being cut into pieces, but he eventually died. When the short-haired beauty fell to the ground, she coughed a few times and stared at Yang Feng with an incredulous look on her face. "You're a starry sky warlock?" Yang Feng replied with a faint smile. "Yes, I'm a starry sky warlock." The short-haired beauty had a look of gratitude on her face. Suddenly, her pretty face changed, and she shouted, "Thank you for saving me. Be careful." Spatial fluctuations flickered, and four abyssal great fiends appeared beside Yang Feng via blink and extended their claws towards Yang Feng's heart from four directions. Hurricanes suddenly swept around Yang Feng, and wind blades containing the law of wind slashed the four abyssal great fiends into pieces in an instant. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the void, and strange winds drifted inside the flying vessel. An abyssal great demon shouted, "Stop! Surrender! Otherwise, we will start slaughtering everyone on this flying ship." The abyssal great fiend's words had just fallen when a strange wind spread throughout the flying vessel. Without a sound, the more than a dozen great warlock-rank abyssal fiends suddenly disintegrated, turned into a strange torrent of flesh, and were blown out of the flying vessel. So strong! This is a starry sky warlock. A combat-type starry sky warlock. So this is a battle-type starry sky warlock. Amazing! Aboard the huge, flying vessel, the research-type warlocks stared at Yang Feng with awe in their eyes. Some warlocks even revealed looks of worship. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty's warlock civilization was extremely developed, but most people generally practiced cultivation until they became official warlocks and then went out to find a job to make a living. After all, most people were still ordinary people, unlike geniuses who could practice cultivation until the Great Warlock or Starry Sky Warlock rank. Even the Battle Demon sect, where geniuses gathered and great warlocks could be seen everywhere, there were still many warlock geniuses trapped in the Great Warlock realm, unable to break through throughout their lives. The Battle Demon sect had a large number of Starry Sky Warlocks because it had many geniuses, a deep foundation, and a long history. Since Starry Sky Warlocks could live for more than 1,000 years, they seem to have accumulated a lot. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, in some small places, a Starry Sky Warlock was enough to dominate a region. The short-haired girl, full of youthful vigor, stared at Yang Feng with excitement and worship in her beautiful eyes. Amazing! The terrifying aura exuded by the abyssal great fiends could oppress the short-haired girl, leaving her powerless to resist. Yang Feng easily killed the abyssal great fiends, which planted a seed of worship in the short-haired girl's heart. "Who are you, Your Excellency, to dare kill people from the fiend's hands? Do you want to have an irreconcilable feud with the fiend's hands?" Along with a gloomy voice, a handsome warlock dressed in a black warlock robe, with a trace of hostility between his eyebrows, and exuding quasi-moonlight warlock rank, might walked out of the large hole. A level 1 warlock who had quietly put on a spectacle-like secret treasure called a realm detector, looked at the warlock, and his face changed dramatically at once, and he cried out, "Quasi-moonlight warlock, he's a quasi-moonlight warlock." "What? A quasi-moonlight warlock? He's such a terrifying existence." A quasi-moonlight warlock, only one step away from becoming a transcendent rank powerhouse. Why would such an existence come here? This time we're screwed. When the ordinary warlocks aboard the flying vessel heard the words quasi-moonlight warlock, their countenances changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear and despair. Moonlight warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. With an area of effect spell, more than 95% of the warlocks aboard the flying vessel would die. A quasi-moonlight warlock could easily kill all the warlocks aboard the flying vessel. The Fiend's Hands, it's a warlock group that has risen recently. Reportedly, their church master is a moonlight warlock. Moonlight warlock? The Fiend's Hands actually have such a terrifying expert. Suddenly, exclamations came from the flying vessel, and the fear in the warlock's eyes intensified. Moonlight warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. For ordinary people in the Great Cloud Dynasty, they were elusive, legendary figures with all kinds of privileges. Ordinary warlocks didn't dare to be enemies with such terrifying figures. The Fiend's Hands? Never heard of it. It seems to be just a second-rate evil warlock group. Yangfeng thought for a while, but didn't find this name in the list of evil warlock groups that couldn't be provoked. Evil warlock groups were similar to the underworld on Earth. The evil warlock groups are made up of heartbroken and insane evil warlocks who are willing to commit all kinds of crimes. Evil warlocks frequently massacred cities and used the lives and souls of countless ordinary people to refine soul stones, blood essence, and other treasures. The strength of top evil warlock groups could even be compared to that of the 10 great sects and the 8 great families. However, evil warlock groups have always been besieged by the Great Cloud Dynasty, so they hid very deeply, making it difficult to find traces of them. The handsome quasi-moonlight warlock looked at Yangfeng with an arrogant expression and sneered. "Give up resistance. Let me set up a restriction, and then join the Fiend's Hands. Only then will you have a chance to live. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." With a flick of Yangfeng's wrist, a level 5 secret treasure lightning dagger engraved with lightning runes suddenly appeared in his hand. Countless bolts of lightning flashed, and the lightning dagger turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning that flew out in an instant, pierced through the quasi-moonlight warlock's life force field, and stabbed into his fleshly body. Countless bolts of lightning flashed and swallowed the quasi-moonlight warlock. "No! Lightning's secret treasure. How can you have a lightning secret treasure? Don't!" Along with miserable screams, the quasi-moonlight warlock was suddenly engulfed by the violent lightning and turned into ashes. Only a storage ring and a starry sky core fell to the ground. As the ruler of the Fuso subcontinent's Nishino state, Yangfeng had countless secret treasures in his possession. There weren't many level 6 secret treasures or higher, but level 5 secret treasures were a lot. The lightning dagger was a fine level 5 secret treasure, and it was comparable to some low-level level 6 secret treasures in power, which was why it could insta-kill a quasi-moonlight warlock. After Yangfeng killed the quasi-moonlight warlock, he walked towards the huge hole. With just one step, he arrived at the huge hole. A black shuttle had already been activated, turning into a black light as it flew into the distance. When Yangfeng saw this, he frowned slightly. If he used his own strength, he would naturally be able to destroy the black shuttle. But Zhao Fan didn't have the terrifying power to destroy the fleeing black shuttle. The captain of the flying boat came to Yangfeng with the entire flying boat staff and thanked him. "Sir, thank you very much for repelling the freaks. On behalf of everyone on the flying boat, I would like to express my most sincere gratitude to you." "MHM," Yangfeng responded indifferently, then returned to his seat and sat down. Murong Yuling's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she uttered gratefully, "I am Murong Yuling. Big brother, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead." Yangfeng replied, "It was nothing." The eyes of the short-haired girl lit up, and she quickly came to Murong Yuling and said enthusiastically, "Big sister Murong Yuling, my name is Lan Chuxia. I'm a big fan of yours. Can you give me an autograph?" Murong Yuling smiled sweetly and took out a pen to give Lan Chuxia an autograph. After getting the autograph, Lan Chuxia smiled sweetly at Yangfeng and said, "Big brother, my name is Lan Chuxia. Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I would have been strangled to death by that pervert." Yangfeng uttered with a smile, "As long as one has the ability, no one can see a cute girl like you being strangled to death by that pervert. Otherwise, the world would have lost a future great beauty." Chapter 561. As they chatted along the way, Yangfeng learned some basic information about the two girls. Murong Yuling was a beautiful warlock who was popular in the Cloud Province. She was a soul singer who cultivated a special secret method. Her voice possessed a strange magic power. Immersed in her voice, even starry sky warlocks would experience a trace of spirit force increase. In the archgod era, there was a beautiful archgod called Moonsong. Moonsong had a mystical talent. Her voice had the terrifying ability to increase soul force. At that time, Moonsong would sing on the moon god mountain every 100 years. At that time, countless archgods would come from all over the Tsangji plain to listen to her voice. When the Time Lord rebelled against the archgod for the third time, the archgod Moonsong killed a good brother of the Time Lord with the moon god soul, subduing Song, and seriously injured the Time Lord. Later, the archgod Moonsong was slain by the Time Lord. Legend has it that when he killed Moonsong, the Time Lord's soul was injured by the moon god's soul subduing Song, which resulted in his early death. In the archgod era, there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. There were many archgods of the same rank as warlock emperors. Before the Time Lord reached the warlock emperor realm, he failed many times and was injured countless times. After he ascended to the warlock emperor realm, although there were no more legends of him being defeated, but the historical records prove that he was seriously injured several times. Soul singers were bloodline warlocks artificially created by the second warlock dynasty's taboo, lord using some blood essence left behind by the archgod Moonsong and various incredible taboo spells. The first-generation soul singers possessed a bit of the power of the archgod Moonsong, and their songs could increase the soul force of infinity warlocks by a trace. After a long time, the bloodline of soul singers became thinner and thinner. It was already amazing for modern soul singers to increase the spirit force of people with a song. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there were countless people with soul singer bloodline, but very few could awaken the power of the bloodline. Murong Yuling was a level 3 bloodline warlock who awakened the soul singer bloodline. With the power of the soul singer, she became popular in the Cloud Province and had countless fans. There was no lack of Moonlight Warlock and Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses. Lan Xuxia is a student of an advanced Warlock school in Cloud Capital. The Great Cloud Dynasty has fully popularized Warlock education and is divided into elementary Warlock schools, intermediate Warlock schools, and advanced Warlock schools. Elementary Warlock academies impart all kinds of basic knowledge, as well as how to promote to an apprentice Warlock. Intermediate Warlock academies impart apprentice Warlocks with the knowledge to promote to an official Warlock. Advanced Warlock academies impart level 1 Warlocks with all kinds of magic knowledge to promote to great Warlocks. Ordinary people who didn't have enough talent and couldn't enter the major Warlock groups would advance step by step according to this promotion process. After graduation, they would join the Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court and make meritorious service, and then obtain more advanced secret methods and resources. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, magic stones can already be mass-produced through some strange and powerful extraordinary plants. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, magic stones are very cheap. So many people can buy all kinds of magic stones to practice cultivation. If their aptitudes weren't level 1 or level 2 spirit aptitudes, then basically many people could practice cultivation until level 1 Warlock. By directly joining the Battle Demonic sect, Yang Feng had, in fact, skipped countless steps. Now, he is a Moonlight Warlock. If he hadn't joined the Battle Demonic sect, Yang Feng would be studying in an advanced Warlock academy and competing with the Warlock geniuses in order to join the Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court. As they chatted along the way, time flew by, and the Cloud Capital appeared before everyone's eyes. Yang Feng glanced at the Cloud Capital and exclaimed in admiration, "That's the Cloud Capital? How imposing!" The Cloud Capital's 1,000-meter-tall city wall looks like it pierces into the sky, and there are countless runes engraved on the huge city wall. There are 9-story-tall Warlock towers scattered all over the city wall. On the city wall, there is a statue every 100 meters. The statues are strange, each of which is a powerful, extraordinary life form that looks like a dragon or a fiend. In the center of Yinjing City, 36 dragon-shaped clouds supported a city in the clouds and floated in the clouds. The city within the city suspended in the clouds is the Cloud Sky Royal City, the center of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The entire cloud capital is shrouded in a huge restricted space array. Even infinity warlocks can't use spells to fly freely in the sky. At most, they can only fly at a low altitude. The areas in the cloud capital are divided into 5 classes. The first class is the Transcendent area. Only Moonlight Warlocks, Great Cloud Dynasty's central officials, and their families can live in that area. The Transcendent area is located near the Cloud Sky Royal City. The second class is the Aristocratic area. Only aristocrats can live in that area. The third tier is the Wealthy area. Although anyone can enter that area to purchase a room, each room requires an astronomical number of magic stones. It's calculated in magic crystals. Those who aren't rich won't be able to afford it. The fourth class is the Civilian area. I live near the St. Blue Advanced Warlock Academy. Big Brother Zhao Fan, come and play with me when you have time. By the way, Big Brother Zhao Fan, where do you live? Lan Xuxia smiled sweetly at Yang Feng and asked curiously. Yang Feng replied with a smile, I live in the White Oak Villa area in the Wealthy area. As a quasi-moonlight warlock, although Zhao Fan's net worth is far from that of a true moonlight warlock, and he can't live in the aristocratic area, but he can still buy a small villa in the wealthy area. Lan Xuxia's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and she said in a sweet voice, the White Oak Villa area, a villa there costs 10,000 magic crystals. Big Brother Zhao Fan, can I go and play there? Yang Feng responded with a smile, of course. As long as I'm here, you're welcome to come and play at any time. After chatting for a while, the huge flying vessel stopped at the dock outside the cloud capital. Yang Feng and Lan Xuxia entered the cloud capital together, and then separated. Yang Feng entered the White Oak Villa complex with the identity of Zhao Fan and started living as Zhao Fan. Yang Feng left some traces outside the cloud capital to forge the illusion that he came from another place, and to test whether the person behind the scenes will risk exposure and act near the cloud capital. A month later, Yang Feng stepped into the cloud capital with his original identity and entered the Transcendent area. The Hall of Talents. The Hall of Talents is an organization of the Great Cloud Dynasty, which is responsible for entertaining powerhouses who are recruited by the Great Cloud Dynasty, but haven't been assigned any duties. Since Yang Feng is a person who has received an imperial edict from the Great Cloud Dynasty's emperor, no one dares to make things difficult for him. Soon, all the formalities were completed, and he entered the Hall of Talents. Yang Feng. A voice sounded in the Hall of Talents. Yang Feng turned around and saw Jiang Lang and a young man walking over. Jiang Lang said with a hearty smile, Yang Feng, let me introduce you. This is my friend Li Yang. Li Yang, this is Yang Feng, who defeated 10 supreme geniuses of the Western world in the Time Sky City. He's my friend. Li Yang responded with a friendly smile. Hello, Yang Feng. Yang Feng responded with a smile. Hello, Li Yang. Jiang Lang uttered with an unrestrained smile. Let's go to the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Pavilion. The girls are very tasty. As long as you have enough magic crystals, you can even enjoy Moonlight Warlock rank beauties. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, and he uttered, Moonlight Warlock rank beauties? Are they captives from other planes? Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses were transcendent rank powerhouses. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, each of them was a powerhouse who could establish a sect. No matter which force they went to, they would be recruited. It was basically impossible for them to sell themselves. Jiang Lang replied, That's right, they are beauties captured from other planes. The Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Pavilion is backed by the Jiang family of the 8 great families. The powerhouses from other planes suppressed by the Jiang family were sent to the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Pavilion. The Jiang family is one of the 3 tycoons of the Great Cloud Dynasty's slave market. If you want to buy and sell slaves, then go to the Jiang family. The Great Cloud Dynasty prohibited anyone from capturing citizens of the Great Cloud Dynasty and the citizens of countries that have signed an international contract with the Great Cloud Dynasty and turning them into slaves. However, people from other planes were not within the scope of the Great Cloud Dynasty's legal protection. Therefore, the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Pavilion could openly use slaves from other planes to serve people. They could even get their hands on Moonlight Warlock rank beauties. When Yang Feng's group of 3 arrived at the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Pavilion, they asked for a luxurious box and ordered delicacies. After 3 rounds of drinks, Jiang Lang asked, "Yang Feng, which department do you plan to join after being summoned to the capital?" Yang Feng replied, "I don't know much about the details of the Cloud Capital. The Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court is divided into a civil official system and a military official system. Moonlight warlocks like us who are conscripted generally enter the military official system. In the military official system, there are imperial guards, city guards, field troops, border troops, and local troops. At present, the Great Cloud Dynasty's external forces are stable. If you join these systems, you'll just be idling around. It's very difficult to make contributions in exchange for resources. In addition, there are 4 major systems in the military official system, namely the Demon Hunting Division, the Demon Suppression Division, the Barbarian Suppression Division, and the Other Plane Development Division. The Demon Hunting Division is responsible for suppressing all kinds of freaks and evil warlock groups in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Demon Suppression Division is responsible for suppressing the demonic realm in similar places. The Barbarian Suppression Division is responsible for fighting the barbarians who worship the barbarian god. The Other Plane Development Division is responsible for going to different planes to suppress the local aborigines and open up new territory for the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty is extremely rich in resources. However, in order to obtain resources, you have to use contribution points in exchange. These 4 major systems are currently the 4 most dangerous systems in the Great Cloud Dynasty. They are the 4 systems that can obtain great contribution points in the shortest time possible. Yang Feng, which department do you plan to enter? Let's go in together and join forces so that we can look after each other," said Jiang Lang. Chapter 562. Yang Feng carefully weighed his options. The Demon Hunting Division specializes in suppressing the evil warlock groups of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty's local evil warlock groups hid themselves very deeply and were extremely strong. The most powerful evil warlock group even has infinity warlocks. Yang Feng has many enemies in the Great Cloud Dynasty. After thinking for a while, he gave up the idea of joining the Demon Hunting Division. The Demon Suppression Division was a place where dangers like the Demon Domain were suppressed. Yang Feng once went to the demonic realm and used the huge Mechanical Legion to earn a huge amount of merit points. However, that kind of thing could not happen again. The various demons in the Demon Domain were not stupid. If Yang Feng uses the Mechanical Legion to clean up the freaks in the demonic realm many times, the Bright World Warlock rank freaks won't stand idly by. The barbarians suppressed by the Barbarian Suppression Department live in a place called the Desolate Barbarian Domain in the southeast of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Desolate Barbarian Realm is said to be the place where the 7th Warlock Dynasty's Magic Note Lord and a Warlock Emperor rank existence fought. The laws of heaven and earth of the Desolate Barbarian Realm were shattered by the Magic Note Lord and another unknown existence. The Desolate Savage Domain's heaven and earth laws were broken, and it was a natural anti-devil domain. Elemental warlocks could not withstand a single blow here. Except for the first time, many spells of human warlocks couldn't be used in the Desolate Savage realm. As for large-scale meteorological magic, it was impossible to use it. Barbarians were a race that lived in the wildlands. They possessed both human and barbarian giant bloodlines. They were innate body-forging warlocks, and adult barbarians possessed the terrifying strength of a level 3 body-forging warlock. Barbarians believed in barbarian gods, and barbarians were formidable existences above the Moonlight Warlock rank. In the Savage realm, the battle prowess of the barbarian gods was astonishing, far surpassing that of ordinary human warlocks. There have even been infinity warlocks who died in the savage desolation realm. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Feng decided not to join the Barbarian Suppression Division. His main battle robot's power source was the high-energy crystal in its body, not the heaven and earth Yuan Qi. In the wildlands, it could display 100% of its combat power. However, the barbarian gods in the Barbarian Desolation were also as common as clouds. Every year, many human warlocks would perish in the Barbarian Subduing Department. It wasn't a suitable place to grind merit points. The other Plane Development Division was a department responsible for conquering different planes. There was a limit to the number of experts that could be accommodated in different planes. This was the department that Yang Feng was most inclined towards. Yang Feng uttered, "The other Plane Development Division, we can choose different planes to develop and earn merit points." Jiang Lang laughed heartily and said, "Haha, I think so too. Most of the natives in the other planes are extremely stupid. Even if they are suppressed by the world origin, we can still crush them with our knowledge." At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Lang said, "Come in." A beautiful succubus woman with short purple hair and a sexy figure dressed in black leather clothes exuded a seductive charm. A beautiful woman from the dragon clan with a pair of dragon horns on her head and a dragon's might emanating from her body. A beautiful elf woman exuding a youthful aura walked into the room. As soon as the three beauties entered the room, they smiled sweetly and said, "Ellie, Shauna, Annie, greet the lords." When Yang Feng saw the three beauties enter the room, his eyes lit up. The three beauties each had their own characteristics and extraordinary temperaments. They were only slightly inferior to stunning beauties like Carolina and Cheyenne. Moreover, the three beauties were all Starry Sky Warlock rank beauties, which added to their charm. Although Starry Sky Warlocks were not uncommon in the Great Cloud Dynasty, but their status was far below that of Moonlight Warlocks. However, Starry Sky Warlocks were experts who could dominate a region. Those who could practice cultivation to the Starry Sky Warlock rank were geniuses among human warlocks. The feeling of being intimate with a beautiful Starry Sky Warlock was very different from that of an ordinary human woman. Jiang Lang stared at the beautiful succubus woman and said indifferently, "Yang Feng, these three beauties are in the top 3 of the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Abode's 10 beauties. If I wasn't a Moonlight Warlock, it would be impossible for me to have them accompany me. You can choose one of the 3 of them first." Yang Feng knew that Jiang Lang liked beauties. With a smile, he chose the beautiful dragon Shauna. Jiang Lang was overjoyed and pulled the succubus beauty Ellie into his arms. The beautiful elven Anya came to Li Yang's side. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Aren't there still Moonlight Warlock rank beauties in the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Abode? Why don't you call them over to accompany you?" Jiang Lang said regretfully, "There are only 2 Moonlight Warlock rank beauties in the entire Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Abode. Accompanying them for a day costs 1 million magic crystals. I can't afford to have such beauties." If ordinary humans didn't implant a plain seed like Yang Feng, then they wouldn't need to consume more than 100,000 magic crystals to practice cultivation from the beginning to the Junior Starry Sky Warlock rank. For a Moonlight Warlock like Jiang Lang, 1 million magic crystals was not a small number. Although he could take out so many magic crystals, but he felt that it wasn't worth it to spend so many magic crystals to sleep with a Moonlight Warlock. Wine, beauties, and delicious food, Yang Feng's group of 3 chatted about everything under the sun and became closer to each other. During the conversation, Yang Feng discovered that Jiang Lang's good friend Li Yang was extremely knowledgeable and had his own unique views on cultivation. He had traveled to many places. While the 3 were chatting happily, the door suddenly burst open and countless pieces of wood sputtered in all directions. An unruly and domineering young man of about 16 or 17 years old strode into the room. Behind the youngster were 5 youngsters dressed in gorgeous warlock robes. At a glance, one could see that they had extraordinary backgrounds, as well as 8 great warlock rank guards. With an unruly and overbearing expression on his face, the young man pointed at Yang Feng's group of 3 and cursed. "You bastards, you dare to touch my woman? Do you want to die? Get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll break your legs, even your 5th limb, and throw you into the palace as eunuchs." "Ha! How dare you touch young Master Huang's woman? You shameless be ****starred. It'll be interesting if these 3 lowlifes have their 5th limb broken." The 5 youngsters dressed in gorgeous warlock robes showed cruel smiles. Yang Feng frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Li Yang suddenly transmitted, "That young man is the 308th Prince of His Majesty. He's unruly and cruel, and has a ruthless personality. His mother's family is the Shinta family of the 8 great families. Every year, many people die at his hands. He's stupid, brainless, and cruel by nature. If he wasn't the son of His Majesty, who knows how many times he would have died. We've been tricked. On average, the emperors of the Great Cloud Dynasty had a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. Coupled with a harem of 3,000, they gave birth to countless princes and princesses. A bunch of ants, get out of my way!" Jiang Lang's eyes flashed fiercely, and he roared, and Moonlight Warlock rank life force erupted in a flash and enveloped the 308th Prince and the other youngsters. The 308th Prince and the other unruly youngsters were all silk pants who relied on elixirs to advance to level 1 Warlock rank. Shrouded by the Moonlight Warlock rank life force, they were instantly forced to kneel on the ground and shiver. Suddenly, the 308th Prince trembled, spat out a mouthful of black blood, widened his eyes, lost all signs of life, and turned into a corpse. Murder! His Highness the Prince was killed. The 3 beautiful women in the arms of Yang Feng's group of 3 screamed in horror. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly. Without any tender feelings for the fairer sex, he slapped the beautiful dragon girl with his palm, and a violent force erupted in a flash and blasted her into countless pieces. Jiang Lang drew his sword and slashed out. Sword rays shone, and sword chi slashed the beautiful succubus, as well as the other people in the room, into countless pieces. Li Yang pointed with a finger, and wind blades instantly slashed the beautiful elven girl beside him into pieces, and blood sprayed everywhere. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared, swept towards the corpses in the room, and burned them to ashes. Strange marks ejected from the corpses and shot towards Yang Feng in an attempt to mark him. The 7 extinction heavenly flames swept out and burned the incomparably strange symbols into ashes. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with frigid, killing intent, and he said coldly, "We've fallen into a trap. Once it's activated, it's bound to be a thunderbolt. Let's scatter and flee. If we stay here, only death awaits us." Even though Yang Feng was a genius of the Battle Demon sect, he couldn't bear the crime of murdering a prince of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Once he was arrested and sent to prison, only death awaited him. Although the Battle Demon sect had great influence in the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, but the Cloud capital was the territory of the royal family. The Battle Demon sect didn't have many high-ranking officials in the Cloud capital, so it was impossible for them to exonerate Yang Feng and them. Jiang Lang and Li Yang nodded slightly. Without saying anything superfluous, the 3 of them turned into 3 streams of light and flew outside the Myriad Flowers' immortal jade palace. "Brazen fellow, you dare to kill His Highness the 308th Prince in the Myriad Flowers' immortal jade palace. Surrender. Do you want to be implicated?" A fierce roar rose inside the Myriad Flowers' immortal jade palace, and 3 men and 3 women suddenly flew out. 2 men and 2 women blocked in front of Yang Feng, while the other man and woman blocked in front of Jiang Lang and Li Yang. The defensive arrays inside the Myriad Flowers' immortal jade palace began to activate, and magic shields suddenly appeared and enveloped the Myriad Flowers' immortal jade palace. Chapter 563. A frigid expression on his face, Yang Feng willed, and the white battle demon armor instantly enveloped him. At the same time, he pinched the magic cube in his hand, and the ruler armor immediately covered him. A handsome middle-aged man with a refined temperament looked at Yang Feng and said coldly, Yang Feng, give up resistance at once. Otherwise, not only will you die, but even the battle demon sect will be implicated. Anyone who stands in my way must die. Eyes flashing fiercely, Yang Feng extracted world force from his body through the world ring, poured it into the level, 7 secret treasure, lightning all, and threw it. The lightning danced like a silver snake, and the incomparably violent lightning flashed in an instant. It turned into a torrent of lightning and swept towards the middle-aged man in a frenzy. The middle-aged man's face fell, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and countless runes formed a shield in midair. The violent torrent of lightning slammed into the shield in an instant, pierced through the shield, and stabbed into the middle-aged man. Flickering wildly, the Moonlight Warlock turned the Moonlight Warlock into ashes inch by inch. No, don't! The remaining head of the Moonlight Warlock issued a scream of horror and regret, and then turned into ashes by the lightning. You dare to kill Jiang Lai? I won't let you off. You bastard, go to hell. Eyes shot with blood, a beautiful female Moonlight Warlock roared wildly and pointed at Yang Feng with the level 6 secret treasure elemental scepter in her hand. Black as ink, soul disperser wind that can directly attack the soul of warlocks suddenly appeared and blew towards Yang Feng in a black torrent. The scattered soul wind was a very strange hurricane in the netherworld. Even if it was a Moonlight Warlock, if they didn't cultivate a special secret method, then no matter how tyrannical their fleshly body was, they would be seriously injured or even killed by the scattered soul wind. If a barbarian powerhouse is blown by the soul disperser wind because they don't cultivate a special soul secret method, then even if they're a glorious sun warlock, their soul will be shaken, and they will be unable to move, and then they will be besieged. Since that's the case, I'll send you down to accompany him so that your journey to the netherworld will be smoother. There's no need to thank me. Instead of retreating, Yang Feng's figure shook, and he rushed into the soul-scattering ghost wind. Whirlpools suddenly appeared around him, devoured the soul-scattering ghost wind, and sent it into the small world inside him. Countless devourers suddenly flew out, pounced on the scattered soul's ghost wind, and devoured it. Yang Feng appeared in front of the beautiful warlock in an instant and slammed a primal chaos annihilation fist into the beautiful warlock, and primal chaos annihilation force erupted and poured into the beautiful warlock. Impossible. How could you ignore the soul-crusher, ghostly wind? Impossible. A look of incredulity on her face, the beautiful warlock screamed frantically, and her body collapsed inch by inch and turned into dust. Only the moonlight core remained. As if cutting through the void, a spear as swift as a shooting star appeared behind Yang Feng while he was killing the beautiful warlock. The other warlock turned into a 100-meter-tall frost giant, clenched his fists, and hammered hard. Boundless ice force gushed out in an instant and, as if a world of ice and snow, crushed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, blurred into motion, and stepped into the alternate space. Although it looks like he is still in the main world, but in fact, he is no longer in this space. A spatial ripple flickered, and the beautiful warlock with the spear's secret treasure was strangely teleported to the frost giant's fist. No, no, save her. The frost giant's face twisted, and he screamed miserably and tried to pull back his fist. But the huge fist still slammed into the beautiful warlock under the horrified gaze of the beautiful warlock. The berserk cold air instantly entered the beautiful warlock and froze her into an ice sculpture. Then, a berserk force gushed out and shattered the beautiful warlock into countless ice fragments that splashed about. You bastard! You killed the person you love the most with your own hands. What a heinous crime! Let me send you on your way. Yang Feng barked, cast blink, appeared on the head of the frost giant, and sent a fist barreling towards the frost giant's head. Little May, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The frost giant originally wanted to resist, but after hearing Yang Feng's words, a look of despair appeared on his face, and he gave up resisting. He let Yang Feng smash his head into pieces and dig out his moonlight core. After Yang Feng killed the frost giant, a spatial fluctuation enveloped him, and he appeared behind the moonlight warlock fighting Jianglang in an instant. He pointed with a finger, and 9 revolutions divine wind erupted and chopped the lower half of the moonlight warlock's body into countless pieces. Then he extended his hand, and countless runes shot out of his hand, stabbed into the moonlight warlock's head, sealed it, and threw it into an empty dimensional badge. As long as the moonlight warlocks don't cast spatial interference spells, Yang Feng can use the law of space to carry out all kinds of incredible battles. The beautiful moonlight warlock retreated briskly and shouted, "I surrender. Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. I'm just one of the elders recruited by the Jiang family. I'm not a member of the Jiang family. Spare my life. I can let you set up a soul restriction, but don't kill me." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Black rune chains flew out of the true god Empyrean imprint and stabbed towards the beautiful warlock. "Give up resisting and let me set up a restriction. Otherwise, you'll die." There was a flash of struggle in the beautiful moonlight warlock's eyes, and then she finally sighed faintly and gave up resisting. She let the rune chain stab into her body and entangle her soul. Li Yang's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. So strong. In such a short period of time, he killed 4 moonlight warlocks. That's really strong. As expected of the peerless genius who suppressed the Western world's 10 supreme geniuses in the Time Sky City. Li Yang has an extraordinary background, and ordinary moonlight warlocks are not his opponent. But when besieged by 4 moonlight warlocks, he can only choose to escape. Yet Yang Feng killed 4 moonlight warlocks in such a short period of time. This is simply shocking. Break! Jianglang looked at the magic barrier covering the entire Myriad Flowers' immortal jade palace and bellowed. A 100-meter-long sword Qi soared into the sky and slashed at the Myriad Flowers' immortal jade palace's barrier, forcibly splitting it apart. Yang Feng's group of 3 blurred into motion, turned into streams of light, and flew out of the Myriad Flowers' immortal jade palace. This Myriad Flowers' immortal jade palace dares to plot against us. There's no need for it to exist. Leon glanced at the Myriad Flowers' immortal jade palace, and killing intent streaked past his eyes. He took out a spherical secret treasure and threw it towards the Myriad Flowers' immortal jade palace. As soon as the spherical secret treasure hit the ground, it suddenly exploded and turned into violent flames that spread wildly inside the Myriad Flowers' immortal jade palace. In the wake of the flames, everything was burned to ashes. Screams came from the depths of the Myriad Flowers' immortal jade palace. "Brazen maniac, you dare commit murder in the Cloud Capital. Why don't you surrender?" Outside the Myriad Flowers' immortal jade palace, 100 warlocks dressed in pure, white demon hunting division robes appeared. Each warlock exudes starry sky, warlock rank aura or above, and the 10 people in the lead are all moonlight warlocks. This terrifying force can even suppress a glorious sun warlock rank freak. Demon hunting division. Sure enough, as I expected, it's all linked together. This is a rhythm that wants to kill us. If that's the case, then all of you can go to hell. Mechanical Legion summon. Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and the space around him rippled, and 200,000 battle robots suddenly flew out from the small world inside him and rushed towards the 100 demon hunting division warlocks. A dense rain of light barreled towards the 100 demon hunting division warlocks, and magic shields suddenly appeared around them. When the rain of light slammed into the demon hunting division warlocks, the magic shields shattered one after another. and the rain of light engulfed 3 Starry Sky warlocks. All of a sudden, countless Starry Sky Rippers flew out at Mach 10 speed, rushed into the midst of the Demon Hunting Division's warlocks, and engaged them in a fierce fight. Virtually in an instant, Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he disappeared from the battlefield. Jiang Lang's figure fluttered, and he fled towards the north. Li Yang slammed into the wall of an ordinary residence, cast a spell, and fled elsewhere. Besieged by the 200,000 battle robots, the Demon Hunting Division's experts fell one after another. The 10 Moonlight Warlocks were also besieged by the battle robots, unable to extricate themselves and pursue Yang Feng. In a dark alley, a handsome middle-aged man with white hair walked over unhurriedly with his hands behind his back, and intermediate Glorious Sun Warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly spread from him. Yang Feng, I'm really surprised that you can do this. As expected of a peerless genius who defeated 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world in one fell swoop in the Time Sky City. If I hadn't come in person, I'm afraid that you would have escaped. Are you going to surrender, or do you want me to take action? If I do, you're dead. Chapter 564. Glorious Sun Warlock. You're the bureau chief of the Demon Hunting Division. Who is the one who set up this trap to trick us? What does he want to do? Even if we're going to die, we should know why. The shadow twisted and formed Yang Feng's true body, who stared at the unfamiliar Glorious Sun Warlock with a vigilant expression and uttered coldly. The Demon Hunting Division has a division chief, for deputy division chiefs, 36 bureau chiefs, and 72 deputy bureau chiefs. The division chief is an Infinity Warlock, and the 4 deputy bureau chiefs are Bright World Warlocks. The 36 bureau chiefs are Glorious Sun Warlocks, and the 72 deputy bureau chiefs are Moonlight Warlocks. The power of the Demon Hunting Division alone is comparable to that of the Battle Demon sect. This is the terror of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Exuding advanced Glorious Sun Warlock rank might, the Demon Hunting Division bureau chief took a step forward calmly and uttered flatly, "No one set up a trap. You dared to kill His Highness the Prince. If you don't surrender immediately, only death will await you. This is the Cloud Capital. Even an Infinity Warlock can't escape from the Cloud Capital. You should give up and surrender." Before the words of the Demon Hunting Division's bureau chief fell, he suddenly waved his hand, and the level 7 secret treasure lock god chain suddenly flew out of his hand, turned into countless chains, and shot towards Yang Feng. The level 7 secret treasure lock god chain is a standard secret treasure equipped by the bureau chief of the Demon Hunting Division. Although it isn't as powerful as some special level 7 secret treasures, but it is still far more powerful than level 6 secret treasures. Many Glorious Sun Warlock rank monsters were captured by the Demon Hunting Division bureau chief and thrown into the Dark Prison, where they were reduced to materials for various taboo experiments. The Great Cloud Dynasty has clearly stipulated that no one is allowed to use citizens as materials for warlock experiments. However, the slaves captured from other planes and the evil warlocks who had been deprived of all human rights were not included in this list. The Dark Prison is a place where many evil warlocks turn pale at the mention of it. Once evil warlocks are captured and thrown into the Dark Prison, they will suffer a fate worse than death. If they are unwilling to be lackeys of the Great Cloud Dynasty, they will be reduced to experimental materials. Yang Feng's figure abruptly retreated briskly, before crashing into a room next to him. A moonlight core wrapped in a part of the ruler armor suddenly ejected from Yang Feng's ruler armor, expanded into a robot exuding Yang Feng's aura, and rushed towards the godlock chains. When the chains stabbed into the robot, countless runes filled the robot's body and sealed the moonlight core inside the robot, making it motionless at once. The chief of the Demon Hunting Division sighed in admiration. What an exquisite mechanical marionette. It carries your soul aura and can even deceive the divine chains. How impressive. Unfortunately, no matter how hard you struggled, it was useless. Even a moonlight 7 stars can't escape from my hands. The bureau chief of the demon hunting division is called Dong Rue. From a humble background, he climbed his way up from a primary warlock academy step by step. After countless competitions, he joined the Great Cloud Dynasty's demon hunting division, hunted countless freaks, and obtained countless resources. Only then did he cultivate to the glorious Sun Warlock realm. Dong Rue only needs to use the God Lock chains to suppress and seal an ordinary junior glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse. Yet Yang Feng was able to escape. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Shit! Suddenly, Dong Rue's expression changed greatly. He could sense a terrifying energy fluctuation coming from the commoner's room, as well as traces of strange spatial fluctuations. His figure flashed, and he directly rushed towards the commoner's room. The moment before Dong Rue entered the room, Yang Feng disappeared into a warp gate. The moment Yang Feng entered the warp gate that could cross planes, the self-destruct mechanism activated. In an instant, endless light and heat filled the room with a large number of parts and debris, bombarding Dong Rue crazily. A powerful life force field appeared around Dong Rue. The terrifying explosion that could seriously injure ordinary moonlight warlocks was blocked by the life force field, leaving Dong Rue unharmed. Do you think you can escape from me like this? How naive. There was a flash of anger in Dong Rue's eyes, and he waved his hand, and an exquisite astral gate suddenly flew out and landed on the ground. The astral gate flashed, and a huge, twisted whirlpool appeared in the center of the astral gate. Dong Rue stretched out a hand and pierced it into the astral gate. In the void of the astral boundary, a hand strangely appeared, and a huge eye suddenly opened in the center of the hand. The eye turned and looked towards the depths of the astral boundary, as if it could see through countless worlds, and locked on to the plane Yang Feng escaped to. Found you! A hair-raising voice sounded beside Yang Feng, and a strange feeling of being spied on welled up inside him, and he felt like he was shrouded in a cold aura. In the next moment, the exquisite astral gate exploded in an instant, and a violent backlash force forcibly severed Dong Rue's right hand, causing it to fall into the astral boundary. It wasn't that simple to open a gate leading to the astral boundary. Countless resources had to be spent to build a real astral gate. The simple astral gate was a secret treasure that the Demon Hunting Division specially refined to track down enemies who escaped into the astral boundary. It couldn't be maintained for a long time. Dong Rue frowned and said unhurriedly, "An unknown world. He escaped to an unknown world. What kind of treasure is it to be so heaven-defying that it can allow him to escape from the cloud capital to another plane?" The warp gate was the crystallization of Shizu technology, a black technology among black technology. Once activated, it could easily cross endless distances and teleport to another plane. It was even more heaven-defying than the planar passageways leading to other planes in the Zhangji plane. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. When Yang Feng acted in the cloud capital as Zhao Fan, he secretly set up warp gates in several places, which saved his life at the most critical time. Dong Rue's heart stirred, and his eyes shimmered with greed. The coordinates of an unknown world. Should I report it, or keep it for myself? From a humble warlock with no background, Dong Rue promoted to an advanced glorious Sun warlock step by step. He had to search for the huge amount of resources by himself. He was well aware of the pain of practicing cultivation without resources. If he hadn't obtained the treasures of many evil warlocks he killed, he wouldn't have been able to practice cultivation until the glorious Sun warlock realm. It was the coordinates of an unknown world. Just this coordinate alone could fetch a sky-high price. If he could conquer that world and take full control of it, then even if it was a grade 9 plane, it would be of great value. Dong Rue, is it settled? A flat voice sounded in Dong Rue's ears. Dong Rue suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and then said respectfully, "Deputy Division Chief Liu, Yang Feng has escaped to an unknown plane with unknown coordinates using an unknown secret treasure. These are the coordinates of the plane. Lu Xuanjin was one of the 4 deputy division chiefs of the Demon Hunting Division. As a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse, he was ruthless and merciless. The number of evil warlocks who died at his hands was uncountable. Even many of the people in the Demon Hunting Division who had gone on missions with him had disappeared. None of the people who could reach a high position in the Demon Hunting Division were kind-hearted and soft-hearted. Those people died early in confrontations with evil warlocks. When Dong Rui saw Lu Xuanjin come in person, he no longer dared to conceal anything and reported everything honestly. He didn't even dare to conceal the coordinates of the plane, for fear that he would become a victim of a mission. What secret treasure did he use? The space around Dong Rui rippled, and a handsome young man dressed in casual clothes walked out of the space and asked majestically. The secret treasure exploded, leaving only these remains. Dong Rui spread the fingers of a hand, and a wreckage formed from the top-grade warp gate appeared in his hand. Originally, Dong Rui wanted to study the wreckage of the top-grade warp gate. If he could restore it, it would be a life-saving secret treasure that surpassed countless secret treasures. But now that Lu Xuanjin appeared, he could only offer it respectfully, not daring to bargain. Greater restoration. Lu Xuanjin silently recited an incantation and pointed at the wreckage of the top-grade warp gate, and green magic light enveloped the top-grade warp gate. The wreckage suddenly gathered and reformed into the top-grade warp gate. Dong Rui hurriedly exclaimed in admiration, "Deputy Division Chief Lu, you're really remarkable. To be able to practice greater restoration to this point, that's really amazing." For children from humble backgrounds to reach the top, they had to put in more than 100 times the effort than children from large sections. Besides, they had to not only practice cultivation, but also conduct themselves. To be able to become one of the 36 bureau chiefs of the Demon Hunting Division, Dong Rui paid an unimaginable price. It's just a piece of trash that looks impressive. After all, greater restoration isn't the time reversal recorded in the time text. Lu Xuanjin sighed faintly and waved his hand, and the top-grade warp gate collapsed and turned into countless wreckage that scattered on the ground again. The Time Lord's most powerful secret method is time reversal. No matter how serious his injuries are, he can use time reversal to reverse time and restore himself to his strongest state. This was the strongest secret technique that allowed him to dominate the era of the ancient gods, where the strong were as numerous as clouds. Of course, if it's an attack from a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, then even time reversal can't be completely immune. Even the Time Lord can't cure this kind of law injury. However, in battle, the time reversal technique was definitely a heaven-defying technique. Apart from the Lord of Time, no one else had managed to cultivate this spell. Chapter 565. If the Time Lord uses time reversal, then even if an Empyrean grade secret treasure is severely damaged, it can reverse time and restore it to its peak. Of course, the longer time reversal goes back in time, the more power it consumes. Even the Time Master could only return an Emperor grade secret treasure to the state it was in 10 minutes ago at best. Lu Xuanjin's Great Restoration can quickly restore the remains of level 4 secret treasures into level 4 secret treasures. But it has little effect on Yang Feng's top-grade warp gate. It can only restore a shell, which is of no use. Lu Xuanjin uttered indifferently, "Yang Feng has great potential. Dong Rui, I want you to bring back his soul core at all costs." Dong Rui's heart shook, and he responded respectfully, "Yes. Deputy Division Chief Lu, I will take people to that plane and bring back Yang Feng's soul core." Lu Xuanjin nodded, and then his figure blurred and disappeared. After Lu Xuanjin disappeared, a gloomy shade streaked past Dong Rui's eyes, and his expression turned gloomy, and resentment streaked past his eyes. Coming from a humble background, Dong Rui climbed to the position of Demon Hunting Division Bureau Chief step by step. He has his own understanding of seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. Yang Feng is not only the most outstanding supreme genius of the Battle Demon sect, but also possesses a top-grade warp gate and the coordinates of an unknown plane. Dong Rui doesn't want to provoke such a peerless genius. When Dong Rui dealt with Yang Feng, he only used the capture secret treasure Godlock chain. He didn't use his strongest offensive secret treasure because he didn't want to kill anyone. Now that Lu Xuanjun is forcing Dong Rui to go to another plane to hunt Yang Feng, Dong Rui is very dissatisfied. If it were up to him, he would never be willing to take on such a task. The Andrak plane, in an underground secret room. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Countless black rune chains flew out of the true god Empyrean imprint and stabbed into his body. A blurry, distorted shadow was forcibly pulled out of Yang Feng's body by the rune chains and absorbed into the true god Empyrean imprint. As soon as the shadow was pulled out, Yang Feng felt his body loosen, and the feeling of being spied on disappeared. With a thought from Yang Feng, countless devourers emerged from the small world inside him, pounced on him, and looked for all kinds of strange runes. The secret techniques of warlocks were changing with each passing day, and they were extremely strange. Although Yang Feng has mastered the time text, the transcendent text, and the taboo text, 3 Empyrean grade texts, but he doesn't dare to be careless. The 3 great grimoires each had their own mysteries. When cultivated to the peak, they would all possess unfathomable power. However, it was also a fact that some of the secret techniques in the 3 great grimoires were not as exquisite and strange as modern secret techniques. After all, many of the secret methods of modern warlocks were secret methods created by countless geniuses after meticulously studying the 8 great warlock texts, as well as countless research. The dense swarm of devourers covered Yang Feng's body. Suddenly, the side of his abdomen sucked hard, absorbed the transparent light, and digested it. Yang Feng suddenly felt a burst of comfort. The vague premonition of danger suddenly disappeared. There was a flash of apprehension in Yang Feng's eyes. The Demon Hunting Division's warlocks are really fearsome, proficient in countless secret methods. If I wasn't careful enough, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to escape from the Demon Hunting Division's bureau chief. Yang Feng used the transcendent text as a foundation, coupled with the Battle Demon Sect's countless materials, as well as the true god Empyrean imprint developed by Shizu technology, yet he still couldn't completely dispel Dong Rui's secret method. This shows how powerful Dong Rui is. Once he cleaned up the curse inside him, Yang Feng immediately left the cave. Before leaving, he used a spell to erase his aura and all traces of himself. Is this the suppression of the plane? If I don't use the power of the small world inside me, I can only display Pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock rank strength at most. Riding a tame, demonic leopard, Yang Feng quietly sensed the changes in his body while walking on the road leading to the Narcissus Federation. In addition to the 36 primary material planes, as long as an expert surpassing the Starry Sky Warlock rank entered a plane, they would be suppressed by the plane Origin Will, and their strength would be reduced. Take the Infernal Plane, for example. Each of the 9 Fiend Grand Dukes is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. However, if a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse enters the plane and fights the 9 Fiend Grand Dukes, they will basically lose. The Tsangji Plane's Great Cloud Dynasty's Other Plane Development Division is a department specialized in suppressing other plane riots and attacking other planes. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty's warlocks are extremely powerful, but they have also repeatedly run into obstacles in some planes and are utterly defeated by the aboriginals of lower planes. This is because the Tsangji Plane's warlocks are suppressed in lower planes, unable to exert their full strength. The limit of this plane is the glorious Sun Warlock rank. After a period of time, I can still restore my Moonlight Warlock rank strength. In the eras of the Tsangji Plane's 8 warlock dynasties, countless planes have been conquered by human warlocks. Human warlocks have detailed records on how to carry out wars on other planes. There are several ways to break the suppression of a plane origin will. The first is to defeat the plane origin will with absolute power and severely injure the plane origin will, making it no longer able to interfere with the actions of human warlocks. The second is to use a secret treasure to conceal your soul aura, disguise yourself as an aboriginal of the plane, and deceive the plane origin will. The third is to split off a part of your soul, throw it into this world, and integrate it with a baby of this world, which is equivalent to being reborn. In this way, you will no longer be suppressed by the plane origin will. The fourth is to take the initiative to look for the plane origin will and use a spell to seal a part of the plane origin will into your body. In this way, you will be equivalent to an aboriginal of the plane and can completely unseal your power. Of course, the Andrak plane is a grade 6 plane, and the limit of power it can accommodate is the glorious Sun Warlock rank. If a Bright World Warlock unseals all of their power in the Andrak plane, they will immediately be rejected by the plane and forced out. Even if it is an aboriginal of the plane, once they break through to the Bright World Warlock realm, they will be directly expelled from the Andrak plane. Wearing a planar origin will scanner that looks like a string of wooden beads, Yangfeng scanned the power of the Andrak plane and began to analyze the plane origin will. The robots of blasphemy inside Yangfeng's clothes also began to operate, distorting and fine-tuning his soul aura and transforming it into an aboriginal of the Andrak plane. Countless data flowed in Yangfeng's eyes as he quietly read the information Katrina gave him. In the Andrak plane, there are 7 gods, namely the goddess of ice, the god of fire, the god of war, the god of death, the goddess of love, the god of justice, and the god of murder. The 7 gods control the ice blue state, the scarlet flame state, the Norton state, the Gutama kingdom, the Narcissus Federation, the Bramble Sparrow kingdom, and the Glun state. Among the 7 gods, the goddess of love, the god of justice, and the god of murder are human gods. Among them, the goddess of love and the god of justice are allies. The god of murder is a neutral god. As a result, the Narcissus Federation and the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom are allies. When Katrina sneaked into this world, she joined the Narcissus Federation and established a huge force there. On the main road, Yangfeng suddenly turned his head and looked to the left. In the distance, there were 7 tall and burly figures. Their upper bodies were covered with a layer of black stratum corneum, and their faces were ferocious, as if they were a combination of a devil and a dog. They were holding pitch-black machetes and were fighting crazily with more than 30 human powerhouses. Yangfeng's eyes flashed with curiosity, and he observed carefully. Are these the death warriors of the Gutama kingdom? The Gutamar kingdom's death god warriors didn't know any magic, and the pitch-black scimitars were extremely strange. Once the scimitars cut the skin, a black gas would directly enter the human expert's body and corrode the human expert, turning them into blackened corpses that fell to the ground. The more than 30 human experts are shrouded in green light, similar to Qi and Warlock life force, strengthening their physique. They can barely fight the 7 death warriors of the Gutama kingdom. Yangfeng glanced at the weapons in the hands of the death warriors, and his eyes lit up and flashed with excitement. The law of death. The weapons in the hands of the death warriors contain a trace of the law of death. No, it's not the law of death, but the power of death. Yangfeng's god clone on the Feisual plane controls the law of shadows and the law of massacre. He covets the law of death and the law of war. The law of death is far superior to the law of shadows in terms of grade and potential. If Yangfeng can kill the god of death and seize his godhead, then his avatar on the Feisual plane will be able to quickly promote to a weak divine force rank god. Yangfeng glanced at the more than 30 human experts and shook his head. In contrast, the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method is far inferior in terms of fighting. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit method is a secret method that the goddess of love cultivated at the time, which can enable people to practice cultivation until the demigod realm. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit method is divided into 15 levels. The more than 30 human experts have cultivated to the 11th level at most. They are not the opponents of the Death Warriors. With a thought, the life force inside Yang Feng revolved, and he successfully cultivated the first level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method in a breath of time. At the same time, he walked towards the Death Warriors. With every step Yang Feng took, the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method broke through a level. When he took the 12th step, he cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method to the 12th level, the pinnacle Great Warlock realm. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, ribbons formed from green light suddenly shot out and wrapped around a Death Warrior. The countless ribbons wrapped around the Death God Warrior's saber and pierced it into its own body. A stream of death energy rushed into the Death God Warrior, causing the Death God Warrior to decay and turn into a pile of dust. Chapter 566. With Yang Feng's rich combat experience, the green ribbons wrapped around the Death Warriors turned the blades in their hands and slashed at them. Streams of black energy rushed out and corroded the Death God Warriors, turning them into piles of dust. With the 12th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method, coupled with Yang Feng's terrifying combat experience, the Death Warriors couldn't contend against him. A burly Western man with blonde hair and blue eyes came up to Yang Feng and said gratefully, "Hello, I am Beta. Thank you for your help. Our master invites you to meet him." The remaining 20-plus guards also looked gratefully at Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled and walked towards the carriage, pulled by 4 horses with extraordinary life-form bloodline. When he boarded the extremely spacious and bright luxurious carriage the size of an RV on Earth, Yang Feng saw a handsome young man with snow-white skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes sitting in the luxurious carriage. Next to the handsome young man sat a pair of blonde, blue-eyed, short-haired twin girls. The twin girls looked at the handsome young man with affection in their eyes. Whether it was the handsome young man or the twin girls, they exuded an extraordinary temperament and charm. If they could come to Earth, they would easily become superstar-like idols. A peculiar glint streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. What a handsome young man. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit method is indeed a top-notch secret method for beautifying one's appearance. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit method wasn't outstanding in terms of combat, and could even be described as ordinary and mediocre. Warlocks who cultivated the secret method Black Dragon Morph could easily defeat warlocks who cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method. However, people who cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method would become more and more beautiful. The handsome young man asked coldly in an aloof tone, "Who are you?" Yang Feng frowned slightly and said rudely, "I am Ol." The pretty face of one of the twin girls changed slightly, and she barked, "How dare you? The one in front of you is young Master Bardini, the 6th successor of the Narcissus family. You lowly commoner, how dare you speak to young Master in such a tone? Do you want to die? The Narcissus family?" A contemplative look streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. The Narcissus family was the family from which the goddess of love came. After the goddess of love ascended to godhood 10,000 years ago, she became the #1 family in the Narcissus Federation. The successive presidents of the Narcissus Federation came from the Narcissus family. As the 6th successor of the Narcissus family, it was only natural for Bardini to be arrogant. Another beautiful girl barked, "Why aren't you kneeling down and apologizing to young Master Bardini?" Bardini looked at Yang with an arrogant look on his face. In his eyes, other than the nobles, no one else was worthy of his attention. Even though he was saved by Yang Feng, he still felt that it was a matter of course and didn't feel the slightest bit of gratitude. Yang Feng smiled, then glared and operated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method, and Great Warlock rank might permeated the carriage. The 2 beautiful twin girls were both ordinary people. Under the terrifying Great Warlock might, their pretty faces paled, their delicate bodies trembled, and fear streaked past their eyes. "Legend rank expert. You're a legend rank expert." Bardini's eyes lit up, and his attitude became enthusiastic, saying, "I'm sorry, sir, I was a little rude before." There weren't many legend rank experts in the Narcissus Federation, less than 20. Each of them was the backbone of the Narcissus Federation. There were only 3 legend rank experts guarding the Narcissus family. As for demigod rank experts, there was only one in the entire Narcissus Federation. Even Bardini had to take a legend rank expert seriously, not daring to offend him at will. Although he had a distinguished identity, but a legend rank expert could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. Moreover, even if a legend rank expert killed him, as long as they hid in the God of Murder's Glun state or other ray states, the Narcissus Federation wouldn't be able to do anything. Bardini was only the 6th-in-line successor of the Narcissus family. If he wanted to become the first-in-line successor of the Narcissus family, the support of a legend rank expert would be extremely important. Yang Feng said with a forthright smile, "Recently, the state of monsters has been very active in the Narcissus Federation. I plan to join the Inquisition, tear those monsters to pieces, and then find a way to become one of the Inquisition's big 3. When he heard this, Bardini's complexion changed dramatically, and he became even more respectful. Yet he didn't dare to get close to Yang Feng. The Inquisition was the most notorious organization of the Church of the Goddess of Love. Every year, the number of heretics taken away by the Inquisition and burned to death was not small. The Inquisition's fierce reputation could make children cry. Under Katrina's secret instigation, the Ice Blue State, the Scarlet Flame State, the Norton State, and the Narcissus Federation were like fire and water. Many experts of the 3 states sneaked into the Narcissus Federation and set off a lot of waves. The Church of the Goddess of Love fought countless battles with the experts of the 3 states, and even lost 3 legend rank experts. The Inquisition also lost many experts. Under such circumstances, if Yang Feng joined the Inquisition, he would definitely be put in an important position. However, the big 3 of the Inquisition were fierce among fierce. If Bardini got too close to Yang Feng and was implicated, it would be troublesome. The Holy Fairy City was the capital of the Narcissus Federation. At the time, the Goddess of Love ascended to godhood in one fell swoop in the Holy Fairy City and became a true god. It was 3,000 years ago that the Goddess of Love established her own divine country and stabilized her position and rule. Although the Goddess of Love was only a feeble divine force rank god, but once she had a divine country, then even if a weak divine force rank god dared to fight her alone, they would be suppressed by her. Before having a divine country, the Goddess of Love might still be killed by a weak divine force rank god. After having a divine country, as long as she didn't leave it, she was an invincible existence in the Andrak plane. The humans of this world are so good-looking. Or is this the effect of the green flower immortal spirit method? As soon as he entered the Holy Fairy City, Yang Feng looked around and found that most of the humans in the Holy Fairy City were handsome men and beautiful women. Yang Feng's transformation into Ol was tall and handsome. But in the Holy Fairy City, he looked very ordinary. Yang Feng admired the scenery of the Holy Fairy City a little, and then strode straight towards the Inquisition. The Inquisition of the Church of the Goddess of Love was located in a relatively remote place to the west of the Holy Fairy City. The Inquisition was notorious. The vicinity of the Inquisition was extremely desolate. No merchants dared to do business in the vicinity. Recently, the Inquisition fought countless battles with the experts of the 3 states and lost many experts. Therefore, it openly recruited experts from the Narcissus Federation. Although the Inquisition was notorious, but its benefits were extremely good. Moreover, after joining the Inquisition, one could obtain judicial immunity. This immediately attracted countless experts from the Narcissus Federation. When Yang Feng arrived at the recruitment site, he saw more than 1,000 experts from all walks of life gathered there to be screened. Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method, 5th level. Next, a handsome ecclesiastical court powerhouse with a murderous aura between his brows indifferently looked at the experts from the Narcissus Federation and said coldly, One after another, the experts from the Narcissus Federation operated their cultivation methods, and green light appeared on their bodies. In the Narcissus Federation, the most powerful cultivation method was the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method. The first 10 levels of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method were very easy to obtain. It could allow people to practice cultivation until the Junior Great Warlock realm. As for the last 5 levels, they were firmly in the hands of the Narcissus Federation. Only by joining the Inquisition and serving the greater aristocrats of the Narcissus Federation could they obtain them. Originally, there were other secret methods in the Narcissus Federation, but most of them were incomplete and could not be practiced until the Great Warlock realm. Moreover, the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method was widely available, which was why everyone in the Narcissus Federation cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method. Very few people practiced other cultivation methods. A short-haired woman with several scars on her face, a voluptuous and sexy figure, and a callous expression on her face stepped forward and erupted with rich green light with 9 distinct layers of light. The eyes of the expert from the Inquisition flickered with emotion. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method 9th level. You're pretty good. What's your name? The short-haired woman replied coldly. I am Lily. Amazing to be able to cultivate the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method to the 9th level. So young. She's really talented. When the many experts from the Narcissus Federation saw this scene, their eyes flashed with jealousy and envy. Most of the people present had only cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method to the 4th or 5th level, which was equivalent to the level 2 Warlock rank. The 9th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method was equivalent to a pinnacle level 3 Warlock rank powerhouse. Even in the Inquisition, they would be regarded as experts. The expert from the Inquisition said indifferently. Next, Yang Feng took a step forward, and rich green light with 10 distinct layers of light erupted from him. Legend rank powerhouse. This is a legend rank powerhouse. When the many experts from the Narcissus Federation saw this scene, they were in an uproar at once. Everyone looked at Yang Feng with excitement and shock in their eyes. There were less than 20 legend rank powerhouses in the Narcissus Federation, each of whom was a bigwig. It was very difficult for ordinary people to meet them. Now that there was a legend rank powerhouse next to them, it naturally caused a huge sensation. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.